そうか。岡部がさっき言ってたことが正しいなら、私とあんたは過去が変えられた記憶はないはず。
ダル、お前フェイリス杯でフェイリスに勝てたのか？
わかんね
勝てたらフェイリスの手料理とか言っていたはずだ。それは食べられたのか？手料理とは何だった？
え。わかんねえ。しょぼーん。
I checked Daru's send history. As expected, the email he just sent isn't there. I do, however, find the email in his inbox. He received it 2 days ago, just like we wanted. This is the same thing that happened when I sent my email.
もしかして過去は変わってないんじゃないの？
ちょっとマユシに電話してみる。
He's the one who changed the past, yet he doesn't remember what happened after the change. That's odd.
あ、マユシ、まだバイト中だよね。あのさ、悪いんだけどフェイリスタンはそこにいる？うん、いるんだね。じゃあさ、ちょっと聞いてほしいんだけど、僕ってこの前のフェイリス杯でフェイリスタンに勝ったっけ？負けたっけ？え？負けた？誰が？フェイリスタンが？僕が？あ、そう。瞬殺？そう。わかったわ。
Daru's shoulders droop as he hangs up the phone.
その様子だと過去は変えられなかったみたいね。
なんで？オカリンは変えられたんしょ？
橋田が送った勝つための方法って必勝法じゃないせいじゃない？有利になるってだけで。
I had the same thought. Ferris is supposedly a world-class player. Daru's time travel cheat may not have been enough.
最終的にフェイリスさんが橋田に勝ったから過去は変わらなかった。
そうだけどさ、ゲームの過程は変わるじゃん。
たかがその程度ではダイバージェンスは揺らがないということかもな。
岡部が言うようにもっと分かりやすく過去が変わったって確かめられる改変にしないと実験の意味がない。あ、いえ、別にこの実験に賛成ってわけじゃないけど。
いや、まだだ。まだ終わらんよ。
Daru starts typing another mail.
もう一度別のアドバイスを過去の僕に送ってみる。今度はもっと的確にフェイリスタンに本気で勝てるようなアドバイスだお。
そんなにも勝ちたいのか。
むしろそれほどまでにフェイリスの手料理を食べたいのだろう。
オカリンの答えでファイナルアンサー。
Daru writes another email. I don't bother checking what it says. I won't understand anyway. We activate the phone wave, name subject to change, and send the mail through, just like before.
Oh?
Nothing happens. No discharge. Usually it happens 10 to 20 seconds after pushing the start button. The timer counts down to 0 without incident.
時間切れ？
おそらくな。
なんだよ、せっかく素晴らしいアドバイス書いたのに。
やむを得ない。実験は明日に持ち越しだ。
I checked the clock. It's just past 7. Looks like that's the cutoff.
昨日ホテルに帰ってからずっと考えてた。この電話レンジはどういう原理で時間移動を可能にさせているのか。
LHC と似たことが起きているのだよ。お前は言ったはずだ。LHC は巨大な電子レンジだと。
電子レンジが LHC と同等の機能を持ってたら、日本は一家に一台ブラックホールになるわね。
それは日本沈没ってレベルじゃねえぞ。
セルンがあまりに簡単にカーブラックホールを作ってるように見えるから感覚が麻痺してるけど、そもそもブラックホールなんて人工的に作れるものじゃないし、とんでもないリスクのある代物だし、家庭の電子レンジがブラックホールを作れると思う方がどうかしてる。
Taitor's time machine is small enough to fit inside a car, and it makes black holes. Well, that's what he said, at least. Now that I'm a little skeptical of Taitor, I don't feel like bringing it up.
一つ言えるのは、電子レンジ単体じゃブラックホールは作れないということ。この電子レンジに何かが干渉して電子を注入してきているのは間違いない。
An outside source of electrons. What could that be?
さて、私は帰るから、これ以上むさ苦しい男どもの巣にはいられないんで。また明日レポートまとめといてね。
Kurisu flings off her lab coat and hurries out the door. She was serious about the report.
ふむ、マキセ氏の着ていた白衣か。どれ？
As Daru reaches for the lab coat to smell Kurisu's lingering fragrance, I grab him by the neck and pull down hard.
どれではないバカが。そんなくだらないことをしている暇があったら、明日の実験でどう過去を改変するか考えておけ。
There wasn't anything to do after Kurisu left. I tried operating the phone wave, name subject to change, a couple more times before I went to sleep, but the discharge phenomenon simply would not occur. Now it's the next morning and I'm sitting on the bench in front of the Braun Tube workshop. It's still early, but it's already blazing hot. It's as if I'm baking in the sun. Sweat is dripping off my chin. We're supposed to be experimenting today, but not a single labman has arrived yet. After waiting impatiently for a while, the first person I see is...
Oh, ずいぶん暇そうだな、岡部。
おはようございます、おかりんおじさん。
The Tennoji pair come riding in on a moped.
俺はおじさんではない。兄様と呼べ。
お父さん、どうしよう。
岡部、うちの娘に何をふざけたことを吹き込んでやがる。
教育がなっていないのではないですか、ミスター・ブラウン。その子が俺のことをおじさん呼ばわりするのを何とかしてください。
いいだろ別に。器の小さい野郎だな。なえ、こんな野郎の言うこと聞かなくていいからな。
The manager parks his moped and quickly enters the store. Sister Braun's about to follow him when she turns her attention toward the end of the street and instantly brightens up. I follow her gaze and see Mayuri walking this way.
おかりん、おはよう。まゆりお姉ちゃん。
Nay runs up to Mayuri with a happy smile. And without breaking stride, she jumps into Mayuri's chest.
なえちゃんおはよう。
Have you written that report yet? For your information, I wasn't joking yesterday. If you blow this off, then you have no right to call yourself a scientist. Maybe this is too much for a freshman like you to understand, but writing papers is part of being a scientist. They get along so well that you would think they were sisters. Mayuri has the ability to get along with anyone, so it's no surprise. Naya avoids me and Daru, but she adores Mayuri and always goes for a flying hug whenever she gets a chance. Daru sometimes complains about that. What a lucky girl. I wish I could jump into Mayushi's chest like that. No, wait. Maybe it would be better to have Nathan jump into my chest. His internal debate went on for hours.
なえちゃんにこれあげる。はいどうぞ。
Mayuri takes some candy out of her convenience store bag and gives it to Nay.
うわーありがとう。はいおかりんにも。
She offers me some, which I silently accept.
そこに座って何してるの？
ラボメンが全員集まるのを待っているのだ。
おかりんおじさんは暇なの？
Why, you chipmunk, do you have to be so blunt? One of these days, I'll teach you to respect me.
違うよなえちゃん。おかりんはきっとなんか難しいことを考えてるんだよ。そうなんだ。
Good job, Mayuri.
おかりんおかりん。この時間だと電話レンジちゃんはビリビリしないんだよね。じゃあね、焼きそばパンをチンしてもいいかな。
ドアの部分を取っ払ったから温めるのは無理だ。
そうだった。がっかりだよ。ちなみにね、おかりんは朝ごはん食べた？
いや、
だったら一緒に食べる？焼きそばパンは冷たいまま食べるとして、ラーメン缶なら湯煎で温められるし。
Canned ramen. Ramen packaged in a can like a drink, sold in vending machines. Unlike regular ramen, the noodles are made of cognac.
なえちゃんも食べる？朝ごはん食べてきた。そっか。
Nay waves, then heads back inside Braun Tube Workshop. Lured by the prospect of canned ramen, I go inside the lab with Mayuri. The stagnant air makes the room hotter than outside. It doesn't improve much even after we open the window and turn on the fan.
ナル君とクリスチャン、まだ来ないのかな？
ああ、ラボメンとしての自覚が足りんな。
Just then, the sound of a braking bicycle comes from downstairs. When I look out the window, I see part-time warrior arriving. She immediately notices me, looks up, and waves.
トゥットゥルー、すずさん。シーナマユリ、トゥットゥルー。
They seem to have hit it off. Like I said, Mayuri gets along with everyone.
岡部倫太郎タイターはなんて
さあな。
I thought I dodged the question, but part-time warrior is persistent.
やる気ないな聞いたんでしょ
聞いたが、奴の言うことが正しいかわからなくなった。
そうなのどの辺が
Why is she so flustered?
そうか。あのバイト戦士め、タイターオタか。
I guess there's no Taku for everything.
ああクリスチャンだ
Mayuri leans out the window to wave her hand. Kurisu is walking towards the lab. That reminds me, doesn't part-time warrior have something against Kurisu? I look at Susuha. Her expression has changed dramatically. Now she's staring at Kurisu in complete silence. She doesn't move a muscle. It's like she's trying to start a fight with her glare. Kurisu's pretty stubborn too, so she meets Suzuha glare for glare. The two of them exchange a word or two in front of the building. For a second, I'm worried that they might start throwing punches, but that doesn't happen.
クリスチャントゥットゥルー
Good morning.
下のバイトと何を話していたんだ？
Kurisu shrugs her shoulders.
別に大したことは。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言えって。
I don't think that's nothing. She's lucky that didn't lead to blows.
向こうは何と？
何も。悔しそうにうなってるだけだった。一体何なのかしら。
牧瀬氏の人気に嫉妬してるに決まってるじゃん上皇。
Daru burst into the lab.
本来なら私がラボメンナンバー004になって楽しくみんなと青春する予定だったのに悔しいみたいな。3次元は恐ろしい。
ラボメンナンバーなんて好きなだけ譲るけど。
なんだと？ラボメンナンバーは某国において数千万円というレートで違法に取引されるほどの貴重な資格なのだぞ。
パスポートじゃあるまいし。そもそも某国ってどこだおい。
みんな仲良くいられる方がねマユシーはいいな
Well, I don't really care about their little war anyway. Only one thing interests me now, the mystery of female. We begin experimenting immediately. Even though it's still morning, the electrical discharge occurs on demand. Things look favorable today. That reminds me, we haven't talked to Mr. Braun yet. Maybe we should come up with an excuse first. To be honest though, I don't care what he thinks, for we are at war. War against the organization and CERN, the dark powers that rule the world from the shadows.
安西先生、フェイリスタンの手料理が食べたいです。
Anzai Sensei, a coach from a famous basketball manga. On the internet, posters sometimes express a desperate desire of quoting the manga like so. Anzai Sensei, I want to. Another oft-quoted line, this one spoken by Anzai Sensei is, if you give up, it's game over.
諦めたらそこで試合終了だよ
Unfortunately, Daru's second email fails to change the past. I get the feeling Rynet matches are difficult to cheat your way out of like this. Not to mention we're limited to 36 bytes of text. Looks like we have to give up on Daru. He's gone to drown his sorrows in the internet. Alright, so who do we have do we experiment on? From the look on Kurisu's face, I don't think she's willing to change her policy. That leaves only one candidate.
マユリ、次はお前に過去を変えてもらう。
Akihabara is such a strange town. Everywhere I look, I see drawings of cute girls. Some of them even have their breasts fully exposed, which startled me. Coming here has been a real culture shock. It's amazing how peaceful Japan is now. I agree. It's all because of the organization's efforts to stupidify Japan. Mayuri looks stumped as she slurps her canned ramen.
それじゃあね、こういうのはどうかな。ルカ君にマユシーのコスを着てもらえるように過去を変えるの。
どうやって？
ルカ君にメールを送るとかだよ。
I don't think a simple request is going to change the past.
もっと簡単で分かりやすいものはないのか？
She slurps more ramen.
そのラーメン缶を使う。
Looks like I'm the only one with ideas.
1時間前のマユリに D メールを送るのだ。今日はおでん缶が食べたいとな。
そんな誘導に乗るほど単純なことじゃない気が。
ああ、それね、すごくいいかも。
え？
今日もね、自動販売機の前で10分くらい迷っちゃったんだよ。おでん缶にしようかな、ラーメン缶にしようかなって。
つまり後押しがあればマユリは必然的におでん缶を食べたくなるというわけだな。よし、それで行くぞ。
わかった。じゃあ過去を変える前にラーメン全部食べとかないと。
Mayuri started shoveling the ramen into her mouth.
食べておかないとどうなるの？
もったいないもん。
あ、そうね。
Kurisu clearly doesn't know what to say. Mayuri really is a ditz. I'm used to it by now, of course. I get the phone wave, name subject to change, prepped for an email. The content of Mayuri's mail is simple enough. I just hope it actually works. We wait for Mayuri to finish eating her canned ramen, then activate the phone wave, name subject to change. To send it 1 hour back, we input £1. In other words, we set the microwave for only 1 second. I wonder if the discharge phenomenon will occur in such a short span of time. That's something else we'll learn from this experiment.
電話レンジカッコ仮起動。
あー、メールまだ送れてないよ。
There wasn't enough time to blink.
1秒じゃ放電現象は起きないか。データ通りだけど貴重な実証データが取れた。
これって例えば事前に暖気みたいなことしたらどうなるん？
暖気？
つまりさ、1秒じゃ放電現象は起きないわけでしょ。だから事前にメールを送らずに30秒ぐらいレンジ動かしとくんだお。その後 間を置かずにタイマー1秒でもう一度動かす。そしたら1秒でも放電現象起きそうじゃね？
根拠は？
ネス。
マユリオ、もっと他に何かないのか？
じゃあ昨日買ったおにぎりの具を違うものにするとか。
お前は昨日食べたおにぎりの具の種類を覚えているのか？
おかか。
即答？
Impressive.
だからね、おかかを明太子にしようよ。
Maybe we should find another test subject. Something is telling me we're not going to have to look. We're going to have to look outside the lab. I go for a walk to clear my head. After lunch at King Burger, I grab a coffee at the Starbucks on the first floor of Yodobashi. Starbucks, a coffee shop chain. King Burger, a popular fast food burger chain in America. Only a few franchises exist in Japan. I left Mayuri and the others at the lab. I need some time to get my thoughts in order. I recall what happened when I sent myself the Lotto 6 numbers. The moment I sent the email, I felt a strong tremor, and then the world as I knew it changed slightly. The fact that I had sent a email had been undone. I know that because it had disappeared from my send history. However, it was in my inbox. The mail had definitely reached the pass. What does this mean? The mail was received but never sent. Isn't that a time paradox? Is that the reason why everyone lost their memories? Why did that happen? The butterfly effect? That's not an answer. Changing the past changed the world. Taitor spoke of divergence. When divergence changes, are people's memories reconstructed to match the new world's line? Then how come I remember the previous world line even after the past changes? My deliberations are interrupted by an incoming mail. I don't have time for this. It's a mail, so I can just reply to it later. I concentrate on my coffee. However, all these mails, no doubt about it, it's got to be Kiryu Moeka, the male demon known as Shining Fever. How can she be so shy in real life and so persistent in email? There's something wrong with that woman. I sigh and open my mail reluctantly. Can I send an email too, please?
No.
Please reply, I'm a lab mem too, right? Pretty please. She wants to send a D-mail. That reminds me. Yesterday I made Moeka lab mem 5. That means she's qualified to participate in our experiments. Moeka seems serious, so she might meet my demands. Most importantly, all the other lab mems are completely useless when it comes to D-mails. I still haven't been able to verify whether or not I can keep my memories if someone else changes the past.
いや、しかし。
I'm worried. Moeka works for an editorial company. In other words, she's related to the media. What if she sends a email and leaks word of the time machine? We would be flooded by press. Gone will be the days of lurking in the shadows. My location will be exposed to the organization. Of course, sooner or later we're going to have to announce our findings to the world. But in that case, I would rather choose a national newspaper or TV network to cover the event rather than some shady magazine. That way it will spread faster throughout Japan, nay, the world. Either way, something tells me it's better not to go public through Moeka. A lab mem too, aren't I? However, Moeka is a lab nymph. Yesterday we told her everything about the phone wave, name subject to change, and emails. Moreover, we made her one of us. It was necessary to buy her silence. Realizing that I have no reason to deny Moeka her request, I put my phone to my ear.
俺だ。ああ、少しばかり迷っている。何？声でわかるだと？かなわないな。電話レンジカッコ仮の実験にシャイニングフィンガーを引き入れるかどうかについて。バカな！あの女を生贄に捧げろというのか。確かに世界に混沌をもたらすためなら犠牲はやむを得ない覚悟だが、いや問題ない。むしろ迷っていた俺が情けない。マッドサイエンティスト失格かもしれんな。ああ、これは俺にとってむしろ典型とも言える申し出。まさにシュタインズゲートの選択となるだろう。エルプサイコングルー。
It's decided. I type a reply to Moeka's mail. Indeed you are, lab number 5. Shining finger. Report to the lab at once. After sending it off, I hurry back to the lab. When I get back to the lab, Moeka is squatting at the bottom of the staircase. Since she's not sitting on the bench, I guess that crouching while holding her knees is this particular woman's favorite position. She's staring at her phone like usual. Once she notices me approaching, she slowly stands up. But she doesn't look at me.
ありがとう。
何がだ？
I know it's selfish, but I really need to send a D-mail.
別にわがままとは思っていない。むしろお前の申し出にこちらが感謝しているほどだ。
Once we enter the lab, I get all the lab nymphs to stop what they're doing and then tell them about Moeka's situation.
いいと思います。萌香さんもラボメンだもんね。
Daru and Kurisu don't object either.
で、桐生氏はどんなメールを送るつもりなん？
俺からの要望としては、過去が変わったかどうか確かめることができるようシンプルで分かりやすい内容にしてもらいたい。
A new mail. I'm sorry, there's one more thing. I want to keep my message secret. Why does she have to explain every little thing with a mail? No, more importantly.
内緒だと？どういうことだ？
何？どうしたのよ。
It's private. It would be embarrassing if anyone knew.
いや、そういう問題ではなかろう。
Kurisu peeks at my phone from beside me.
なるほど。気持ちはわからなくはないけど、これはあくまで実験だと割り切ってデータの収集を優先すべき。
ほう。珍しく意見が一致したな、上司よ。
別にあんたに同意したわけじゃない。データを収集しないと電話レンジの仕組みがいつまでたっても解明できないって思ったからよ。
でも女の子にはね、秘密がいっぱいあるのです。誰にも言えない秘密をね、自分だけに教えろゲヘヘって言ってるのと同じだよ。
くわ、 まさかこれってセクハラになるん？
落ち着けダル。
I turned to Mayuri and Moeka, who appeared to have formed some kind of mainstream girl alliance.
メールの内容にプライベートに深く関わることを書けと強制した覚えはない。
Kurisu nods firmly at my words. Looks like she doesn't intend to join the mainstream girl alliance.
私的な内容を送りたいにしても今はまだ見送るべき。タイムパラドックスの問題も完全に解決されたわけじゃないし、もっと慎重に慎重を重ねないと。私的な内容は NG。 少なくとも非公開にしたいという話は受け入れられないわ。あなたに悪意がなくてもメールの内容次第で時間軸に深刻な影響をもたらすかもしれないんだから。第三者にメールを見せてその内容について問題ないか吟味すべきよ。
俺が言いたいことは全て助手が言ってくれた。そしてそうは言いつつも我らは実験を中止するつもりはない。
あんたの意見を代弁したわけじゃないから勘違いしないで。
Cheeky little.
そもそも実験においてはプライバシーよりもデータが優先される。被験者になるならその覚悟は必要よ。
Don't tell me that's the reason Kurisu won't send a D-mail herself.
そうなの？まゆしはね、さっきそんな覚悟せずに送ろうとしてたよ。ごめんね、クリスちゃん。
別に謝らなくても責めてるわけじゃない。一般論を言っただけ。
I imagine some people might take issue with that statement, but I'll refrain from saying anything. I would rather not get my head chewed off right now. Moeka's expression doesn't change. Same as always. I don't know what she's thinking.
お前はすでにラボメンだ。俺たちを信用してもらわないと困る。プライベートな要件は後日にしてもらおう。もしできないというのならば、お前に見せてやらねばならなくなる。この俺、法王院教魔の中に眠るまがまがしき狂気の力をな。
Moeka is already typing on her phone. My threat was ineffectual, it seems. Can I see the D-mails you sent so far? I want to use them as a reference.
着信履歴ならあるぞ。
送信履歴は
ないというと語弊があるな。送信履歴は消えてしまうのだ。
I confirmed that after I sent that email yesterday. Moeka was there, but she doesn't remember either. I don't need to see the history, and I'll show you the message before I send it. Is that okay? Looks like she understands. I show the mail to Kurisu too.
萌香さん、無理しないでね。
Is that supposed to be encouragement? Mayuri sounds concerned for some reason.
じゃあさ、どんな内容を送るん？そもそもオカリンの言う簡単で分かりやすい過去改変ってハードル高すぎ。
何を言う？お前たちのレベルが低すぎるだけではないか。
案はある。
Moeka murmurs.
ほう、これは期待できそうだな。具体的に説明を頼む。
Moeka then invokes her power once more. Ultra fast typing, the power known as Shining Finger. About 4 days ago, I bought a new phone, but now that I've tried it, I think I should have stayed with the old one. So I want to use a email to tell myself not to buy a new phone. If we do that, the phone I'm holding will change, won't it?
シャイニングフィンガーは実に有能だな。まさにラボ面の鏡。
This should make it easy to tell whether the past has changed. Looks like the 3 useless members have no objections to Moeka's superior idea. We look at Moeka's phone. It's purple and gaudy. There's no strap, and it's not like the Deco phones popular among mainstream women nowadays. Deco phone, Decoden, a cell phone with pictures on it, primarily popular among young women. Swarovskis or rhinestones can be pasted on the phone surface for decoration.
お、それって先月出たばっかの GG01 じゃん。最新機種だよ。確か液晶部分が着脱式でいろんなバリエーションのアタッチメントを選べるんだよね。今品薄でどこ行っても入荷待ちだけど、よく手に入ったな。
It's the most popular model, but she wants her old one back. I guess hardcore phone users have other concerns besides fashion.
では、指圧しよ
ねえねえ、どうして萌香さんのことを指圧師って呼ぶの？
う。それが、桐生萌香の力に、俺がつけた名だ。桐生萌香。お前は今後先行の指圧師、すなわちシャイニングフィンガーを名乗るがいい。
Moeka shakes her head expressionlessly.
何？嫌だというのか？能力名をつけてやったのに何が気に入らないというのだ。
萌香さんはね、萌香さんだからだよ。それにね、指圧師さんじゃなくて編集プロダクションで働いてて。
眉氏、ネタにマジレス、かこ悪い。
ネタではない能力名だ。
くだらないこと言ってないで。準備するわよ。
Damn it, you're just an assistant. Don't boss us around.
ブラウン店長に何か言われたらどうするん？
ミスター・ブラウンごとき恐れるな。奴が怒鳴り込んできたらこの俺が蹴散らしてやる。
マジで？オカリンかっけー。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
実は口だけだったりするんでしょ。
I'll be the adult and ignore Kurisu's insult. Moeka has already written her 36-byte mail. When I look at Moeka to see if she's ready, she nods faintly. We set the timer to 100 seconds. The email should arrive at Moeka's phone 4 days ago, July 31st.
電話レンジカッコ仮起動。
About 15 seconds after activation, the discharge phenomenon
Warrior.
occurs.
Says, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. She nods grimly, an unusual show of emotion, and then she presses the button. The world twists into unrecognizable shapes. The floor is shaking, or is it me? My vision blurs and loses color. The world lurches. I struggle to keep my balance. As I brace myself against further shaking, I try to analyze what I'm experiencing. This is far more intense than what happened when we sent the emails yesterday. And yet I felt it before. I remember. This is what I felt right before the mass disappearance phenomenon. The shaking stops. I relax my body and look around. Has the past changed? Of course it has. That bizarre sensation just now was proof. I look around the room. The phone wave, name subject to change, which should have about 90 seconds left on the timer, is silent. Daru's here, Mayuri's here, Kurisu's here. Where's Moeka?
指圧師はどこに行った？
Daru and Kurisu, who are discussing something in front of X68,000, look at me strangely. Again, this feeling of wrongness is the same as yesterday.
指圧師？
オカリン、日本語で OK。
I leave the development room and check the lounge, behind the sofa, in the dressing room, the bathroom, and the shower room. I look out the window at the street below. But Moeka is nowhere to be found. She's gone. No way. This is what happened on the streets of Akiba. Why did she disappear? Because I experimented on her. Where did she go? Did I erase her from history? Did I banish her into the space between dimensions? I start quivering in horror at the magnitude of my error. In a daze, I step up to Mayuri, who's eating a banana. I grab her shoulders and shake her.
桐生萌香は今の今までここにいただろ。桐生萌香だ。
Daru and Kurisu give me strange looks as well.
それ誰？
聞いたことない。
そんな。
So I did erase Moeka's existence. No, that can't be. I won't accept that I killed her.
岡部、まさかまた？
またってどういう意味だ？
昨日も似たようなことがあった。私たちの記憶にないことをあんたは覚えていた。なんだっけ？そうそう、リーディングしたいな。
Yes, that's the name I gave this phenomenon, or rather, to my ability to perceive it. When the world line changes, everyone's memories are reconstructed to match. That's what John Titler said. But somehow, I alone retain my memories, even after the past changes. I named this power Reading Steiner. Kurisu remembered. To tell the truth, I just made it up out of thin air. But now that Moeka has disappeared, I want to believe that this power is real. It's only their memories of Moeka that disappeared, not Moeka herself. I need to contact Moeka. I need to make sure I didn't erase her very existence. But I don't know her phone number. The only way to contact her is by mail. I sent her a message saying, reply the second you read this email. Now all I can do is wait for her reply. Please, reply.
オカリ、大丈夫？顔真っ青だよ。
大丈夫だ。
In fact, I'm anything but fine. I'm fighting desperately to deny the possibility that I might have erased Moeka from existence.
助手よ、今の実験のこと、どの辺まで覚えている？
今実験をしたことさえ覚えてない。たった今あんたは D メールを送ったのね。
ああ。ただし、昨日とは少し状況が違う。D メールを送ったのは俺ではなく、桐生萌香だ。
And then she vanished into thin air. Which reminds me, when I sent the Lotto 6 mail yesterday, Daru teleported from the development room to the lounge. Moeka might not have disappeared. She probably just teleported somewhere. I hope that's it. In an attempt to calm myself down, I checked my phone's history for the mails Moeka and I exchanged. That's strange. The mails she sent me aren't there up until the one I received on July 31st at 12:43. But after that, the dozens of mails I remember receiving from her are gone. The D-mail she sent to cancel the phone model exchange was set to arrive on July 31st. Did a time paradox erase Moeka from existence the instant she received the D-mail? I shiver when I realize I can't find any problems with that hypothesis. No way. It can't be. I mean, all her D-mail said was, "Don't change phone models." That's harmless, right? But then, what caused Moeka to disappear from this room like that? Why does it look like Moeka vanished 4 days ago?
クリスティーナ、もし仮に D メールによってタイムパラドックスが発生したらどうなると思う？
わからない。タイムパラドックスを経験した人間は未だかつて一人もいないから。
以前世界が消えるというようなことを言っていなかったか？
あくまでそういう説もあると言っただけ。もしかしたら何も起きないかもしれないし、某映画みたいにパラドックスに対する歴史の修正が入るかもしれない。ドクター・ホーキングは時間順序保護仮説でタイムパラドックスが起きる可能性の行為はそもそも実行不可能だとしてるし。
Chronology protection conjecture. In quantum mechanics, a theory proposed by Stephen Hawking that states that time travel is impossible. Any attempt to travel through time will be prevented by quantum effects. Successful time travel requires infinite field energy, which is impossible to obtain. In other words, the laws of causality, and by extension the chronology or timeline of the universe, are protected by quantum mechanics. So all we have are theories.
あのね、マユシーはよくわかんないけど、今もマユシーやオカリンたちがちゃんとこうしておしゃべりできてるっていうことはね、きっとそのパラドックスは起きてないんだよ。萌香さんっていう人もね、マユシーは知らないけど、きっと大丈夫。
さすがマユシ、アホの子だね。
マユシーはアホの子じゃないよ。
I'm amazed that Mayuri and Daru could have such a carefree conversation despite all that's happened. They don't realize the gravity of the situation. We might have erased someone's very existence. In fact, if Moeka really has vanished, then that means the phone wave, name subject to change, is also responsible for the mass disappearance phenomenon I witnessed in Akihabara. What if I erased all those people? I don't want to consider such a frightening possibility, so I desperately shake the thought out of my head. What's wrong? I'm kind of busy now. Sorry, I'll email you later. My body goes limp from relief. A reply. She sent a reply. Moeka still exists. She didn't disappear. Relief washes away my fear. My eyes fill with tears, not because I was worried for Moeka, but because I thought I might be responsible for the horror of erasing someone's existence.
何が起きたか説明して、岡部。
Urged by Kurisu, I explain everything that just happened.
今この場からその桐生なんとかさんが消えたのは因果率を考えれば不自然じゃない気がしてきた。
どういうことだ？
詳しい経緯はわからないけど、過去を改変したことで今回の場合は7月31日以降、今日までの4日間の桐生さんの行動が微妙に変化した。その結果、今この時間には桐生さんはラボには来なかったというふうに再構成された。
So that's why it looked like she teleported. I'm reminded of the teleporting Jelbana. I guess it's not the same thing. Moeka didn't become a jellyman after all.
そんなことありえるん？
なんとも言えない。D メールを送った事実も抹消されてしまうなら、その D メールは誰が送ったのかっていうパラドックスになるし、それともう一つ、岡部に起きていることが消せない。
何？
リーディングシュタイナーのこと。ちなみにその造語、恥ずかしいからやめた方がいい。
お前の個人的見解は必要ない。
I'm finally able to joke with Kurisu again. Well, maybe she wasn't joking, but that's none of her business.
さっきのあんたの説明じゃ D メールを送ったのも受け取ったのもあんたじゃなかった。なのにあんただけが世界線が変わる前のことを覚えている。でもこれってあんたのただの妄想じゃない？
脳内嫁ですね。わかります。
わかるな。お前のような変態紳士と一緒にされたくはない。
桐生さんって人はもともと存在しなかった。あるいは桐生なんとかさんは実在するけど、その人が D メールを送った事実は妄想だった。え？
I fall to my knees and press my hand against my left eye.
左目がこのマガンレーディングシュタイナーがうずく
オカリ大丈夫？
Mayuri peeks anxiously at my face, but I lightly push her aside.
ダメだ。マユリ、俺に近づくな。今の俺はお前を傷つけてしまうかもしれん。
でもオカリすごく苦しそうだよ。
釣りっしょ。
そうよね。
大丈夫だ。このうずきはいつものこと。すぐに収まる。この魔眼がある限り
俺は機関に狙われ続ける。あらゆる世界と時間とを見通す力。しかしそれは同時に諸刃の剣でもある。俺はこのあらゆる世界とあらゆる時間を見通す魔眼のせいで人間としての因果律から外れてしまった。だがそれでもこのラボだけは守ると誓ったのだ。だから魔眼よ、静まってくれ。
Stream elements. Said.
I
Stay moist,
kneel
my
and press
friends.
my head
Hydrate.
against the floor, and then I take a deep breath and gradually remove my hand from my left eye. Mayuri rubs my back.
おかり苦しいの？
いや、もう大丈夫だ。
I stand up, then I shoot Kurisu a sharp glare.
何よ、今のただの演技でしょ。
クリスティーナ、お前は間違っている。すでにこれまでの実験で証明されているんだよ。俺のリーディングシュタイナーは本物だ。
はいはい、12秒12秒。なんで私に注目してんのよ。見るの禁止。
In any case, I've successfully deflected Kurisu's questions about reading Steiner. I don't feel able to answer right now. My emotions are a jumble, just as they were after Titor called me the Messiah. Is this power real? If it is, then what does that make me? An unknown power sleeps within me. The thought sends a chill down my spine. I sit on the bench in front of the Brontube workshop, staring into the night sky. I try sorting out what happened this afternoon, but it's impossible. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. And then I hear footsteps coming down from the second floor. Soon, Mayuri and Kurisu emerge.
帰るのか。
岡部ってずっとここに泊まり込んでるの？
まあな、マッドサイエンティストたるもの、研究所に寝泊まりして研究だけに没頭するぐらいでなければ務まらない。
形から入るのって良くないと思うわけだが。
でもね、この場所ってとっても便利だよね。マユシーもお父さんお母さんが許してくれるならここに泊まりたいよ。
え？本気？
そしたらバイトに行くのもすぐだもん。ねえねえクリスちゃん、今度みんなでお泊まり会しよう。
男性陣がいないのなら OK。
それは無理だ。
だったらまゆりさん、私のホテルに来たら？
ああ、そういえばそんな約束してたもんね。じゃあ今度お邪魔するね。
いつでも言ってくれていいから。それじゃあ。
Kurisu waves goodbye and starts walking in the opposite direction from Akihabara Station. Mayuri doesn't move from that spot. Instead, she starts doing her usual thing, Stardust handshake. She looks up to the night sky, raising her hand as if to grasp the stars. And with perfect timing, a shooting star crosses the sky.
オカリ
ああ、流れ星だな。願い事はしたか？
Mayuri doesn't answer. She keeps gazing at the sky.
オカリンって小学生の頃すごい熱を出して1ヶ月ぐらい寝込んでたことがあったよね。
何を突然言い出すんだ？
It was about 10 years ago, at the turn of the century, when the world was in an uproar over Y2K. Near the end of 1999, I had a fever of nearly 40 degrees that lasted about a month. I didn't recover until the new year. At least that's what I've been told. I don't remember it myself. According to my parents, I was unconscious the whole time, tossing and turning. The doctor said it was a miracle I didn't die. Because of that fever, I didn't get to experience the Millennium Countdown event. They never figured out what caused it either.
あの時ね、マユシーはオカリンが死んじゃうんじゃないかって思ってすごく怖かったんだよ。だからね、おばあちゃんと一緒にお空に祈ってたの。オカリン死なないでって。
この俺が死ぬはずがないだろう。何しろ10年前の時点で俺はトーマス・エジソンに匹敵する IQ170 の頭脳を持つマッドサイエンティストだったのだからな。
Actually, I'm not sure what Edison's IQ was.
そうだったんだ。オカリンってすごいんだね。でもね、まだちっちゃかったマユシーはそのことがわからなかったからお空に祈ってて、でね、大晦日もうすぐ年が明けるっていう時にね、流れ星がピューって流れたの。今みたいに。流れ星はね、消える前に3回願い事を唱えることができたら願いが叶うんだよ。知ってたかな？
Of course, that's the most common of common knowledge.
もちろんマユシーは一生懸命3回唱えたの。
Then Mayuri finally lowers her hand and turns to me. On her face is a soft smile.
次の日、年が明けた頃にね、オカリンは熱が下がって目を覚ましたのです。つまりマユシーはオカリンの命の恩人なんだよ。
いや違うな。あの状況で助かったのはシュタインズゲートの選択だ。
そうなの？
そうなのだ。
そっか。
Mayuri looks a little disappointed.
ねえねえ、熱が下がった時ね、オカリンはこんなことを言ってたんだけど覚えてる？急に見ているものがぐにゃぐにゃしてきて立っていられなくてフラフラして、で体がビクってなったって。さっきのオカリンもね、そんな感じだったよ。大丈夫？また熱出して倒れたりしない？
The concern on her face is so sincere. Looks like she's worried about my reaction to Moeka's disappearance. My hostage is worrying about me. I find myself giving her a wry smile.
案ずるな。何も心配ない。
As I brush her worry off with a shrug, I think back to what happened 10 years ago. When I woke up from that fever, the first thing I saw was Mayuri's crying face. She's right. I vaguely remember describing my collapse that way. And come to think of it, it does seem to match with the sensation I felt a few hours ago when reading Steiner activated.
そうか。この俺の魔眼はまさにあの時にこの身に宿ったのだな。
So that's the choice of Steins Gate. I really was born with this power. No wonder John Titor thinks I'm the Messiah. My maniacal laughter echoes into the night. The next day, the lab gets an unusual guest.
お邪魔します。
おお、ルカシじゃんか。
こんにちは、橋田さん、岡部さん。
ルカ子、妖刀さみだれを持ってこないとは何事だ。今日お前が来ると聞いて、俺は殿下の宝刀ミストルティンの封印を解いたというのに、お前には失望したぞ。
Mistletoe. In Norse mythology, a legendary sword born from a sprig of mistletoe. According to prophecy, this sword will slay the undying called Balder, thus beginning the final war of the gods, Ragnarok. Actually, I didn't know he was coming.
すみません。今から取りに戻りますから。
いや、もういいんだ。サミダレとミストルティンの開口、またもお預けか。
I look out the window with an expression of melancholy.
つうか、本当と北欧神話の魔剣って釣り合わなさすぎてカオスなんだけど、そもそもオカリン、模造刀なんて持ってた？
僕、どうしたら。
ルカ子よ、お前は俺の弟子でありながらまだいまいち真剣さが足りんな。
すみません。
こんな調子では使い物になるまでにまだまだ時間がかかるだろう。どうだ、なんだったら我がラボに入ってみないか。
僕がですか？
Lukaku looks at me blankly.
でも僕、どんくさいですし、科学とか機械とかよくわかりませんし、きっと足を引っ張っちゃいます。それでもいいですか？
なんだ、マユリと変わらないではないか。
ルカ君ならね、大歓迎だよ。でもね、ルカ君をラボメンにするなら、マユシーはオカリンに一つ条件があるのです。ルカ君をいじめないことっていう条件。
Mayuri forces her way between us as if to protect Lukaku. She's the one who called Lukaku here. They're classmates.
それと、ルカ君はね、今日はマユシーのお客様なんだよ。衣装合わせに来たんだから邪魔しちゃダメなのです。まゆりちゃん、でも僕コスプレはするつもりはないから。本当に衣装合わせだけでいいんだよね。サイズが合ってるかどうかの確認だけだよ。
Looks like Mayuri forced him to come. As far as she's concerned, pretty boys exist only to make her cosplay fantasies come true.
じゃーん。
Yuri shows off the costume she made.
ライネットのキラリちゃんだよ。
Is it just my imagination, or is that outfit pretty skimpy? I don't know if it's his first time seeing it, but Lukaku just stares at the costume dumbfounded.
とりあえず完成度は 70% ってところなんだけどね。今この場でルカ君に試着してほしいんだ。ここで着るの？これを？
Lukaku glances at me and Darwin, then looks down to hide a blush.
無理だよ。お願い。
Here's where I, as Lukaku's master, want to help out.
我が弟子よ。衣装というのは己を変革するためにも重要な要素の一つだ。それを着ることでお前も成長できるかもしれんぞ。早速袖を通してみるがいい。
岡部さんまでそんなことを。僕こんな恥ずかしい格好できません。
そこで恥ずかしがるからダメだというのだ。
そうだよ。きっとね、とっても可愛くなるよ。
それにまゆりはお前に来てもらうために一生懸命そのコスを作っているのだぞ。眠る時間も大好物のバナナを胃袋に入れる時間もジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンをチンする時間も削ってひたすらチクチクチクチク針と糸を動かしミシンを走らせていたのだぞ。その努力には報いるべきだ。
そうですけど。
The good-natured Lukaku is already bending to the power of my words.
さあさあさあ、ルカ君変身しよう。変身。ちょっと待って。
Mayuri grabs Lukaku's arm and drags him to the changing room.
ほら、恥ずかしがってないで、服を脱ぎにして。まゆりちゃん、そんなところ触らないで。分かったから、僕一人で着るから。だからあっちに。でもこれって着るのに手伝いなんだ。だからマユキーが1から10までちゃんと教えてあげる。お願いだから脱がさないで。
すごくゆりです。
Yuri, homosexual romance between women, or works of fiction depicting such.
違うな。あれはユリではない。なぜならルカ子は男だからだ。
ということは逆領辱ですか。むはー、実にけしからん。
His imagination knows no bounds. A few minutes pass and out comes Mayuri first. She looks satisfied.
ルカ君、ほら恥ずかしがらずに出てきてよ。
Lukaku doesn't make an appearance, even when Mayuri calls him.
ルカ君。
Finally, a nervous Lukaku comes out of the dressing room. Lukaku looks like he's about to cry. I can already see the tears forming. Isn't that skirt a little too short? Those bare legs are truly captivating. Wait. Oh god. Oh god. I'm looking at a guy's legs. What the hell am I saying? Why are his legs shaved? What's going on here, Lukaku?
マユシーは感動だよ。
津川真由氏の仕事だな。服もモデルも互いに引き立て合ってる。3次元においてはフェイリスタン最強説を唱えている僕だけど、このルカ氏に対してはついついローアングラー化したくなるよ。
Low angular cameramen with photographed female cosplayers and idols from a low angle can be found where cosplayers congregate, such as Komima or Akihabar's pedestrian heaven.
オカリンの感想はどうかな？
そうだな。
When urged to talk, I nod vaguely. I'm fascinated, but it's mortifying to admit that. Lukaku is Lukaku, yet Lukaku is a man. Male. A man just shouldn't be fascinated by another man. I whip out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。今強烈な精神攻撃を受けている。いや、機関の差し金ではなく、むしろこいつはこの町を守護する大いなる巫女の末裔で、まずい、心が侵食されている。まさか秋葉にはまだこれほどの先森がいたとは。こいつを覚醒させられることができれば、機関による汚染も最小限にできるはず。分かっている。まだこの町を奴らの手に渡すわけにはいかない。これがシュタインズゲートの選択なのだな。エルプサイコングルー。
I catch my breath, put away my phone, and turn back and smile at Lukaku and the others who are staring blankly at me.
ルカ子よ、我が不肖の弟子よ。以後戦いの時にはそのコストさみだれ装備で臨むがいい。
キラリちゃんは刀は持たないよ。むしろね、ウーパーを持つとぴったりだよ。
Mayuri, in high spirits, makes Lukaku hold the Upa cushion. His lips tremble as he reluctantly accepts the cushion. He clearly doesn't know what to do with it.
機関による魔の手はこの秋葉にまで迫ろうとしている。
I pretend to not notice Lukaku's distress.
お前はこの混沌渦巻く首都を守る先森、柳林神社に生まれし巫女。今こそその役目を果たす時。わかるか、ルカ子。ゆえに俺は常にお前に厳しく接しているのだ。この町を守る使命がお前にはある。
そうなんですか？
そうだとも。
その下品な笑いやめたら。外まで丸聞こえだぞ。恥ずかしい。
Kurisu enters the lab with those remarks. She's coming in late, like she's a company executive or something.
クリスちゃん、トゥットゥルー。
やってくるなりこの俺に生意気な口を叩くお前は助手ではないか。
助手じゃない。何度も言わせるな。だいたい痛い毛で気弱そうな女の子をおもちゃにして調子に乗ってるなんて最低だわ。そう思わないの？
痛い毛で気弱そうな女の子をおもちゃにするだと？
いちいち反応するな、変態。
Just now I saw two guys fighting on TV. I think it was some kind of competition. It really got my blood pumping. Hey, mind if I come over and put you in a straight armbar? It'll be fun. That's right, Christina doesn't know Lukaku's a guy. correcting it is a pain, so I don't say anything.
それにしても
クリスティーナよ、ルカ子の全身を下から上へと寝め回すようにして見つめるのはよせ。
してないわよ、そんなこと。
クリスちゃん、どうかなこのコス。ルカ君にすごく似合ってるって思うでしょ。
これが噂に聞くジャパニメーション文化の一つ、コスプレなのか。とてもキュートね。キュートだなんて、そんな。
Lukaku's eyes got wetter and wetter.
どうしてそんなに悲しそうなの？あなたはとても可愛いんだから、もっと自信を持つべきよ。
Kurisu doesn't know, so she's not doing it intentionally. But I guess that makes things complicated for Lukaku. I should change the topic for Lukaku's sake. While I am a mad scientist, I also happen to be a perfect gentleman. I comb back my hair with my fingers.
ルカ子よ、お前の望みを聞こう。
ハイパーアクロバティックな会話のつなげ方だな。
聞けルカ子、思考は具象化する。そしてこの日本は言霊の国。一旦舌に乗せた言葉には力が宿る。お前も晴れてオタク世界の住人となった今、はっきり望みを言葉に出しておくべきだ。そうすればこの地の混沌がシュタインズゲートの選択に影響を及ぼし、お前を後押しする。
僕の願いですか？
Lukaku puts his hands together in front of his waist and bends his head slightly to the side. His cheeks turn light pink. His bashful, squirming appearance with wet, upturned eyes would make anyone who saw him either want to hug him real tight or smack him upside the head. It's that damn powerful.
その聞いても笑いませんか？
恥ずべきことは何もない。堂々と宣誓するのだ。
そりゃ世界を混沌にうんたらとか言ってるバカに比べれば、どんな願い事も恥ずかしくはないわな。
そこの助手、人の望みを笑うとは品性が知れるぞ。
マユシーの願い事はね、美味しいものをお腹いっぱい食べることと、ウーパグッズでラボを埋め尽くすことと、ルカ君にコスを着てもらうこと。
マユリには聞いていない。
マユシーのお願いをショタインザゲートに後押ししてほしいよ。
Shota, an exceptionally cute boy or young man. Such characters are primarily designed to appeal to a female demographic.
ショタインザゲートってその間違い方神レベルだろう。なんかそこはかとなくインモラルな香りが。
We all ignore Daru. Lukaku puts his hands to his mouth and casts his eyes downward. The same gesture as a female junior confessing her love to a male senior underneath a cherry tree. Cuteness overload must resist.
女の子になりたいです。
はい。
Kurisu is the first to react. Her expression is one of utter confusion. Well, that's only natural. Not even I expected that, so I accidentally swallowed my laughter.
自分の顔あんまり好きじゃなか
so he has no confidence in himself. He's prettier than any girl here, and yet he has no confidence. I'm well aware of the reason for this. It's because he's a guy.
待て、ちょっと待って。
Kurisu starts rubbing her temples.
彼女は何を言ってるの？
我が助手よ。いや、クリスティーナよ。
助手でもクリスティーナでもないと言っとろうが。
お前は決定的な間違いを犯している。
間違い？
わからないか、クリスティーナ。わからないだろうな。それはお前の目が邪念で曇っているからに他ならない。
どういうことよ。
ならば教えよう。お前はここにいるルカ子のことを痛い毛で気弱そうな女の子と言ったが、こいつは女の子ではない、男だ。
何の冗談だそれ。
冗談も何もアカシックレコードにも明記してある揺らぐことなき真実だ。
Akashic Records, the database in which every event in the whole universe, from past to future, is recorded, the memory of humanity's collective consciousness, not in vinyl. Kurisu looks at Daru and Mayuri as if seeking help, but they nod with a knowing look in their eyes. As for Lukaku himself, he's just hanging his head in shame.
これは釣られてもいいネタ？
え？
え？
Kurisu suddenly turns away as if to avoid my gaze. Then she walks up to Lukaku.
漆原さん、岡部の言ってることは本当なの？
はい僕男です。
嘘だ。こんな可愛い子が男の子のはずが。
いや逆、それを言うならこんな可愛い子が女の子のはずがないだし。
そういう意味で言ったんじゃなくて。
Does that mean Kurisu knows the meaning of the phrase, someone this cute can't be a girl? So she is an at-channer.
ルカ子よ、ありのままのお前でいればいいのだ。俺たちは男だろうが女だろうがお前を否定しない。同時にお前の望みもまた俺たちは否定しない。
いちいち俺たちって言い直さなくてもよくね？
Kurisu, unable to calm down after learning the truth, starts touching her own face and checking her hair in her pocket mirror.
あたふたしているな、クリスティーナ。自分よりずっと女の子らしい男がいたことがそれほどショックか？
認めるわ。私は彼女、じゃなくて彼に比べれば乱暴な言葉遣いだし、態度も悪いし、可愛げもない。これってショックで3日は寝込むレベルよ。
Looks like she's seriously depressed.
クリスちゃんも可愛いよ。
フォローはいらない。ますます惨めになるから。
己の欠点を顧みることができる人間はいずれ強くなる。クリスティーナよ、お前もいずれ立派な女性になれるだろう。今はまだ若いだけだ。
あんたに説教される言われはないぞ。
前言撤回だ。己の欠点すら顧みようとしないとは器の小さいやつめ。
うるさい。あんたが言うな。
なこと言ったせいで。
Lukaku bows his head for some reason. His eyes are red and puffy. With such a cute boy, on the verge of tears, Karisu and I have no choice but to stop arguing.
さて、僕の愛用のデジカメはと。
おもむろに撮影会の準備を始めるな、変態。
先生、ローアングラーになりたいです。
But still, it was just a whim to ask for Lukaku's wish. I hardly expected this to happen. So that's how Lukaku thinks of himself.
しかしルカ子よ、その望み、どこまで本気なのだ？
If he's truly desperate, then having a sex change operation is probably the best way to go. Judging by his current looks, Lukaku could become the star of Tokyo's LGBT community. No, screw that. He could even become a TV personality.
例えば夜眠りについて朝目覚めたら女の子になっていたみたいな、そういうのが憧れなんです。夢見すぎですよね。
Stop it with those puppy dog eyes. Are you that chihuahua from a certain popular commercial?
ルカ君、かわいいね。そうキュート。
Looks like Kurisu's been struck by Lukaku's cuteness too. The skimpy costume he's wearing isn't helping. It's like dunking your brain in a vat of pure melon. Then you die. The scary part is that afterwards, you feel an irresistible urge to grant Lukaku's every wish. But as Lukaku said, it's going to be hard to find a nice, clean solution to his problem. And then Kurisu clears her throat.
そういえば聞いたことがあるんだけど。
解説セリフ来たこれ。
お肉をたくさん食べれば男の子を、野菜をたくさん食べれば女の子を産むことができるっていう俗説があるらしい。
ソースは民名消防。
Minmei Shobo, a fictional publishing house from a certain manga. In this manga, Minmei Shobo publishes books on martial arts. On the internet, quoting Minmei Shobo is a way to jokingly make statements seem factual.
インターネットで見た。
そういう返しをするとは、お主やるな。
何のこと？
Anyway, it sounds like an old wives' tale.
知らなかった。じゃあマユシーのママもクリスちゃんのママもたくさんお野菜食べたんだね。
Only Mayuri's impressed.
マユシーはジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンばっかり食べてるから、将来子供を産むときは男の子なのかな。ねえねえ、バナナはお野菜に含まれると思う？
Mayuri is full of questions. I'll leave her to them.
それなら狩猟で暮らしていた原始人たちはどうなるのだ。彼らはおのずと男ばかり産むことになり、男女比のバランスが偏ってしまうではないか。そうなれば人類がここまで繁栄できていたかも怪しい。
別にそれが正しいって言ってるわけじゃない。なんとなく思い出しただけよ。いちいち噛みつかないで。
俺は噛みついてなどいない。クリスティーナ、その説検証してみる気はないか？
どういうこと？
思い出せ。俺たちの手には電話レンジカッコ仮があるではないか。
電話レンジちゃん、チーンってしたら男の子か女の子かわかるの？
No way in hell.
いや、あ、そっか。
Looks like Kurisu's got it. They don't call her a genius for nothing.
漆原さんのお母さんが妊娠中の時期へ D メールを送るのね。
いかに野菜をもっとたくさん食べろという内容でな。
Lukako, who doesn't know what emails are, and Mayuri, who's just a little dumb, tilt their heads in confusion at the same time.
やってみる価値はあると思わないか。
それは
今さら偽善で取り繕ろうとするなよクリスティーナ。俺は知っているぞ。お前がマッドサイエンティストの素質を持つ実験大好きっ子だということ。
誰が実験大好きっ子だ。
違うのか。
違わないけれども。
That settles it.
ちょい待ち。それでもし実験が成功したらどうするん？
どうするとは。
だってルカシの性別がマジで変わっちゃうってことじゃん。
それがルカ子の望みだろ。
いやそうだけど、もし性別が変わったらルカシが生きてきた16年間の歴史が改変されるんじゃねってこと。それについて誰が責任取る？
それは
責任は僕が。
Lukako raises his hand timidly.
マジで言ってる？
よくわからないんですけど、その方法を使えば女の子になれるかもしれないんですよね。だったら試してみたいです。どうかお願いします、師匠。
He bows his head to me.
マユリ、お前の意見。
ルカ君が女の子になっちゃったらね、今度からはルカちゃんって呼ばないとダメだね。ルカちゃんはマユシンのコス着てくれる？それとこれとは話が。
At any rate, it doesn't look like Mayuri has any objections.
決まりだな。ならばルカ子よ、お前をラボメンナンバー006に命じる。電話レンジカッコ仮は我がラボの最重要機密事項だ。それを使う以上、お前はラボメンとならなければならない。
僕、このラボのメンバーにずっとなりたいって思っていたんです。そうだったの？言ってくれればよかったのに。言い出す勇気がなくて。それに僕、さっきも言ったんですけど、機械のことさっぱりわからないですし。そんなこと気にしなくていいんだよ。だってね、マユシンもさっぱりだもん。
That's not something to be proud of, Mayuri.
ではルカ子は今この時よりラボメンとなる。異論のある者はいないな。
はーい。
Kurisu raises her hand.
私ラボメンナンバー004を返上したいので、代わりに漆原さんを004にしてあげて。は
却下だ。他には。
あ、
Mayuri and Daru ask, what happened to 5, but I ignored them. Moeka will always be 5 in my heart. No other objections emerge. All members are in favor.
ではルカ子はラボメンナンバー006となる。以後ラボに忠誠を誓い、ラボの発展のために全力を尽くせ。
はい。とっても嬉しいです。
さて、ということで早速実験を。
Wait. I suddenly realized something that makes me smack my forehead in dismay.
始まった。ルカ子は今16歳だったな。
はい。
つまり1993年生まれ。
そうだよ。マユシーと同い年なのです。それがどうしたの？
In order to tell Lukaku's mother to eat a lot of vegetables, we need to send a email to 10 months before Lukaku was born, meaning we have to send it to 1992.
携帯が日本で普及し始めたのはいつだ？
Looks like Kurisu and Daru figured it out. Daru goes to Google it.
96年ぐらいっぽい。メール機能が実装されるのはさらに遅いかも。
つまりルカ子の生まれた年の時点では携帯は一般化されてないということ。ルカ子の母親も持っていない可能性がある。もしそうならメールを受け取ってもらう手段が存在しないではないか。
ああ、そっか。ダメなんですか？
Lukaku's face darkens. I fold my arms in thought. Some way to receive the email in an era when cell phones weren't yet widespread.
こうなったら毒電波を飛ばせるよう改造するとか。
何よ毒電波って。
ちょっとヤバい人たちだけがユンユンと受信できるんだ。電波っつうか、電波？特に春先によく見られる。
毒されてるのはあんたの脳みそだろ。
いいよ、もっと罵ってくれて OK だよ。
だったら手紙をタイムカプセルに入れて埋めるっていうのは？
それじゃあ過去じゃなくて未来に行っちゃうわ。
そっか。
こうなったらあれだ。ルカ氏が雷に打たれるとか、それで性別転換。古臭いコミックとかアニメで手垢がついてそうだけど。
D メールを使わなきゃ実験の意味ないでしょ。脱線しないで。
じゃあクリスちゃんのナイスアイデアにマヨシーは期待です。
私はそうね。高速を2乗倍ほど上回るロケットを開発すればあまりの速さに時間が逆行してとか。
自分だって電話レンジのこと念頭に置いてないじゃんか。
しかもこの天才少女ね、今自ら相対性理論を否定したぞ。
単なる冗談でしょ。本気にしないで。
まったくどいつもこいつも使えないな。
だったら自称 IQ170 の灰色の脳細胞狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法王院さん、代案をどうぞ。
頭の片隅でひらめきつつあるよ。
ひらめけの精神だな。
This sensation, yes, my natural mad scientist inspiration is about to explode.
思いついた。
All eyes focus on me. With a broad grin, I proclaim.
携帯がなければポケベルに送ればいいじゃない。
Pager, pocket bell, an early method of receiving wireless messages. Service in Japan started around 1968. After support for text data was added in the 1990s, pagers grew in popularity among high school girls. However, pagers were soon replaced by cellular phones. Pager service was terminated in 2007. About 22 hours have passed since I made my mind-blowingly awesome proclamation.
こんにちは。
Luca enters the lab shyly, just as he did yesterday. He gives me a bashful smile when our eyes meet.
お母さん、ポケベルを持ってました。ああ、よかったね、ルカ君。
これで前に進めるわね。
ルカシ女の子バージョンか。燃えるの確定。
Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru are already on standby. Sending a D-mail to a pager. Yesterday we argued about whether it's even possible. Eventually we settled on probably. Data is data, after all. The rest depends on the pager radio wave stations 8 years ago, but it should be fine as long as our data gets through safely. We already Googled how to send data to a pager. For the pagers back then, you would first enter the other person's pager number. Then, if in the Kanto region, enter *2*2. After that, you would enter the numbers to send. That's how it worked, apparently. Pagers in 1992 could still only send numbers. Phone number display functions were also yet to be implemented, so your number was hidden from the other person by default. A few years after that, pagers started to implement Japanese character displays, enabling functionality similar to that of email. Therefore, the D-mail Lukaku is about to send, it's technically not a mail though, has to be sent in numerical form. Naturally, I have a conversion table for that on hand. You can find information even from 18 years ago if you just Google it. I was pretty worried by the lack of information on pagers at first, but that's my little secret.
漆原さん、あとは過去のお母さんに向けての文章をあなた自身で考えて。
僕がですか？
自分の夢を叶えたいなら自分自身で道を切り開くんだ。俺たちがしていられるのはその強払い程度のことだけだ。
わかりました。
We explained to Lukaku the function of the phone wave, name subject to change. The numbers we're sending are 1-byte characters, so we can send 36 of them. The pager's number to letter conversion system uses 2 numbers to correspond to 1 Japanese character. Furthermore, since you first need to input *2*2, that means you can only send 16 hiragana characters. Lukaku, understanding everything, takes out a notebook to begin writing graphs for the pager message. I saw Lukaku the site I found. It reads pager number and letter conversion. Pager typing is commonly known as two-touch typing or pager input. It's somewhat different from cell phone input. You choose the consonant and then input the vowel. The consonants are A, K, S, T, N, H, M, Y, R, W. The vowels are A, I, U, E, O. Basically, to input key, you press 2 to input the consonant K, then you press 4 for the vowel E.
結構めんどいな。僕はてっきり 831831831って打てばいいんだとばかり思っていたよ。
どうして831なの？
831で野菜じゃん上皇。野菜ってのをルカシのお母様の頭にすり込めばいいのかと。
そんなメッセージではいたずら扱いされるだけだ。
だったら29292929っていうのは？
一応聞いてやるが、どういう意味だ？
肉
肉好きにさせてどうする？
Oh no, he escaped. If we don't find him and kill him, misfortune will fall upon Akiba. His name is the end of tutorial. He's small and nimble and he cries choo choo. Come here quick, bears need your help. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Doop. Oh, okay. Derp. This one. A rat? What kind of cat girl is afraid of rats? You disappoint me, fairest Nyan.
違うよ。それだけ肉って連呼されたらね、逆にお肉見るのも嫌になって野菜を食べようって気になるかもしれないよ。
あるわねえよ。
Lukaku completes his composition while we speak our nonsense.
こういう内容でどうでしょうか。母さん野菜をたくさん食べてね。
そのまますぎじゃね？
冒頭の母さんは不要だろう。余計な疑念を抱かせるだけだ。
じゃあ野菜をたくさん食べると女の子を産めます。
ひねりすぎるのもね。それに文字数オーバーしてるわよ。
野菜食べると元気な子を産める。
ちょい待ち。この変換表によると濁点も数字2個で表現しないとダメっぽい。その文章だと半角4文字オーバーする。
ならば少し改変だ。野菜食うと元気な子を埋めるでどうだ？
言い方が下品じゃない？相手は漆原さんのお母さんでしょ。食うとの部分通じるかな？
ならば代案を出してもらおうか。
Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and says no more. Then it's settled.
じゃあ早速打ってみようよ。
When sending to a pager, the number encoded message is handled like a telephone number, so we enter the input into the X68000. The long, random-looking string of numbers is complete.
Yosh, 準備万端 OK だ。
Now we just activate the phone wave, name subject to change, and have Lukaku call. The microwave timer is set to 154,152 seconds. It should arrive around January 1st, 1993. The margin of error is around 1 to 3 days,
Stream
I guess.
elements.
Beep, your
Said,
calculations a
"Stay
pain,
moist, my
so
friends,
I
hydrate."
ignored it. Lukaku's slender fingers start to tremble on top of the enter button.
いいか、起動するぞ。
Lukaku looks at me with tears in his eyes, then nods faintly. The discharge phenomenon soon occurs. Lukaku flinches and takes a step back, but then I see determination flare in his eyes. He sets his jaw and pushes the enter button. A wave of dizziness hits me again. I place a hand on the table to support myself. The dizziness slowly fades. Little by little, color returns to the world. Reading Steiner activated again. Did the world line change? I look around the room. Unlike what happened with Moeka, Lukaku's still here. He blushes when he notices my stare.
岡部さん、そんなに見ないでください。
I fold my arms and tilt my head. Lukaku's appearance hasn't changed a bit. I'm paying particular attention to his chest, and his chest, and his chest. As a guy, it's natural for him to have no breasts. But if he's a girl now, then that's a different story. That washboard isn't tiny breast level. It's no breast level.
これは失敗か。
So the eat lots of vegetables to give birth to a girl thing Kurisu talked about was nothing but fringe science. What kind of scientist believes in such a flimsy theory anyway?
失敗って何が？
Everyone, including Lukaku, looks at me in confusion.
何言って、お前たち揃いも揃ってボケているのか？たった今この電話レンジカッコ仮で。
I slap a hand over my mouth as soon as I start talking. That was careless of me. As our previous experiments proved, the activation of Steiner means that the world line has changed, and I'm the only one who carries his memories through the change. Nobody else here knows what we did.
いや、なんでもない。
Afterwards, Mayuri and Lukaku happily go out shopping for lunch at a neighborhood convenience store.
クリスティーナよ、一つ聞きたいのだが、ルカ子は。
今度はどんな変態的行為を考えてるんだ。あんたたち変態コンビは油断も隙もないな。
変態コンビじゃねえ。僕たちは変態紳士コンビだ。
どうでもいい。ほんとどうでもいい。
Damn, I can't even ask now. It's really annoying that no one remembers. I don't want to think about how Kurisu might react if I suddenly ask, is Lukaku a girl? I should wait until I can get Lukaku alone and check then. But considering how his appearance hasn't changed at all, it's very likely that the sex change failed. In that case, what did Lukaku's email change? It's just like the Moeka experiment. The result is different from what we expected. The real problem is that we have no control. After I leave the lab, I head to May Queen plus Nyan Square to think. Daru sits in front of me, waiting impatiently for Ferris to bring our order.
ダルよ、D メールについてどう思う？
すごいような、すごくないような。
すごくないと思った理由は？
フェイリスタンとのライネット勝負の結果を改変できなかったお。
Now that's a selfish reason.
何度かの実験で分かったが、D メールの精度は まだ信頼できるレベルには達していない。運の要素が絡んでくるのは装置としては欠陥だ。もっと送り手側がコントロールできるようにならなければ、実用性が低いままのガラクタに終わる。
For starters, there's the problem of how I'm the only one who can recognize the changes. Without my special power, we wouldn't even be able to check the results of the experiment. Ridiculous.
確かに結果出てないよな。ロト6当てるって件はどうなったん？
保留中だ。
Although it was Lukaku's mistake that cost us the prize, he wouldn't have been in a position to make that mistake if I hadn't asked him to buy the ticket in my stead. Why did I do that? It's as if Steins guided the money away from my grasp. No, I need to think positive.
この法院京馬ともあろう男がこんなところでつまずいていられるものか。俺は諦めたりはしない。なぜなら俺がマッドサイエンティストだからだ。
言葉の意味はわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。
あの電話レンジカッコ仮でゆくゆくは人間を、それも過去ばかりでなく未来にも向けて送り出すことができるように改良する。改良してみせる。いや、改良しなくてはならないのだ。それがシュタインズゲートの選択なのだからな。
Ferris is standing right next to me. Where the hell did she come from?
おのれフェイリス、盗み聞きとは卑劣な。
何言ってるのにゃ。京馬の声が大きすぎて店中に響き渡ってたにゃ。
No. Once again, I leaked classified information concerning the future of mankind.
アイスコーヒーとアイスティーと猫まんまお待たせしましたにゃ。
Daru's order of cat food is one of this maid's cafe's specialties. It's not the usual miso over rice, but a stylish risotto instead. Ooh. It's one of Daru's favorites. It's actually pretty tasty. Ferris places the iced coffee in front of me.
ミルクとガムシロは入れますかにゃ。
断る。
そんな京馬には全部入れちゃうにゃ。脳には適度な糖分が必要にゃ。
Despite my refusal, Ferris pours all the milk and syrup into my glass.
にゃんにゃんにゃんにゃん。
Then, speaking some nonsense incantation, she mixes my iced coffee with the straw, and the whole time she stares straight into my eyes.
出た！これぞフェイリスタンの秘技。目を見て混ぜ混ぜだ。
Daru starts explaining in excitement.
普通ならドリンクをこぼさないようにするだけでも大変なはずなのに、フェイリスタンはそれを平然とやってのける。そこにしびれる、憧れる。この秘技によりフェイリスタンはメイクインにおける人気ナンバーワンメイドとして君臨しているのだ。
The iced coffee in the glass changes from black to brown. Damn, she's dragging me into her pace again. Next, Ferris performs the same secret technique on Daru.
フェイリスタン、ありがとうございます。美味しくいただきます。
He bows deeply, such a polite man. I take a sip of my iced coffee. Its bitterness and sweetness flow down my throat. When I look up, I see Ferris standing next to me, her silver tray in front of her waist.
なんだ、何か用事か。
続きを聞かせるにゃ。 今日またダルニャン面白そうなお話してたにゃ。タイムマシンがどうとかって。フェイリス、とっても聞きたいにゃ。
She gives me a babyish look with upturned eyes, but I firmly reject her.
極秘事項だ。部外者には明かせん。
さっき店中に響き渡るぐらい大声で話してたのはどこの誰にゃ。ダルニャー、フェイリスに教えてほしいにゃ。
She's targeting Daru now. Don't underestimate him, bears Naya. Daru is my most trustworthy right-hand man, the wizard-class super hacker. He won't be tricked into divulging classified information.
実はメールを過去に送れるっていうすげえマシンを作ったんだお。主に僕が。
And he's broken. Women are scary.
それってつまりタイムマシンってことにゃ。
そういうことになるかな。
タイムマシンを作ったなんてすっごいにゃ。フェイリスはダルニャンの頭の良さにキュンキュンしそうだにゃ。
マジで困ったな。
Dumbass, what's with that grin?
フェイリスはタイムマシンに乗って時間旅行するのが夢なのにゃ。
僕がいつか連れてってあげるよ。
ダル、安請け合いするな。
ところで昔から疑問だったんやけど、時間ってどんなものなのかにゃ。
何？
よく時間を川に例えて過去から未来に向かって流れてるとか言うにゃ。でも本当にそうなのかにゃ。もし川の流れだとして過去と未来に挟まれた現在はどこにあるのにゃ。それは点なのか線なのか、そもそもどこからどこまでが現在なのにゃ。
そういえば漠然とイメージはあるけど真面目に考えたことはないな。
現在は川の上に浮かぶ葉っぱだ。それは過去から未来へと流れに沿って動いていく。
そんじゃその葉っぱに全ての人間が乗ってるって考えればいいのかにゃ。死んだら葉っぱから落ちるってことになるのにゃ。
そういうことだろう。その葉っぱのある地点より川の上流は過去、下流が未来と定義できる。
ふにゃー。でもその葉っぱは人間にとっての現在にゃ。
というと？
人間が時間に単位を作って観測してるから葉っぱは現在だってわかるにゃ。けど例えば全宇宙すべての生き物が絶滅しちゃった世界だと現在を観測できる存在がいなくなっちゃうと思うのにゃ。その場合どこが現在になるのにゃ。
神様とか宇宙の意志とかが観測するんじゃね。
じゃあもしその神様が4次元的存在だとしたら過去にも未来にも自由に生きることになるにゃ。
4D, four-dimensional space-time is comprised of three spatial dimensions, plus the fourth dimension, time. Three-dimensional beings like humans can only move in the three spatial dimensions. A four-dimensional being would be able to move through time as easily as humans can move through air.
その神様の現在が基準になるならフェイリスたちの現在も過去方向に行ったり未来方向に行ったりしないとおかしいにゃ。
つまり現在は観測者の主観に委ねられると言いたいのか。
もしそうなら過去と未来も主観次第になっちゃうにゃ。もしタイムマシンでフェイリスが1週間前にタイムトラベルしたとしたら京馬やダルニャンの現在とフェイリスの現在は1週間ずれちゃうにゃ。
そういえばそうだな。
だとしたらそのズレは葉っぱだとどうやって表現するのにゃ？
Neither Daru nor I has an answer to that. Perhaps nobody has an answer, just like the collapse of causality thing that Kurisu mentioned. Does that mean that time machines and time travel are impossible after all? But CERN's jellified test subjects physically traveled as far back as 1921.
そもそも観測者の主観に委ねられるなら時計は関係なくなっちゃうのにゃ。楽しい時間は早く過ぎるし、辛い時は時間が過ぎるのが遅く感じるにゃ。つまり主観だと時間の流れは変動しちゃうにゃ。
そういえばさ、年を取るにつれて時間の流れって速くなってるような気がするよな。
ジャネの法則だな。
Janet's Law, a perspective on the passage of time proposed by psychologist Janet. For some reason, as one ages, time seems to pass by more quickly. For example, 1 year is 1/7 of a 7-year-old's life, but only 1/70th of a 70-year-old's life. By this reasoning, the subjective length of time is inversely proportional to age.
とまあ、フェイリスはたまにそんなことを考えてるのにゃ。だから安易に時間を川の流れに例えるのはちょっと違うような気がするのにゃ。
考えれば考えるほどこんがらがってきた罠。
The strict definition of time, similar to the question of where is the self, is one of humanity's eternal questions. Countless renowned scholars have left this question unanswered. There's no way amateurs like us can answer it. But there's one thing I can do.
<laughs> にゃにゃ。
案ずるな。俺たちが開発するタイムマシンはそういう哲学的であったり物理学的考察など関係なく時空跳躍を可能にしてしまうのだな。そうだよな、ダル。
そうそう、そういうこと。
にゃー、開き直っちゃったにゃ。でもダルニャンたちの作ったタイムマシン、フェイリスも使ってみたいにゃ。ダメかにゃ。
まあ僕の権限ならフェイリスさんにも使わせてあげなくもないよ。
本当かにゃ。約束だにゃ。
ダル、勝手なことをほざくな。
Varys springs up with joy and hugs Daru's rotund body. That's all it takes to make Daru look like he's died and gone to heaven. After killing some time at May Queen, I leave Daru and head back to the lab. The only person there is Mayuri. She's working on a costume.
マユリよ、今のお前の姿はまるで内職で夜鍋しているようだぞ。
夜鍋って何？夜にお鍋を食べるの？
Kids these days.
ちなみにね、マユシーはコスでお金は取らない主義なのです。
Seems like she understood the rest of what I said. It was just a joke anyway.
趣味は趣味のままがいいもん。それにね、自分の作ったコスを誰かに着てもらうだけで幸せなんだ。
将来は服飾デザイナーにでもなるのか？
Come to think of it, Mayuri has never talked about her future.
それは無理だよ。
だったら将来の夢は何だ？ちなみに俺は世界の支配構造を打ち崩すことだ。
マヨシーはとりあえずね、この ラボでのんびりやっていきたい
何？生涯ラボ面宣言か？その志の高さは買うが、このラボは採算度外視なのだ。飯は食っていけないぞ。
な。ねえねえオカリン、ラボメン6人になったね。こんなに増えるなんてね、マユシーは思ってもなかったよ。
That's a sudden change in topic, and for some reason, she's puffing her chest out in pride.
マユシーが人質になった甲斐があったかも。
いいな。断じていいなだ。我がラボに集った者たちは全員、この俺の策略によりまんまとラボ面にさせられた連中に過ぎないのだからな。
そういう言い方は良くないと思うな。それにね、マユシーはまんまとさせられてないよ。
あ、そうだったな。お前は自分からこのラボに来たのだった。
She joined the lab without my ever asking. When she appeared in the doorway and offered to join, I thought she was a goddess sent from heaven.
ねえオカリン、オカリンはこれからもマユシーのこと人質にしておいてくれる？
Is that a joke or a serious question? I can't tell.
お前は人質のままでいたいのか？
Mayuri drops the costume in her hand, and then she smiles shyly.
痛いかも。
なんというド M な娘だ。お前がそんなはしたない女だったとは思わなかったぞ。
だって人質でいればね、マユシーは寂しくないし、オカリンも寂しくないから。
そうか。
Sometimes Mayuri throws me off my game, but if that's her reason for staying at the lab, then I'm happy.
ああ、そろそろマユシーは帰るね。
Mayuri stands up and starts putting away her various sewing tools.
マヨリ、帰りがけに何か食っていくか。おごるぞ。
本当？どうしたの？
今日の俺は気分がいいのだ。
じゃあね、キッチン二郎がいいな。あそこのメンチカツはね、神なのです。
She'll get no argument from me.
任せるがいい。
わーい、オカリン大好き。マユシーはとっても幸せだよ。
Well, at least she's easy to please. Mayuri and I head for Kitchen Jiro. After that, I'll see her safely to the station. I spend the next morning doing laundry at the nearby laundromat. When I return to the lab just past noon, Dauri, Mayuri, and Kurisu are all assembled. There's a lot I don't know about myself. Why does Ferris have cat ears when other people have people ears? Why can Ferris only speak in Nyan Nyanian? Where is my home, the Chinchilla Star? I want to know the truth. That's why I have to go to where all the answers can be found. Quit talking like that. It's annoying.
「土曜日なのにご苦労。研究熱心なラボメンばかりで頼もしい限りだ。
そうよね。
Kurisu sighs deeply.
夏真っ盛りのこの時期にバカンスにも行かずにこんな暑苦しい場所で変態どもと話してるなんて。どこで選択を誤ったんだろう。
She's really giving us a verbal beatdown.
涙を拭け。友達が一人もいない実験大好きっ子よ。
泣いたらんわ。だいたいメールで呼びつけたのはあんただろ。
いかにも俺だ。だが律儀にそれに従い、こうして時間通りにラボへ来たのはお前の意志だ。
クリスちゃんはね、本当はとっても素直で真面目な女の子なんだってマユシーは思うな。
Mayuri smiles as she eats some nuggets from McD's, a fast food hamburger chain boasting top market share based in America.
そんなクリスちゃんがね、マユシーはとっても愛おしいのです。
ナゲット食べながらいきなり何言い出すのよこの子。
Don't let it bother you. That's just Mayuri's nature. I've been with her a long time, so I'm used to it.
ユリフラグですね。わかります。
A metafiction term refers to common methods of foreshadowing particular events. A death flag, for example, suggests that a character will die shortly. Death flags and romance flags are the most frequent.
わからんでよろしい。
はい、クリスちゃんにナゲット1個あげるね。
ありがとう。
While listening to their heartwarming banter, I go to put my laundry on the table. However,
そんなところに置くなよ。汚いな。
洗濯済みだ。
知るか。年頃の女子がいる前にパンツを含む洗濯物を堂々と置くのはデリカシーなさすぎだろって言ってんの。
俺のパンツが気になってしょうがないのならばそう言え。
気になってなんかないわよ。
2人ともパンツパンツ言うの禁止。マユシーは食事中なんだよ。
そうは言いつつも口にナゲットを運ぶ手は止めないのな。
俺の話の腰を折るな。
I ended up putting my laundry in the changing room.
昨日ダルには話したが、これまでの一連の実験の結果を受けて気づいたことがある。 D メールには不確定要素が強すぎるということだ。結果に対する確実な保証がない。
しょうがないんじゃない。受け取った側がどういう対応をするかに結果が委ねられているんだから。逆に言えば相手の性格、性質を分析し誘導させることだって可能かもしれないし、そういう心理学的な要素を考えるのはどこぞの法王院パンツさんには無理かもしれないけど。
マキセ氏さ、パンツって言いたいだけちゃうんかと。
パンツはともかくとして D メールにまだ博打のような感覚があるのは確実。
I need a more reliable time machine before I can expose CERN and the organization and plunge the world into chaos.
そこで今回諸君に集まってもらったのは他でもない。本日の円卓会議の議題は、
またいつの間にか円卓会議にされてるし。
そんなに円卓会議やりたいならせめて円卓を買ってきなさいよ。
違うよクリスちゃん。この前オカリンが言ってたけど、円卓はみんなの心の中にあるんだって。
りさんって本当に純真な子なのね。でも岡部の言うことはあんまり真に受けない方がいい。
そうなの？
円卓の定義など今はどうでもいいのだ。それよりも議題は D メールではなく、セルンと同じように物理的タイムトラベルを行う方法を模索したいという件についてだ。
バカ言わないで。
That was fast. And she's glaring at me even harder than she was during the whole underwear thing.
セルンがあれだけの大規模な装置を使ってすでに9年もかけてるのに、まだ成功すらしてないんだぞ。私たちにどうにかできるわけないじゃない。
ゲルオカリンになっちゃうね。
ゲロカエルン的な？つうかあれ、なんで流行ったんだろうな。
Garo Froggy, Garo Karen, a series of plush straps featuring an ugly yet cute frog character, which became a fad among high school girls in Shibuya a year ago. After the Shibuya earthquake, the series was cancelled and their popularity faded rapidly.
いや、笑い事じゃなく。
諦めるには早すぎるのではないか。我らはすでに D メールという人類史上初の快挙を達成したではないか。
だから史上初じゃないって、セルンの方が先じゃね？
人類史上初の時空を超えるメール。それを成し遂げた俺たちに不可能という文字はない。
根拠のない自信ね。そもそも D メールが使えるようになったのだって単なる偶然じゃない。未だにリフターに代替しているものが何なのかすら解明できていない。
それが解明できればいいのだろう。
全然ダメ。セルンですら解決できていない問題にはどう対処する？局所場指定ができないんじゃどこに飛ぶかわからない。
何もない宇宙のど真ん中に飛ばされるのはごめんだお。
That is a problem. If you can't control where you'll end up, your time machine is worthless.
いや、ちょっと待て。D メールは局所場指定をしていないぞ。にもかかわらず、きちんと指定先に届いている。これはどう説明する？
言われてみれば。
メルアド指定してるからちゃんと届いてるんじゃね？
そうなのかな。携帯の電波なんて何千万キロも離れた場所から捕捉できるとは思えないけど。
電波が届かないところにいますってなるんじゃないかなってマユシーは思います。
I stare at my phone.
あるいは携帯電話はブラックホールとホワイトホールを兼ねているのかもしれん。
White hole, the reverse of a black hole. While nothing can escape a black hole, everything is ejected from a white hole. The existence of white holes is hinted at theoretically, but actual proof is impossible. They have never been observed.
憶測で物を言うべきじゃない。そんなの根拠ゼロよ。
ワームホールができている可能性は？
未だかつてワームホールの実在が確認されたことはない。
I groan. Kurisu and Daru fall silent. The problem has them stumped too. Mayuri is the only one smiling. She probably doesn't understand, and is just smiling because she feels like it.
いずれにせよ、厳然たる事実として D メールは過去に届いている。それがセルンに対して俺たちがリードしている点だ。タイムトラベルについても D メールを応用すれば実現の可能性はあるのではないか。
でもさ、D メールじゃ36バイトプラスアルファのデータ量しか送れないじゃん。
I
それじゃあ D メールじゃないと 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 D メール 人間を丸々物理転送させるなんてマジ無理。
It's the same problem that CERN is having, and the reason their subjects turn into jellymen.
ゲルオカリンになりたければ止めないわよ。
Recalling the fate of CERN's researchers makes my skin crawl. Curved black holes, ring singularities, super gravitational space-time distortions. If you can adjust the lifter's volume of electron injection, you might be able to make the ring singularities naked. But even CERN is having a hard time controlling the lifter. Even if we do figure out what's functioning as the lifter in our time machine, I doubt we'll be able to solve the problem easily. Meaning that at present, we can only send a mere 36 bytes of data. I wonder how much data there is in a human body. I bet it's more than an exabyte. 10 to the 18th power. Prefixes are kilo, mega, giga, tera, peta, exa, in order of increasing magnitude. 1 exa equals 1 quintillion.
物理的転送なんて考えない方が身のためね。データだけのタイムトラベルだけでもすごいことなんだから、それで我慢すべき。
Sending data through time is enough.
世の真理を探求する科学者とは思えない後ろ向きな発言だな。
身の丈に合ったことを考えろって言っている。真理を探求するならしかるべき頭脳と設備とお金を揃えないと。少なくともセルン並みにはね。こんな貧乏サークルじゃ志だけ高くても何もできない。前から思ってたけど、電話レンジはちゃんとした研究機関に持ち込んで専門家に委ねるべきよ。セルンがタイムマシンの研究を極秘にしてるなら、私たちはきちんと公表して人類の未来のために役立てなきゃ。
もし公表すれば機関のやつらに俺の存在を気づかれる。
あのね、こっちは真面目に話してるんだぞ。冗談言ってる場合じゃ。
それに俺たちはセルンをハッキングした身だ。奴らは人体実験までしている非常な連中。その背後には国家の枠組みさえ超えた強大な権力も見え隠れする。もし電話レンジカッコ仮を公表すれば、俺たちは消されるかもしれん。
映画の見過ぎじゃない。
300人委員会という名前が実際にセルンの資料にあった。
そうだけど。
Kurisu's tone weakens.
なんだかマユシエは怖いよ。
ハッキングがバレたらガチで僕たち消されそうだよね。バレるようなヘマはしてないけど。
それにこれが何よりも問題なのだが。
I lower my voice and look hard at each one of them in turn.
公表してしまったらもう好き勝手に D メールが送れなくなるではないか。
あんたね。
この夢の装置をそう簡単に手放すものか。俺は法王院キョーマ、時空を支配する狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。望むのはそう、混沌。
ダメだこいつ。早くなんとかしないと。
This guy's hopeless. Dame da koisu hayaku nantoka shinaito. A quotation from a popular manga about death notes, spoken by the protagonist in reference to his female accomplice. Original quote: This girl's hopeless. I'd better do something quick. Used to express exasperation.
え？
Everybody freezes.
クリスティーナ、お前、アットチャンネル。
うるさい。それ以上言うな。そんなわけないから。
You're not fooling anybody, sweetheart. You are not fooling anybody. Kurisu gives me her sharpest glare yet. Her eyes are so cold, my spine turns to ice. I nod and swallow what I was going to say.
そういえばダルよ。セルンへのハッキングはその後、さらに進んだか？
He did say it would take time to learn how to use the IBM 5100, but I know he's been coming to the lab every day to work on it. His monitor is always displaying some kind of program, and his fingers are always busy on the keyboard.
ああ、今はセルンの膨大な資料を漁ってるとこ。翻訳しながら全部読むのに何年かかるやら。一応重要そうなところはマキセ氏に渡しておいたけど、まあ基本的には僕にはもうやれることはないよ。セルンは今や僕の思いのまま。
お前が味方でよかったとつくづく思うよ。
If only you weren't so weak to seduction.
それでクリスティーナ、翻訳状況について報告を。
そのいちいち芝居がかった喋り方、どうにかならない？なんか軽くイラッとくるのよね。
Mayuri takes a cute idol-like pose and smiles for some reason.
クリスちゃん、オカリンの幼馴染として教えてあげると、オカリンの喋り方はね、そのうち慣れちゃうよ。
そのうちっていうのが10年後じゃないことを祈るわ。
お前、この俺と10年来の付き合いをしたいというのか？それはつまりこのラボに骨を埋めるという意味。
皮肉よ、皮肉。
そうか。ではさっさと報告しろ、クリスティーナ。でなければお前のことをネラーと呼ぶ。違うっ
つってんでしょ。
She glares at me again. My blood goes cold.
一応時間を見て翻訳は進めてるけど、今のところタイムマシンに関する目新しい情報はなし。やっぱりセルンも問題の解決策を見つけようと四苦八苦してる。
Maybe they'll have to wait another 24 years, like Titor said.
ダル、他に成果は？
成果じゃないけど、今セルンは実験の真っ最中みたいでさ、ちょうど LHC がフル稼働してんだよね。そこに割り込んでこっそり使わせてもらえないかなって模索中。
嘘。
Kurisu stunned. Honestly, so am I.
それってすごいの？
すごいどころじゃない。とんでもないことやらかそうとしてるわね。スーパーハッカー、恐ろしい子。
What a monster. Oso Roshiko. A quotation from a classic manga about glass masks, used to express amazement at someone's incredible skills. Oso Roshiko.
おい、クリスティーナ。お前わざとだろ。
何のこと？
She's an at Chandler, no doubt about it.
でもまあそれができるようになったところで使い道なんてないだろうけどな。
作戦は順調だな。第3段階にはいつ入れる？
第3段階って何ぞ？
セルンがひた隠しにしている禁断の領域。そこに隠された闇を暴くことに決まっている。
日本語で OK。
IBN5100 で構築されたデータベースがあっただろう。そこへのハッキングにはもう着手したのかと聞いているのだ。
Daru frowns.
ああ、それは無理って言ったじゃん。
IBN5100 さえあればなんとかなるんだろう。
なる。でも逆に言えば、だからこそ手も足も出ないわけで。
Again, this feeling of disconnect. The conversation isn't making sense.
IBN5100 は俺が手に入れてきただろう。まだ触ってもいないのか。
え？手に入れてきた？いつ？
Puzzled, I look at Kurisu and Mayuri. Mayuri looks confused like always. Kurisu meets my eyes and shrugs her shoulders.
私も聞いてないわよ。手に入れたなんて話は。
バカな。
That just can't be. I dash into the development room. The IBN 5100 I borrowed from Yanabayashi's shrine should be on the shelf inside. It's in a cardboard box, and it weighs 25 kilos. That's not too heavy for a single person to carry. But when I go to look,
No.
maybe if you have noodle arms you can't carry that, but that's not too heavy. It's no longer where I left it.
IBN5100 ここに置いてあったのにどこに消えた。
Everyone looks at me in surprise.
何を鳩が豆鉄砲食らったみたいな顔している。柳林神社に奉納されていた伝説のレトロ PC だ。お前たちもよく知っているだろう。
そんなの知らないよ。
柳林神社に奉納ってそんなアホな。
幻覚でも見てたんじゃない？最近暑いから。
Despair drags me down like quicksand. We can't hack that database without the IBN 5100. Who stole it? The organization? CERN? CERN is a possibility. Maybe they noticed our hacking and stole the IBN 5100 from the lab. No, no, no. Even if they could steal the IBN 5100 from the lab, they can't steal my Yuri and Daru's memories of it. What happened? Kiryu, Moeka. Maybe I should check with her first. Could someone other than Moeka have stolen the IBN 5100? I considered the possibilities. The next name that comes to mind is...
まさかジョン・タイダーか。そうだ、タイダーの目的は IBN5100 を手に入れることだった。すでに俺は何度かコンタクトを取っている。しかしどうやって俺の個人情報を手に入れた。
While I'm trying to decide whether I should send the mail, Kurisu tells me to calm down. A high school girl is chiding me. She dares make a fool of Ho'o and Akuma. Irritated, I explain the purpose of the IBN 5100 and how I came to obtain one. During that time, I also send Moeka a mail for confirmation.
IBN5100 が消えたのはこれまでに過去を改変した誰かの影響かもね。
おお、俺の話を信じてくれるのだな。
でも私の主観ではこれまでに送った D メールは些細な内容ばかりよ。
最初に電話レンジちゃんがタイムマシーンだって気づくきっかけになったメールだよね。
オカリンは変態って内容で送ったよな。
あとは D メール実験で 私が岡部の携帯に何十通も送った。でもどれも中身のない文面ばかりだから、あれで過去を改変できるとは思えない。
僕も2通送ったお。フェイリスタンとの勝負に勝てる秘策を書いた。
それともう一つ、岡部が一番最初に偶然送った「私が死んでるうんぬん」ってメール。
だが俺の主観ではそれ以外にも何通か送られている。
ロト6の当たり番号を書いて送ったんだっけ。ルカちゃんがその番号を買ったけど結局当たらなかったやつ。
岡部以外は送ったところを誰も知らないけどね。
だがお前たちにもその後で見せたはずだぞ。俺の携帯に残っていた着信履歴を。
あれは惜しかったよね。
それぐらいじゃないか
いや、まだある。萌香とルカ子が D メールを送っている。
そうだった。でもそう主張しているのは岡部だけなのよね。私も橋田もまゆりさんも誰も知らない。
な。まゆしはなんだか頭がこんがらがってきちゃったのです。
だから言っているだろう。世界が改変される前と後で記憶を連続して持っていられるのは俺だけなのだと。
それであんたの主観ではその IBN5100 はいつ消えたの？ついさっきの話なの？確実にこのラボにあったのはいつまでの話？
それは。
I put my index finger to my forehead and searched my memories. IBN 5100. IBN 5100.
確か8月3日だ。記憶では8月3日までは確かにこのラボに存在していた
間違いないのね。
と思いたいが。
So many things have happened. My memories are a jumble. Let's go over the events which led to me obtaining the IBN 5100. I heard that Ferris was a retro PC maniac who knew about the IBN 5100. I learned that 9 years ago she donated her IBN 5100 to Yanabayashi's shrine. I asked Lukaku's dad for help, and he lent me the IBN 5100 just like that. Mission complete. At the very least, Ferris and Lukaku should remember what happened. I should give them a call. First up is Lukaku.
はい、岡部さん、こんにちは。おとといは恥ずかしいところ見られちゃって、忘れてください。
恥ずかしいところ？
コスプレを。
Oh, that? That was just Lukaku getting embarrassed for no reason.
それより IBN5100 について聞きたい。IBN5100 柳林神社に9年ほど前に預けられたレトロなパソコンのことだ。知っているな？
はい。
He remembers. Lukaku really remembers.
俺が少し前に神社に行って探し当てたんだよな。それでお前の親父さんに頼んで貸してもらった。間違いないよな？
そんなはずは。
違うのか？
僕の記憶ではそんなことはなかったような気がします。
What? Is this another effect of changing the past?
IBN5100 がその神社にあったのは事実なんだな。今もあるのか？
いえ、 わかりません。僕それほど詳しいことは。
今どこにいる？近くにお前の親父さんはいるか？
いません。
そうか、分かった。急に電話して悪かった。
はい、すみません。お役に立てなくて。
The IBM 5100 was at Yanabayashi's shrine. That's a fact. And Lukaku knew that. I need to check if it's still there or not. Could the IBM 5100 have returned to the shrine? Did that huge retro PC sprout legs and trot back? That's just silly. But gel bananas have teleported out of the microwave. Moeka also instantly moved from the lab to somewhere else. Considering that, it's entirely possible that the same thing happened to the IBM 5100. Maybe I should go check later. Next is Ferris. By the way, I haven't told Ferris my phone number. I'm afraid that if I talk to her on the phone, she'll drag me into her usual nonsense. So there's only one option.
マユリオ、フェイリスと連絡を取りたい。
Mayuri's eating an eclair. She must have stuck some in the fridge when I wasn't looking.
おかりんも食べる？おいしいよ。
Now that she mentions it, Kurisu and Daru are eating too.
まったくのんきな奴らだな。このラボで不可解なことが起きたというのに。
全て岡部の妄想って可能性もあるわけだし、慌てたってどうしようもない。
It's not just in my head. It's not.
フェリスちゃんに用事があるの？今日お店に出てるかな？
今日のフェイリスタンはバイト休みだお。
Well done, Daru. You know Ferris's schedule better than her co-worker. I award you the title of Ferris Stalker.
マイレは奴の携帯番号を知っているだろう。連絡を取ってみてくれ。
いいよ。
Mayuri takes out her phone and makes a call. After a short wait, Mayuri smiles.
フェリスちゃん、こんにちにゃんにゃん。まゆしーにゃん。
にゃん。
Oh, right. This is the first time Kurisu has heard Mayuri speak.
休みなのにごめんね。オカリンがフェリスちゃんとお話ししたいことがあるんだって。変わってもいいかな？オカリンはオカリンだよ。京馬って誰？
The hell are they talking about? By the way, Ferris is the only person who calls me by my true name. Oh, Owen, Kuma. I'm thankful for that, but she still drives me crazy.
とにかく変わるね。はい、オカリン。
I take Mayuri's phone. Ferris's face is displayed on the LCD. She's wearing cat ears even though it's her day off.
俺だ。おーい、今日も。
今日までフェイリスに用事なんて珍しいにゃ。
どうしても聞きたいことがあったのだ。お前は昔、柳林神社にレトロ PC を奉納した。
Stream
それに間
elements
違いはないか？
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
何？にゃんとはどういう意味にゃ？
crap, I started to talk like her. Kurisu burst out laughing. Looks like she heard.
間違いないやっていう意味や。 IBN5100 っていう名前だって知ったのはすごく最近やけど。
最近知ったとはどういう。
ダルニャンに教えてもらったのにゃ。
So that's it. At any rate, Ferris has confirmed that the IBN 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. So did the IBN 5100 disappear from the lab after I received it? No, Kurisu and the others lost their memories of me bringing it back to the lab, so I'm considering two possibilities. One, I went to the shrine but didn't acquire the IBN 5100. It's still at the shrine. 2. Before I went to the shrine, someone moved the IBN 5100 somewhere else. Looks like I'll have to go to the shrine after all.
レトロ PC がどうしたんや。
いや。
Ferris was a retro PC maniac, wasn't she? Let's just make sure.
IBN5100 について他に情報はないか。超レアな PC なんだ。お前はカリスマメイドとしてこの秋葉に強いネットワークを持っているだろう。それを使って今秋葉にある IBN5100 を探してもらいたい。
We only need to find one. It doesn't matter if it's the one I found at the shrine.
探してもいいけど条件があるの。
条件？
Is she trying to strike a deal? That's unexpected.
飛行。
じゃあこれからフェイリスのお家まで来てほしいのにゃ。
うちだ？お前のうちはどこだ？
I quickly prepare a memo pad and write down the address Ferris recites.
なんだ？お前秋葉に住んでいるのか？
That'll make things quick. Judging by the address, it should be right next to the station.
それじゃ待ってるにゃ。
I return Mayuri's phone and stand up from the couch. Let's stop by Yanabayashi Shrine and then head to Ferris's place.
で、
I look over my shoulder with a frown.
なぜお前たちまでついてくるんだ？
Mayuri and Daru are following me, even though I didn't ask them to come. Kurisu stayed back at the lab.
だってね、マユシーはフェリスちゃんのお家遊びに行ったことないんだもん。一度ね、行きたいなーって思ってたんだ。
つうかフェリスさんのプライベートとか凸せざるを得ないだろ上皇。
It might be a bad idea to take the fair stalker along. A really bad idea. Well, whatever. If Ferris has a problem with it, then we can send him away when we get there. Nothing else matters as long as I get Ferris to search for an IBM 5100. Of course, if the IBM 5100 is at Yanabayashi Shrine, then that won't even be necessary. I stop by the shrine, but Lukaku's not there. I guess he was out when he answered the phone earlier. I've got no other choice, so I go to the humble shrine office and press the intercom button. Luca's dad comes out. When I try asking him if the IBM 5100 was donated to the shrine, he answers it certainly was. But after he tries looking for it, he says he can't find it anywhere and he has no idea where it went. I ask if he lent me the IBM 5100 before, but that event is gone from his memory. What's going on here? While heading toward Ferris's place, I analyze the situation. The IBM 5100 has disappeared from the lab even though it was there just a few days ago. It has also disappeared from Yanabayashi's shrine. It's like some god is messing with me, moving it every time I get close. The D-mails definitely have something to do with this. I can only begin to imagine how the past has changed. At any rate, it looks like we'll have to rely on Ferris. The usual weekend crowd packs the front of Akiba Station. Girls dressed in maid outfits and school uniforms diligently distribute flyers to the passers-by. I appreciate their efforts in this god-awful heat. After a few melanin-boosting moments walking in the sun, I come to a sudden stop.
どうしたの？
I've caught sight of a woman squatting on the side of the road, hugging her knees and typing on her phone. That's got to be Lab Mem 5, Kiryu Moeka. Wait, is she still a Lab Mem? Mayuri and Daru don't remember her. Well, whatever.
なんという幸運。
There's something I need to ask her. I run up to Moeka.
おい、指圧師
I try getting her attention, but she's stuck in her own little world.
IBN、IBN、IBN。ない、ない、ない。どうしてないの？どうしてどこにも。この町に本当にあるの？もしかしてもう。
聞いているのか、シャイニングフィンガー。
どこかにあるはず。じゃないとおかしい。FB はあるって。
No reaction.
桐生萌か
Moeka stops muttering. She finally looks up. Actually, she just looks at my feet.
岡部君。
お前、ラボから IBN5100 を持ち出したか
Mayuri and Daru look askance at me, but I ignore them.
俺はお前の仕業とは思いたくない。仲間だからな。しかし、お前はあの PC に異常な執着を見せていた。どうだ？やったのかやってないのか。
IBN5100 見つけたの？
見つけたが、なくなった。
なくなった。
案ずることはない。やっていたとしても、お前を警察に突き出すような真似はしない。あれを返してさえもらえるならな。
The normally expressionless Moeka frowns in bewilderment.
知らないのか。
Moeka shakes her head faintly. Then she looks down and begins operating her phone at high speed. You're not making any sense. Please explain. Did you really find an IBN 5100? Where? She really doesn't know. If the IBN 5100 had been stolen from the lab, then Moeka would be my first suspect. But the IBN 5100 disappeared from Yanabayashi Shrine, not the lab. It can't have been Moeka's doing. So it was the D-mail. Or perhaps it was the work of CERN.
すまない。指圧しよ
I squat in front of Moeka and bow my head.
俺はラボ面であるお前を、仲間を疑ってしまった。最低な男だな。殴ってくれても構わない。だが、これだけは分かってくれ。俺は機関から命を狙われ続けた結果、誰も信じることができなくなってしまったんだ。
Why? Why did I have to be born with these gifts that others so covet?
俺は常に疑心暗鬼で、どれだけ仲間に囲まれていてもいつも孤独を感じている。滑稽だよな。
Just tell me about the
俺の
IBM
語りは完全する
5100.
か。
つうかオカリンさ、秋葉の路上で芝居始めるとかどんだけだよ。暑さにやられた。
So Moeka doesn't know I had an IBM 5100, and judging by her responses, she hasn't found one either. I feel like I'm getting further and further away from my goal.
前から思ってたんだけど、萌歌さんって綺麗な人だよね。スタイルも抜群だし、背も高いし、コスプレさせたら映えそうだな。
For a second, I doubt my ears. I approach Mayuri.
お前、マイカのことを知っているのか。
知ってるよ。
なぜ知っている。
I grab Mayuri by the shoulders and shake her. Her head bounces back and forth.
オカリンが連れてきたよ。
俺が誰のあの女のことを覚えているのか。
桐生氏なら前にラボで挨拶した罠。
After Moeka sent her email, Mayuri, Daru, and Kurisu behaved as if they had never met her before. But now both Mayuri and Daru know her. Does that mean Moeka's past was reconstructed again? Given the timing, it has to be Lukaku's email that did it. But all he did was tell his mother to eat a lot of vegetables. How can that be related to the lab memb's knowledge of Moeka? Is this another example of the butterfly effect? The cause doesn't match the effect at all.
ねえねえオカリン、それよりそろそろフェリスちゃんのお家に行かないとね。きっと待ちくたびれてるよ。
That's true. Let's think about the Moeka issue later. Right now, we should look for the address written on the memo pad.
時にマユリ、フェイリスの本名は何て言うの。
バッカ、オカリン何言ってんだ。フェイリスタンの本名はフェイリスニャンニャンショー。それ以上でも以下でもないじゃん。
現実逃避はよせ、ダル。フェイリスニャンニャンは所詮源氏なの。
うわ、最悪っすよ。なんで純真な男たちの夢を壊そうとするかな。
Quit grumbling. You just can't handle the truth.
でマユリ、どうなの。知らないの。
マユシーが教えちゃってもいいのかな。
特に口止めされているわけでもないんだろう。それにこれから自宅に行けばすぐにわかることだぞ。
あ、そっか、そうだよね。その代わりね、他の人には内緒だよ。例えばメイクインに来るご主人様たちとか。
I nod.
フェリスちゃんの本名は秋葉ルミホちゃんっていうんだ。
聞こえない。
Daru covers his ears and drowns the sound out.
秋葉か。
The same characters as in Akihabara. Appropriate. Our destination turns out to be the high-rise apartment building next to UPX.
すごい。
マジで
超高級マンションだと。
We stand there for a while, staring wide-eyed at the towering building before us. According to the address Ferris gave me, she lives on the top floor, all the way up there.
住所聞き間違えたか？
No, I wouldn't make such a stupid mistake.
まさかフェイリスは機関の手に落ちたのか？
I quickly scanned the area. No suspicious figures in sight.
怪しげな黒服連中に命じられるまま俺を組織の網の中へと呼び寄せ一網打尽にするつもりだな。
妄想を打つ。事実は小説より奇なり。それにあのフェイリスタンの素顔が実は金持ちのお嬢様だったとか。うわぁ、超燃える展開じゃね？
お前こそ妄想を打つだ。
とりあえず入ってみようよ。
When we call the top floor room via intercom, we're greeted by the voice of an elderly man. He lets us in immediately once I introduce myself as Ho-Owen Kuma. It feels like we're walking into a trap, but I can't turn back now. When we get off the elevator, the elderly man from the intercom is there to lead us inside. He turns out to be silver-haired gentleman in a tuxedo.
リアル執事さんだ。
He does indeed look like a stereotypical butler. He fits the bill so well, you wouldn't think he was anything else.
お嬢様、法院京馬様とそのお友達の皆様がお越しです。
The butler leads us into a room. Ferris is standing before a large window with a panoramic view of Akiba.
黒木、ありがとにゃ。
I've never seen her wearing anything other than the usual maid uniform, so it's refreshing to see her in her plain clothes. But why does she still have her cat ears on? I want to ask, I can't help but wonder, but I restrain myself. Even if I did ask, Ferris would just say something like, I was born with these.
にゃにゃ、マユシーとダルニャンも来たのかな。
Ferris's eyes twinkle when she sees Mayuri and Dalu behind me.
フェリスちゃん、こんにちにゃんにゃん。
無法フェイリスタンの私服姿とか可愛すぐる。
I silence the mouth-breathing Daru by introducing his ribs to my elbow.
マイリとダルは勝手についてきた。迷惑なようなら帰らせる。
構わないにゃん。みんな、ようこそいらっしゃいませにゃ。
というか、自宅でもその語尾は変わらないのか？
何のことかにゃ。
あくまでとぼける気か。秋葉ルミホ。
フェイリスはフェイリスにゃん。
Whatever.
しかしこの家は一体どういうことだ？秋葉の一等地の超高級マンションとは。
I look around the room again. The interior design and furnishings give a very refined impression. It's elegant without being ostentatious. Actually, it's kind of like a model home. If there's nothing to suggest that this room is lived in, no dirty clothes, no used dishware, not even a speck of dust. That butler, or maybe even some real maids. If there's a butler, there have to be maids, right? Must be constantly cleaning up. Speaking of the butler, he's disappeared. I didn't even notice him leave. He's clearly a master butler if he can move so quietly.
フェイリス、お前一体何者だ？
だからフェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。
Ferris says it so nonchalantly.
とぼけるな。ちゃんと説明しないなら帰らせてもらう。
なんという偉そうな態度。僕たちってフェイリスタンにお願いしに来た立場じゃなかった？
ふにゃー。じゃあもうちょっとだけ詳しく話すと、この辺の土地はもともとうちのものだったのにゃ。
はあ
？What did she just say? This land originally belonged to her family.
そっか、だからアキハさんなんだね。
Mayuri's exclamation connects the dots in my head.
アキハという姓、まさか秋葉原の代々の大地主の名だとでも言うのか？
Ferris nods with a proud expression. So she really is a rich girl character.
ちなみにフェイリスは秋葉の都市開発計画にも結構な発言力を持ってるにゃ。
Ferris wiggles her slender waist and makes a gesture like a cat washing its face.
秋葉の各ショップに萌え文化を積極的に導入するようお願いしたのは他ならぬフェイリスなのにゃ。うわー、すごい。フェイリスは子供の頃からそういう会議に出たりしてるのにゃ。
So basically, the chaotic changes in Akiba are all a result of this cat girl's whims. What a monster.
でも今の話は内緒にしといてほしいにゃ。
Ferris's expression suddenly darkens.
なぜだ？
知りたいのかにゃ。
Ferris approaches me with a bewitching expression.
それは
Ferris gently strokes my cheek with her cool, slender fingers. I feel myself falling under her spell. And then she grins.
フェイリスはフェイリスだからにゃ。
Damn you, cat girl. How dare you make a fool of me?
というわけでみんなにはこれまで通りフェイリスラブの大ファンとして接してほしいにゃ。
Daru starts fist pumping when he sees Ferris's cutesy act.
接します。全力で接します。
マユシーもね、エリスちゃんのファンだよ。エリスちゃんのメイドさん魂はとってもすごいんだもん。憧れちゃうよ。
Mayuri and Daru might have fallen for her charms, but not I.
俺はフェイリスラブなどではない。
I thrust my finger at Ferris.
あまり調子に乗らないでもらおうか、フェイリスニャンニャン。でなきゃこの高級マンション全体が血に染まることになるぞ。家にわざわざ呼びつけて自らのセレブっぷりを見せつけ、この俺との交渉において精神的優位に立とうとしたのだろうが無駄なこと。なぜなら俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法王院京馬だからだ。
いい理由になってね。
Perfect. Now Ferris will tremble in fear and beg for my forgiveness. Or so I thought, but instead she looks at me with gleaming eyes.
はにゃー。自分を貫き通す人って素敵にゃ
なんだと
That's my line. I wanted to threaten her, not seduce her. Is Ferris a masochist?
正直なこと言うと、あんまりフェイリスのこと話したくなかったにゃ。これまでいろんな人と会ったけど、アキハの跡取りって話すと、みんなフェイリスをフェイリスとして見てくれなくなるのにゃ。フェイリスとアキハルミホは分けてみてほしいのにゃ。
分けるも何も、お前はすでにフェイリスニャンニャンとして確立しているではないか。
その点については全面的に同意するぜオカリン。ニャンニャン語を話し猫耳をつけている時点でそこにいるのはフェイリスタンだ。
意識しすぎているのはお前の方だということだ、フェイリス。
そうなのかにゃ。
お前は自意識過剰なのだ。俺にとってお前はどこまで行っても勝てる気がしない猫耳メイドでしかない。
ありがとにゃ、今日な。
Why is she thanking me? Well, she's probably admiring my incredible magnanimity. Now then, let's finish this idle gossip and get down to business.
それでフェイリスよ、IBN5100 を探す代わりにお前が要求する交換条件とは一体何だ。よく吟味して条件を出すことだ。俺の右手は一度解き放たれるとあらゆるものを破壊し、あとは何も残らないとだけ言っておく。
大丈夫にゃ。
Ferris points at the cat ear sticking out of her head.
この猫耳にはあらゆる能力を完全無効化するニャンニャンクリアという力が備わっているのにゃ。京馬の力が暴走した時はフェイリスがきっと止めてみせるにゃ。
I shouldn't have mentioned my hand to Ferris. Ferris's most terrifying power is one known as Dubbing 10. It allows her to steal other people's stories and add them to her own. I'm the one who named it, of course. The number 10 doesn't really mean anything.
さてさて、それでは発表するにゃ。フェイリスからの条件は、
Ferris chuckles, but I notice something. Her eyes aren't smiling.
タイムマシンを使わせてほしいにゃ。
Yes, I had a feeling that was it.
昨日メイクインで京馬たちが話してたにゃ。タイムマシンを開発したって。
いかにも。俺たちは人類史上初のタイムマシン実験に成功済みだ。
だから人類史上初はセルンだっつの。
だが勘違いするな。タイムマシンとは言っても机の引き出しを搭乗口にしている青い猫専用の4畳半タイムマシンほど万能ではない。俺たちが成功したのは過去の誰かの携帯に18文字までのメールを送れるというレベルだ。ただしこれだけでもノーベル物理学賞ものであり、人類の歴史を塗り替える超絶スーパーな発明だがな。
過去の誰かにメールが送れる。それってとってもすごいにゃ。ぜひフェイリスにも使わせてほしいにゃ。
Ferris jumps up and down with joy.
タイムマシンは我がラボにおける最重要機密事項だ。どうしても使いたいというならばラボ面になってもらう必要があるが。
ラボ面って何かにゃ。マユシーたちのサークルの仲間になるっていうことだよ。マユシー的にはね、フェリスちゃんがラボ面になってくれるのはとっても嬉しいな。
右に同じくというか第 歓迎。ぜひ入ってください。お願いします。
どうすればラボメンになれるんや？
契約書などは存在しない。必要なのは、そう、契約者同士による血の盟約のみ。
血の盟約。
The window is closed, but a gust of wind blows through the room. It's coming from the air conditioner. But outside the window, I see rain clouds cover the sky. I hear the rumbling of thunder inside my brain.
なんじゃ、フェイリスにゃんがい。いにしえより、ハイエンシェントワードにて語り継がれる法典に従い、ラボメンへと加わることを望むならば、その肉、その骨、その血を天の杯へと捧げることを誓い、盟約という名の洗礼を受けよ。さすれば古代の神はそれに応え、汝にラボメンナンバーを授けるだろう。
何を言ってるのかさっぱりわかんねえ。
あわわ、どうしよう。マユシーは血の盟約も良薬も飲んでないよ。ということはマユシーはラボメンじゃないのかな。
マユシー、しょんぼりしなくても OK。 これはオカリンのいつもの癖なのだぜ。
そっか、いつもの癖なら仕方ないね。でもよかった。わかったにゃ。血の盟約受けるにゃ。
With a grim expression, Ferris grabs a small knife on top of her desk and suddenly slashes it against her wrist.
いや、ペーパーナイフっしょ。
にゃはは、ダルニャの言う通りにゃ。
She surprised me. I clear my throat and pull myself together.
では、フェイリス、お前をラボメンナンバー007に認定する。
これでタイムマシン使えるのにゃ。
ああ、そういうことになる。ただし他言無用だ。裏切り者には死を。それが我がラボの掟だと覚えておけ。
そうだったんだ。
だからオカリンのこの場だけの思いつきだって。
ありがとにゃ、超マ。
Ferris hugs me by the neck. A very sweet aroma tickles my nose, and something very soft tickles my...
オカリン、てめえ、僕も電話レンジ作ったのに。
そうなのにゃ。じゃあダルニャンも。
Ferris flies over to Daru.
オカリンオカリン、エリスちゃんが喜んでくれてよかったね。
マイル、お前は実に無邪気だな。
I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。ああ、フェイリスはまんまと俺の思惑にはまったよ。所詮17歳の小娘ということだ。あの猫娘は俺との交換条件によって人類の夢、禁断の果実であるタイムマシンを使うという欲望を満たしたつもりでいるが、この俺、法院京馬の手のひらの上で踊らされていることに気づいていない。俺が猫娘との条件を受けた理由だと、そんなもの決まっているだろう。すなわち
Then I twist my lips into a grin. My razor sharp shark teeth are probably glistening right now. Damn, I wish I had sharp teeth.
あの猫娘は実験台なのだ。何？下道とはひどい言い草だな。あながち間違ってはいないがね。
Our D-mail experiments have reached a standstill. Kurisu refuses to become a subject, and Mayuri and Daru are too dumb to be useful. We managed to experiment on Moeka and Lukaku, but we still need more data. Along comes Ferris. She's going to provide me with both an IBM 5100 and new data. Two birds with one stone.
ああ、つまりフェイリスは俺たちを利用したつもりでいて、実は逆に飛んで火にいる夏の虫状態だったというわけだ。では予定通りに次の実験に移行する。すべてはシュタインズゲートの選択だ。エルプサイコングル。
Someone taps me on the shoulder after I put away my phone. Right after that, they blow into my ear.
今誰と電話してたにゃ？
Ferris is behind me. She must have finished servicing Daru while I was still on the phone. No doubt she heard everything.
気づくのが遅かったな、フェイリスニャンニャ。すでに血の盟約はなされた。契約を破ればお前という人間には破滅が訪れるだろう。もう逃げることはかなわんぞ。
オーケーにゃ。んで、タイムマシンはどこにあるのにゃ？
She's certainly in a hurry.
タイムマシン。正確には電話レンジカッコ仮と呼ぶが、それは我がラボにある。
This time, we'll make use of the phone wave's original function and send the email by remote control. Kurisu should still be in the lab. I'll leave the setup to her. I ask Ferris where she wants the email to go. She says she's sending it to her father 10 years ago. I take down her email address. The destination is April 3rd, 2000. It has to be at 8 a.m. that day, so we use an online calculator to factor in leap years, resulting in 86,168 hours.
ということはね、86,000秒も動かし続けないとダメなの？電話レンジちゃん、疲れちゃうんじゃないかな。
いや、実際にその秒数を動かすわけではない。
Our previous experiments have confirmed that
放電現象が起きた時点で送れば過去へは届くのだ。故にバタフライ効果により残りの秒数についてはキャンセルされるはず。
the fact that the D-mail was sent is erased, leaving behind only the mail and the recipient's phone. At least that's what our experiments have shown so far. Now let's call Kurisu.
Hello.
俺だ。そちらの状況を伝えろ。切りやがった。
そりゃあ切られるっしょ。オカリンの電話の仕方に対応できるのは多分僕とマユシぐらいじゃね。
Again.
ハロー。
おーい京馬だ。無言で切るな。
なんだ岡部か。てっきりいたずら電話だと思った。
こっちの番号は表示されているだろう。
いきなり意味不明なこと言われたら怖くなって切るわよ。
それはつまりこの俺法院京馬の狂気ぶりにイフを覚えたというわけだな。それなら仕方な。あいつまた切ったぞ。
だからオカリンの電話に対応するスキルは僕とマユシしか持ってないと何度言えば。
I quickly redial.
ハロー。
岡部倫太郎ですけど、電話レンジカッコ仮の設定を少しいじってほしいんです。
初めからそう言えばいいのよ。でも電話レンジ使うの？ブラウン管工房の店長さんに怒られるのが嫌なんだけど。
これは貴重な実験のためなのだ。わかるか助手よ。お前がミスター・ブラウンに怒られる。ただそれだけの犠牲によりタイムマシンという人類の夢は完成を見るのだ。
ほんとあんたって適当よね。でどう設定すればいいんだ？
I tell her Ferris's dad's mail address, and I have her set the timer.
はい、入力したわよ。
よしご苦労。少し待て。
I turn to Ferris.
送る文章は書き終わったか？
I already told her the PhoneWave's email address. Ferris nods.
どんな内容だ？過去を変えるものなのだろう？
それは
What happened to her usual confidence?
恥ずかしいにゃ。企業秘密だにゃ。
秘密だと？ふざけるな。これは実験だ。内容を公開してもらわねばデータを検証できないではないか。
何言ってるにゃ。これは実験じゃなくて交換条件だにゃ。フェイリスは実験のためじゃなくて自分のためにタイムマシンを使うのにゃ。
卑怯だぞ。
オカリンも人のこと言えないけん。
Daru, you horny fool. Are you siding with Ferris? And you call yourself a super hacker? Ferris covers her phone with her body. Looks like she plans on hiding it to the bitter end. Should we halt the experiment?
ちょっと岡部、いつまで待たせんのよ。
An impatient Kurisu nags me through the phone. Don't rush me, damn it.
オカリ、きっとプライベートな内容だから制作するのは良くないと思うんだ。
Well, what? Even Mayuri's on Ferris's side. She was like this with Moeka too. This is bad. I thought I had Ferris in the palm of my hand. Was I dancing to her tune all along?
岡部、返事しないなら切るぞ。
待て。わかった。電話レンジカッコ仮を起動だ。
Damn it. I submitted to the cat girl.
放電現象始まった。
I nod to Ferris after getting Kurisu's report. Ferris puts her finger on the send button and...
ポチッとにゃ。
As the dizziness fades, I exhale slowly and open my eyes. All right, world, show me your new form. Man, I wish I knew what kind of mail Ferris sent. First things first, I'm still in her room, When I look out the window, the Akiba sprawl greets me. I scan the room.
それじゃあカードをオープン。
またウイルスカード。まだまだ爪が甘いにゃ。リンクカードは3枚取られたでしょ。ウイルスカードは3枚取っちゃったでしょ。まゆしいわね。絶対絶命なのです。
What are they doing? The three of them are sitting around a table, playing some kind of game.
まだターミナルカードがあるじゃん。次のターンで一発逆転狙えるってマジで。
にゃふふん。今さら逆転は無理無理にゃ。ここでフェイリスはターミナルカードのウイルステッカーを使っちゃうのにゃ。さあマユシーの残りのウイルスカードはどっちかにゃ。
マジパネっすね、フェイリスター。
ねえ言ってできれば2手3手くらい待ってほしいにゃ。ダメかにゃ。にゃフェイリスに真似してもダメにゃ。そんな。
Mayuri puts her fingers to both her eyes as if to mine tears. Anyway, it looks like they're playing Rhinet Access Battles. It happened again. Reading Steiner. I am the only person in the world who keeps his memories after the past changes. Ferris's D-mail worked. That's why the three of them are now playing a card game instead of waiting for Ferris to press the button. Ferris never even sent the D-mail. If I look at her phone, there won't be any record of it in her send history. And even if I demand that she tell me what she sent, she won't be able to answer, because the very fact that she sent it has been erased. The only trace of the D-mail is in the recipient's phone, namely Ferris's father's phone 10 years ago. But that 10-year-old mail data was most likely erased long ago, so I don't think we can check. I have to figure out what changed the hard way. Let's start looking for differences.
はあ、やっぱりフェリスちゃんは強いね。最初はマユシーもいい感じだったにゃ。素質はあるにゃ。でもたとえの試合とはいえディフェンディングチャンピオンが負けるわけにはいかないにゃ。それに今度の大会では絶対に優勝するってパパとも約束したのにゃ。その日まで誰にも負けられないにゃ。パパ
Ferris nods happily.
もしフェイリスが優勝したらパパは仕事中でも時間を作って絶対に祝福に来てくれるって言ってくれたのにゃ。
僕も全力で祝福したいわけだが、その日の夜は空いてるかい？
夜はパパと2人でお食事にゃ。
そう。
決勝戦はラボのみんなで応援に行くね。ありがとにゃ。
決勝の相手ってバイラルアタッカーズとかいうコンビだったっけ？下馬評じゃノーマークだったのに、まさかフェイリスタンのライバルであるイディオナを任しちゃうとはな。フェイリスタンとイディオナのデュエルは毎回神がかってるから今回も楽しみにしてたのに。
他のライネッターの試合は全然見てないんやけど、バイラルアタッカーズってそんなに強いのかにゃ。
フェイリスタンの敵じゃないよ。フェイリスタンは最強。フェイリスタンは神。
にゃーん、そこまで持ち上げられると照れるにゃ。
As I listen to their conversation, I feel a strange churning in my gut. Something's not right here. A voice whispers from deep within, deeper than reason. I play the conversation back in my head and soon realize the source of my discomfort. The Ferris I knew had never been to an official Rhinette tournament, and yet now she's about to compete in the tournament finals, which means she's been going to the tournaments for a while. Is this the change that Ferris wanted to make? Considering the recipient was her father, maybe he was strict and wouldn't let her go through tournaments. But is that a reason to change the past? Ferris is only 17 years old. It's not too late for her to start participating in tournaments. If there were an age limit to Rhinette tournaments, that would be one thing. I guess it was just that important to her. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. The door opens halfway, and a middle-aged man appears. It's not the butler.
失礼。ルミホ、少しいいかね。
Ferris quickly gets up and leaves the room.
ぐはー、フェイリスタンのお父様か。挨拶しておかないとまずくね。
エリスちゃんのパパさんって社長さんなんだよね。すごいな。
Ferris soon returns. Then she turns to us and puts her hands together in a gesture of apology.
ごめんにゃ。フェイリスはパパと出かけなくちゃいけなくなっちゃったにゃ。それじゃあマユシーたちはこれでバイバイさせてもらうね。
フェイリスタン、僕とのお手合わせは手取り足取りライネットの何たるかを抗議してくれるっていう約束は。
誰もそんな約束してないと思うにゃ。
ええ、そうですとも。言ってみただけだからな。
ダルク、エリスちゃんを困らせたらダメなんだよ。ほら、オカリンも帰ろう。そういえば、今日はやけに静かだったにゃ。どうかしたのにゃ。
いや、秋葉を高みから見下ろし、越に入っていただけだ。
さすがオカリン、意味不明なり。
Ferris, her dad, and their butler see us off. Her dad tells us to come visit again. Ferris's dad seems like a cool guy. He's not pompous like you expect rich people to be. The sun is setting, but there's still a crowd in front of Akiba station. More foreigners than usual. People come from all over the world to buy electronics and Otaku goods in Akiba, but it looks like the satellite is attracting some as well. Man, it's hot. Less than a minute outside, and I'm already drenched in sweat. Ferris's air-conditioned apartment was a little slice of heaven. I would love air conditioning in the lab, but we don't have that kind of money. Anyway, how about some food? I turn around to ask Daru and Mayushi what they think. Mayuri's not there.
マユリはどこへ行った？
あれ、そういえば消えてる。
Did Stardust Handshake activate again? I scanned the area. There she is, walking casually towards the station. She's already about 50 meters away. I chase after her.
マユリ、どこへ行く？
オカリン、あのね、マユシーはこれからお家に帰るんだけど、中野に寄っていこうと思って。
帰るなら帰るとなぜ言わんのだ？
ごめんね。
マユシの気配を消していなくなる能力は異常。
Mayuri does this a lot. She just wanders off without saying anything. And just like Daru said, you never notice she's gone. So when you turn around to look for her, it's like she vanished into thin air. Stardust handshake and sneaking fade. Why did her powers have to be so annoying?
そもそも中野に何の用があるのだ。
あのね、昨日アイソードの同人誌が出たんだ。
エロ？
でもね、絵師さんは甲賀由衣さんなんだよ。マユシーは久々に本気出さなきゃって思って。
へえ、甲賀由衣か。去年のガンバムのキャラデザしょ。
Gundam, Mobile Jacket Gundam, formerly known as Mobile Jacket Gundam, a seminal work of robot anime. The first series aired in the late 1970s, and there have been many sequels and spin-offs since.
そうだよ。
僕の分も買っといて。
わかったわ。
おいおい、お前たち何を言っているんだ。同人誌ならば虎の穴が目の前にあるではないか。
Daru and Mayuri stare at me blankly.
目の前ってどこ？
いや、目の前は目の前だ。あそこに。
I follow my pointing finger. Tora no Anna isn't there.
俺
I rub my eyes and blink several times. It doesn't help. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I check up and down the street, but no, it's nowhere to be found. And what's more, I can't find Anime either. It's supposed to be right next to Tora no Anna. Instead, I see electronic stores, Daiichi Kaden and T21 Minami. Never seen them before in my life. Wait, I remember Mr. Braun saying that Akiba used to have a lot more electronic shops. Many of them closed. I think Daiichi Kaden and T21 Minami were among them.
虎の穴もアニメイトも一体どこ行ったのだ。
それはひょっとしてギャグで言っているのか？
は？
秋葉には虎の穴もアニメイトもないよ。だからマユシーは中野まで同人誌を買いに行くのです。
ないってどういうことだ。昨日までは普通にあったよな。
What about earlier today? I wasn't really paying attention on the way to Ferris's apartment, but I'm pretty sure they were still there.
だからないって。そもそもそういう萌えショップが秋葉にあるわけないじゃん。萌えの聖地といえば中野だろ、ジョーコ。
秋葉の方が萌えの聖地としては世界規模で有名ではないか。
ついに暑さでおかしくなったか、オカリン。秋葉は電気街。萌えショップができようもんならマニアどもが暴動を起こすレベルだお。
This feeling again. Dissonance. My memories don't match reality. The past has changed. Part of me knows what has happened. But I still can't help but ask.
マンダラケは
ないよ。
Stream elements.
秋葉を
Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
同人誌を売ってる秋葉王国のことだ。
なんぞそれ。
秋葉王で同人誌が売ってるの？
それはないわ。いくらなんでも無理があるわ。
ゲーマーズはラムタラは？
They shake their heads.
メロンブックスは遊びとしてよ。
They look confused. So basically, I swallow hard. I finally understand. It's hard to believe, but I must face the truth.
この町の混沌が薄らいでいる。
Every last store that sold anime, eroge, or moe goods has disappeared from Akiba. In a final desperation attempt to deny reality, I run to Meikun plus Nyan Square, the May Cafe where Mayuri and Bears work, and which Daru and I frequent. But upon arriving at the storefront, I am forced to my knees in abject defeat.
ない。
It's all gone. It's not just the Moa stores. Even the maid cafes have disappeared.
前よりお前メイクインで働いていたよな。
メイクインって何かな。じゃがいも。
メイクインニャンニャンだ。
I asked Daru too, but no reaction.
マヨシーがバイトしてるのはルモアンヌだよ。
ルモアンヌ。それはメイド喫茶か。
ううん、普通の喫茶店。
秋葉にはメイド喫茶は一軒もないのか。ねえよ。秋葉に来る人間はそういう萌えビジネスとか毛嫌いしてんだから誰も寄りつかないって。
It's clear now. This has to be the result of Ferris's D-mail. The butterfly effect is at it again. Ferris said she had influence over Akiba's development board. They adopted her plan and embraced the MOA industry. But by sending a D-mail to 2000, the world line has shifted to one where that never happened. Akiba is still electronics all the way. To think that a single mail could rewrite 10 years of a town's history. Is it okay to change history on a whim like this? I almost feel guilty about it, but since I'm the only one who remembers the original Akiba, nobody can blame me. And it's not like I can change it back. But still, what in the world did Ferris's D-mail say? The next morning, I go for a stroll through the streets of Akiba. What I discover is that, although the chaotic energy familiar to me has receded, Akiba is still Akiba at its core. The few electronic stores I used to frequent are still here. In fact, they've multiplied. You can still hear their loud theme songs and the cries of salesmen all the way from the sidewalk. Electronics otaku and PC maniacs walk the streets with unkempt hair, wrinkled clothes, and eyes burning with intense purpose. There are even cheerful foreigners taking in the sights. The maids and young female otaku have disappeared, but the hobbyist essence of the town is unchanged. I admit it's a relief. Yesterday, I heard from Mayuri how we met bears on this world line. I was wondering, since May Queen no longer exists. It was at a small Rhinet tournament at a toy store in Ikebukuro. We went to cheer on Daru, but he dropped out because of a stomachache, so Mayuri and I ended up taking his place. Our opponent was Ferris. We got crushed, needless to say, but Mayuri says that Ferris was very gracious and gave us advice on how to play. And that was the beginning of their beautiful friendship. Our past has changed considerably, yet we still ended up with the same close relationship we had on the last world line. Fascinating. Maybe Lady Luck is looking out for us. I've got mail. We're watching you.
なんだこれ。
Oh, that's fucking creepy. Is this a prank? Spam? Why red gelatin? Who's watching me? What's going on here? I spin around searching the crowd. A few passers-by look at me strangely. I don't care. Something is wrong. Goosebumps break out over my body.
期間かそれともセブン
If so, then this mail is a threat. My pulse skyrockets. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What do? Do I tell someone? Who? I can't evolve anyone. It's a prank. It has to be. Ignore it. But what if it's serious? Are the men in black coming? I'm dead. They'll erase me. Erase us. Should I call the police? No, not enough evidence. What do I do? What do I do? What the hell do I? Thoughts spin inside my head. Every pedestrian looks like an enemy. I flee from the crowd. After I manage to calm myself down, I head back to the lab. For now, I'll write that mail off as a prank. It's still early. Well, I guess it's actually noon, but Mayuri, Kurisu, and Lukaku are already at the lab when I return. I greet them, trying to keep the anxiety out of my voice.
お盆休み期間の日曜日だというのに、ずいぶん暇そうだな、ラボメンガールズよ。
Obon, a Japanese holiday during which people return to their hometown to see parents and relatives. This includes paying respect to family members who have passed away by visiting and cleaning their graves.
あ、岡部さん、お邪魔してます。おかり、おはよ
The two cute high school girls wave to me in greeting. By the way, one of these girls is actually a boy. In any case, the sight warms my heart, or would if not for a certain assistant who just gives me a bored look before going back to reading.
何をしているのだ?
Mayuri and Lukaku are sitting next to each other on the sofa, reading a book together. It looks like a cosplay photo album.
昨日ね、中野に同人誌を買いに行くって言ったでしょ。その時にね、とっても可愛いレイヤーさんの同人写真集を見つけたんだ。だからね、つい衝動買いしちゃったの。ほら見て、ルカちゃん。これ、プラチューのセドナコスだよ。作り込みすっごいな。すごく可愛いよね。
Bloodtoon, a popular TV anime based on a manga. 26 episodes were broadcast last year. The main heroine, Seira Orjo, is especially popular among anime otaku.
ほんとだ。
I see. So she's showing it to Lukaku as part of his re-education. To think that he was so reluctant to get involved in cosplay. Looks like Mayuri's persistence has paid off. Actually, judging by his obvious interest in the photo album, maybe he was always interested in cosplay, just too shy to cosplay himself.
ねえねえ、クリスちゃんも見てみてよ。感動しちゃうんだから。
別にいいわ。
Looks like Kurisu's not interested in the photo album. She just gives a cold Instead, she's reading a difficult-looking English book. Damn it. This is no time to be showing off your intelligence. You're going to make Mayuri cry if you talk to her like that. Or so I thought. But Mayuri doesn't seem to mind, so I stay out of it.
あ、次のページからは見すぎだ。すごい。露出度高いな。スタイルもすごくいいし、グラビアアイドルみたい。憧れるな。憧れてるの？水着に？こんなにスタイル良くないから。でもね、ルカちゃんはきっと大きなお友達からははぁはぁ言われちゃうよ。
Hey now, Mayuri. What are you saying? It's like you're referring to Daru with that remark.
あのね、貧乳は正義なの。
Kurisu starts choking on her coffee. I know how she feels. I almost did a spit take with my soda. Mayuri's breasts are huge for her height, so her advice lacks a certain element of persuasion.
そうだ、コミマが終わったら一緒に海に遊びに行こうよ。せっかく夏なんだしね。マユシーもずっとコス作りしてて、夏休みはちっとも遊べてないもん。ねえねえ、オカリ、クリスちゃん、どうかな。ラボメンのみんなで海。ラボメンのみんな。
私は行かないわよ。もう少ししたらアメリカに帰らなきゃ。荷造りもまだしてないから、そんな余裕はない。
確かに。ラボでのんびりと読書をしているほどだからな。よほど余裕がないと見える。
Kurisu snaps her book shut and glares at me.
だったらはっきり言わせてもらう。変態野郎2人と一緒に海水浴なんて言ってられるか。女子メンバー限定というなら喜んで参加させてもらうわ。
素直になったらどうだ、クリスティーナ。私は伝部の猛虎犯を男子に見られたくないので一緒には行けませんと。
Mongolian spot, a bluish birthmark commonly found on Asian children, usually disappears by the age of 5.
猛虎犯なんてないわよ。
そもそも女子メンバー限定ならばそこのルカ子も無理ではないか。
何それ、どういう意味？
この前わざわざ教えてやっただろ。ルカ子は正真正銘の男だとな。
My declaration of the truth freezes the air instantly. There's something off about their reaction.
最悪ね、あんた。女の子に向かって男呼ばわりなんて。
そうだよ、オカリ。そういうこと言うのはね、マユシー好きじゃないな。
Even Mayuri condemns me. Lukaku, meanwhile, turns pale and hugs his head so I can't see his face. Is he crying? Normally, he would get depressed and say something about how embarrassed he would be to wear a swimsuit, but he wouldn't start crying.
クリスティーナ、お前が現実から目を背けたくなるのはわかる。ルカ子は男でありながらとても可憐だからな。
岡部、
Kurisu's advances on me with a stern glare.
私にへんてこなあだ名をつけるぐらいなら冗談で済むからいいけど、いや、本当は良くないが。今のあんたの言い草は冗談になってない。他人を傷つけるようなやつじゃないと思ってたけど、違ったみたいね。今のあんたは本気で最低よ。
え？
What did I do to deserve this tongue lashing?
謝りなさい。今すぐ漆原さんに謝りなさい。
いやいや、謝るも何も。俺は真実しか言ってな。
いいんです。
Lukaku gets up from the sofa. His head is still hanging, and his voice is barely audible.
僕、岡部さんにそういう風に見られてたんですね。
いやいやいやいや、そういう風ではなく、ルカ子、お前は男だろ。それともお前まで現実逃避に走ったか？
現実逃避してるのはあんただろうが。
そうだよ、ルカちゃんは女の子なのにオカリひどいよ。
というかマユリよ、 なぜお前は急にルカ子への呼び方をルカ君からルカちゃんに変えた？
岡部、いつまで続ける気？彼女は女の子よ。
Mayuri nods in agreement. What's going on here? Is this some kind of prank?
帰ります。
Lukaku tries to slip by me out of the lab. I grab his hand to stop him from leaving.
待てルカ子、俺を担ぐのはよせ。お前は正真正銘の男だ。なぜならここに。
I pin Lukaku's arms and reach for his package. Let's see what you're hiding. Down. Nothing.
おおおおお、え、あれ、なんで？
I feel around some more.
岡部さん、やめてください。
Nothing. Nada. It should be there. I mean, he's a guy, isn't he? An electric current runs through my brain. No way. Yes way. So that's what happened.
ルカ子、お前。
The D-mail that I thought had failed was actually a success.
お前は女なのか？
最初からそう言っとるだろ。
A half second later, Kurisu cracks me over the head with her heavy textbook. When my vision clears, Lukaku is crying. Mayuri is rubbing her back comfortingly. Kurisu, meanwhile, is glaring down at me like I'm something she scraped off the bottom of her shoe. Daru, who arrived a moment ago, is in the corner, trying not to laugh. Honestly, I can't blame him. Righteous high school girl makes perverted college guy beg for forgiveness. If I had to put a title to this scene, that's what it would be. The top of my head is throbbing, most likely because Kurisu wiped out 100 million of my precious neurons, envied by the scientists the world over. I put a moist towel to my head.
一度あんたの頭を切り開いて脳だけ取り出してよく洗浄してやりたい気分よ。できればそのまま体に戻さず培養液の中にぶち込んで一生あんなハレンチな真似できないようにもしてやりたい。とにかく警察に突き出されないだけありがたいと思いなさい。
はい。すいません。
Man, that was dumb. I didn't think it would be gone. Lukaku has become a girl. Her face hasn't changed, and she's flat as a board, but she's definitely a girl. There's no denying what my hand didn't feel. I guess that ridiculous superstition was true. If you eat vegetables, you'll have a girl. Does this count as a scientific fake breakthrough? Anyway, I had better apologize to Lukaku. I hope she doesn't get PTSD because some pervert, me, groped her. I mean, she's a 17-year-old girl now, and she was shy to begin with. PTSD, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, short for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, from DSM-4, the 4th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, published by the American Psychiatric Association in 1994. A mental disorder inducing various stress symptoms caused by the shock of an accident, disaster, or crime. Symptoms include emotional instability, insomnia, confusion, and flashback memories. Diagnosed if symptoms continue for over a month. I'll need to be as gentle as humanly possible from now on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she never spoke to me again. I have no one but myself to blame. I would just have to accept the consequences.
だいたいなんだって漆原さんが男の子だなんていう妙な妄想に取りつかれたんだ。
それについては前にも言ったはずだ。 D メールによる過去改変だよ。ルカ子は男だったが、女の子になりたいという願いをもとに D メールを送り、それは成功した。世界線が変わったその瞬間を俺は確かに認識していた。すなわちマガンリーディングシュタイナーによってな。その点については反省せねばなるまい。俺はもっと自分の持つ特殊な力を信じるべきだっ
Get
たと。
back here. Get back here, silly thingy. Stop falling. Kurisu calmly readies her book above her head.
また食らいたい？
いや、本当なんだ。これについては信じてくれ。この現象を理論立てて説明するとだ。 D メールを送るたび、この世界が辿ってきた歴史が変わる。つまり過去が変わる。それを俺の脳は知覚できるのだよ。
I leap to my feet, overcome with excitement.
世界中でこの俺だけがインガリスの変化を認識できる。そう、例えるなら俺はこの世界の観測者ということだ。
I look around, expecting to see all on their faces.
いいから座れ。
I do as I'm told.
わからないのか？観測者、すなわち量子力学的に言うところのシュレディンガーの猫の実験における箱を開ける人なのだぞ。
Schrodinger's cat, a thought experiment proposed by physicist Erwin Schrödinger. Schrödinger intended it as a paradox that would refute quantum theory, but has since been proven to not be a paradox. It is often referenced in fiction as an example of the complexities of quantum mechanics. A cat is placed inside a box. The box also contains a vial of poisonous gas and a sample of some radioactive substance. If the radioactive substance emits an alpha particle, it sets off a sensor, releasing the poisonous gas and killing the cat. Assume the radioactive substance has a 50% chance of emitting one alpha particle an hour. After 1 hour, you open the box. The cat has a 50-50 chance of being alive or dead. The question is, was the cat alive or dead before you found it? According to Einstein, your observation of the cat's condition is irrelevant. The cat was either alive or dead before you opened the box.
シュレディンガー？
うわ、出たよ、シュレディンガーの猫。日本人のシュレディンガー好きは異常。
あんたも日本人だろ。
もううんざりって感じっすわ。猫が可愛いのは認めるがな。
Kite, Nuko, the word kitten, neko, corrupted for cuteness, used by cat lovers all over the internet. Daru's absolutely right. Whenever an anime wants to use quantum mechanics, the characters always talk about Schrodinger's cat.
とにかく俺はそういう特殊な力を宿す魔眼を持っている。その名をリーディングシュタイナーと呼ぶことについては以前説明した通りだ。
そのリーディングシュタイナーって名前、バカっぽいからやめろって私も以前言ったはずよね。いかにも和製英語って感じ。漫画の必殺技みたい。文法としては破綻してるし、シュタイナーがシュタインのことなら前半は英語で後半はドイツ語とか、むちゃくちゃだわ。ちなみにこれはシュタインズゲートだっけ？それにも言える。
まだまだ伝部の猛虎飯が取れぬようだな、クリスティーナよ。ネーミングは五感がすべて。かの天才 レオナルド・ダ・ヴィンチにも被験する俺の想像力は文法などというつまらない決まり事に縛られたりはしないのだ。
She hits me again. I'm seeing stars.
少しは反省しろ。
すいません。
Lukaku is still crying. As punishment, I spent the next 30 minutes on my knees under Kurisu's watchful eye. If I slouch for a second, I get the corner of her book. I would accept being told, die, pervert, if it were coming from Lukaku, but why the hell is Kurisu butting in? I didn't do anything to her. Does she think she's one of these class president characters? Anyway, I flee the lab as soon as my punishment is over. The silent pressure from the girls is just too much to bear. I step into the sun and stretch. My legs are numb from the kneeling, so I can barely stand straight. At that moment, the Brawn Tube workshop door opens, and out comes part-time warrior. Our eyes meet.
オス。
She's less energetic than usual.
なんでそんなふにゃふにゃしてんの？
こういう体操があるのだ。
知らなかったな。
Susuha answers listlessly as she sits down on the bench. When she aimlessly gazes skyward, I follow suit. Huge clouds are slowly swallowing the blue. A helicopter flies overhead. I can hear its propellers slicing the air.
絶好のサイクリング日和だね。
そうか？
But it's so damn hot. How can you exercise on a day like this? I would rather drink hot coffee in a well-air-conditioned room while browsing the net. Now that's a luxurious way to spend summer break. If only the lab had air conditioning.
あのさ、ちょっとサイクリングしない？
Seriously? She has to be joking.
チャーリーは1台しかないではないか。
二人乗りすればいいじゃん。
バイトを放り出していいのか？
Susuha pops into the store. She's back in less than a minute.
許可取ってきた。どうせ客なんて来ないし。
I try to think of an excuse to refuse, but nothing comes.
俺はマッドサイエンティストであった。サイクリストではないのだぞ。なのになぜ俺がお前を後ろに乗せて漕がなければならないのだ。
その昔、アリストテレスが言いました。時間は運動の数であるってね。だから運動した方がいいよ。
That doesn't make sense. I'm exhausted. We barely made it to the station. I would die if I went another block. This was a terrible idea. I should have known better. I get off the bicycle and sit against the station wall. Suzuha sets the bike against the wall and crouches next to me. Sitting on the ground is undignified for a man of my stature, but no matter. I just need a few moments to catch my breath. I watch the crowds of people move past. Nearly all of them are men. Here and there, I see people carrying large boxes, most likely PC parts or appliances. There isn't an anime poster in sight. When Akiba changed, so did the people who visited it. This atmosphere, it's kind of retro. It's the Akiba I've only seen in pictures. Akiba at the end of the 20th century. The electric town in its purest form. It has risen from the ashes of the past, and the only one who knows it is me.
私さ、
Suzuha murmurs.
東京に来たのは10日前が初めてなんだよね。
I didn't know that.
夏休みを利用した観光ではないよな。
父さんを捜索するため。
That's a strange way to put it.
蒸発でもしたのか。
I meant it as a joke, but Suzuha looked so serious. I hope I didn't screw up again.
もう何年も会ってなくて、この町にいるのは分かってるんだけどさ。
そうなのか。しかし、ならばバイトなどしている場合ではないのでは。
Suzuha works at the Brawn 2 workshop from 11 to 7 every day. I doubt that leaves much time to search.
当てがないっていうのが正直なとこ。
警察に捜索願いは出したのか。だったら出すべきだろう。あとは金があるならば更新所に頼むとか。
そんな予算はないな。それにいろいろ事情があるんだよ。
Issues.
たださ、一回だけチャンスはあるんだ。そのチャンスが明日なの。明日ある場所に現れるかもしれなくて。
A certain place that has a rather ominous ring to it. Could her father be some kind of fugitive? I stay silent, unable to think of a
その
response.
チャンスを逃したら、私もうこの町を離れなきゃいけない。
離れるとは地元に帰るのか。
行かなきゃいけないところがあるからさ。私も多忙なわけよ。
What?
もともと明日会えなかったら諦めるつもりだったし。
不安なのだな。わかるぞ、その気持ち。誰も知らないこの町でたった一人で父親を探す。さぞや心細いことだろう。不安な気持ちを紛らわすため誰かに相談したいわけだな。そして身近にいる人間で最も頼りになりそうなこの法王院京馬にすがったわけか。だが残念だったな。俺のような狂気のマッドサイエンティストに頼ったのがお前の運の尽きだ。バイト戦士よ。
は
そんなお前は俺が実験台として使ってやろうではないか。
あ、実験台って？
決まっている。時間を遡ることができる人類科学の夢 D メールだ。
I've already explained the email to Suzuha before.
お前にはその実験台となってもらおう。
どうするの？
Suzuha takes a step back. She finally realizes the danger she's in.
何？簡単なことだ。俺は今 D メール検証実験のデータを少しでも多く求めている。お前にも過去を変えてもらうのだ。もっともその変えた過去を認識できるのはこの俺だけだがな。非道だと思うのならば勝手にするがいい。だがお前は もはや俺の毒牙にかかった子羊。逃がしはしない。そうだ、いいことを思いついた。お前が過去に送るメールの内容についてだ。いいか、よく聞け。お前は蒸発する前の父親へとこうメールを送るのだ。娘を置いていくなとな。
君ってさ、いいやつだね。
な
になんかちょっとだけ楽になったかも。
お前、俺を侮辱するつもりか。俺はいいやつなどではない。実験のことしか考えていない狂気のマッドサイエンティストである。分かったならば、お前の父親の携帯アドレスを教えろ。教えなければ俺の右腕が火を吹くぞ。ちなみに封印が解かれた右腕を俺は制御できない。お前の命も保証できんと言っておこう。
ごめん、無理なんだ。
あくまで逆らうのか。
父さんの携帯の番号もメルアドも知らないから。
そう。
Well, that's a letdown.
まあ、だからこそ明日にかけてるわけでさ。心配してくれてサンキュー。
心配などしていない。実験台にできなくてがっかりしているだけだ。
でもすごいね。メールを過去に送れるなんて人類初のタイムマシンじゃん。
ふん、すごいのは当然だろう。なぜなら俺は法院強魔だからな。
アップグレードの予定は？
アップグレード？
そのタイムマシンのアップグレード、例えば人そのものを送れちゃうようになるとか。
検討中だ。
No good ideas yet, though.
だったらさ、作る前に一つ忠告。マキセ・クリスは仲間から外した方がいい。
そういえばお前、あいつのことをやけに嫌っていたな。
さてと、そろそろ工房に戻らなくちゃ。30分休憩をもらっただけだからさ、そろそろ帰んないと怒られちゃうよ。
I stop Suzuha as she gets on the bike.
明日は父親と会えても会えなくてもラボに来い。
なんで？
お前の昇進を利用して D メールを使わしてやる。
さすがマッドサイエンティスト。悪逆非道だね。もし父さんと会えたなら行くよ。その時はみんなで祝福をあげてよね。
She laughs happily. Then she starts pedaling, leaving me behind.
ちょ、待て！俺も乗せていけ！おい！
Suzuha doesn't wait, leaving me with no choice but to run back to the lab.
これより作戦名エルドフリームニルの概要について説明する。
Going to infiltrate now. What should I do? I'm so nervous. I can't see my own heart, like peeking through frosted glass. Wish me luck, over and out. I have a thing today, so I'll pass on the meeting, Daru. Drimner. In Norse mythology, the cauldron used to cook for the gods. The only lab nymphs here today are Mayuri, Kurisu, and Lukaku. I couldn't get a hold of Ferris or Noeka. They must be busy. Daru, meanwhile, gave me some crap about having things to do. I was prepared for Lukaku to refuse my invitation, but since she's here, I guess she's forgiven me. For now, at least.
お前たちにはこれから宴会用の買い出しに行ってもらう。
I've already explained to the lab nymphs what Suzuha told me yesterday.
あんたは何するの？
俺か？俺はこれからのバイト選手を尾行し、状況を逐一報告。
やめなさいよ、悪趣味だな。親子水入らずにさせてやれ。
いちいち突っかかるな、クリスティーナ。お前は人間の心理というものを理解していない。人というのはそうやって一周されると意地でも自らの意志を通したくなってしまうのだ。
独善的すぎ。
そもそもクリスティーナよ、お前とバイト選手は対立していたはずだ。にもかかわらずそのような気遣いをするとは大した偽善ぶりだな。
あんたの行動が人としてダメすぎるんだろ。
そうだよ。邪魔するのはね、良くないと思うな。
Even during the strategy meeting, Mayuri keeps working on her costume. Lukaku hasn't agreed to wear it yet, but Mayuri's enthusiasm remains strong.
それよりも、どんな結果になってもあったかく迎えてあげようよ。そのためにもね、マユシーは買い出しを張り切っちゃうつもりです。でも僕、その鈴葉さんという人と会ったことはないんですけど。鈴さんはね、とってもいい人だからルカちゃんもすぐに仲良くなれるよ。
いい人。
とにかく俺はこれから尾行を。
だからダメだっつってんでしょ。
調子の分際で俺に指図をするな。
In the end, I can't get their permission to tail Suzuha.
逃げたら承知しないからな。
Kurisu is forcing me to help her with the shopping. There's no way out. Damn it. Kurisu really is turning into a class president character. At this rate, she might take over the lab. Wait, could this be what Suzuha was warning me about? Anyway, time to get my head in the game. We must prepare for the Last Supper, Operation Eldrimner. The Last Supper refers to our party for Suzuha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll just celebrate normally. In other words, it'll be her last supper in Tokyo. However, if she doesn't reunite with her father, we'll kidnap her and force her to participate in our experiments. Sacrifices must be made if we're going to perfect D-mail technology. In that case, it'll be the Last Supper on this world line. The lab's budget, most of which comes out of my pocket, is tight, but it's okay to party every once in a while. There's no such thing as low risk, high return. High risk, high return. That is how a mad scientist operates. I can already taste Suzuha's despair.
あそこにいるのって。
I follow Kurisu's finger to see Daru emerge from Yodobashi camera.
見つけたぞ、ダル。
Sorry I couldn't come today. To make up for it, I'll bring some delicious Kanyan tea next time. Let's drink it with everyone.
え
I grab his collar to stop him from escaping.
お前、俺の招集に応じないとはどういうつもりだ。
だから用事があるって言ってんじゃん。
用事とは？話にならんな。
いや、ちょっと聞いてくれよ。
オフ会とラボメンガールズの手作り料理が食べられるパーティー、お前はどちらを選ぶ？
手作りだと？一つ確認したい。そこにフェイリスターはいますか？
Before Kurisu can answer that, I whisper to Daru.
無論だ。フェイリスもラボメンだからな。
そうどうしてバッティングするんだよ。せめて明日にしてくれれば。
どうする？決断の時だ。お前自身で選択しろ。
フェイリスターの手料理が食べたいです。
オフ会を諦めろ。そこで試合終了だよ。
諦める。僕はオフ会を諦めるぞ。
Daru surrenders all too quickly. When we return to the lab, Mayuri and Lukaku are already starting preparations.
あれれ、ダルくんがいるよ。
フェイリスタンは？フェイリスタンはいずこに？
橋田、あんた騙されてるわよ。
フェリスちゃんは来られないって言ってたけど。
マジで？おいオカリン、これはどういうことだよ。ドッキリってレベルじゃねえぞ。
次の機会があったら話をつけておいてやる。
ふざけんなよ。せっかくのタイムマシンオフ会だったのに。
タイムマシンオフ会？何それ？
僕がよく見に行く SF 関係の BBS があるんだよ。そこのオフ会なんだ。プロの作家なんかも来る予定だったのに。僕はオカリンを許さない。絶対にだ。
なぜ先にそれを言わないのだ。そんなオフ会があるならば俺も言っていたのに。
Suddenly, I smell something strange.
何か異臭がしないか。
一周？
タコ足配線のしすぎでどこかの電源がショートしていないか。
すみません。
Lukaku's apologizing for something.
多分まゆりちゃんの作ってるお料理の匂いだと思います。
What? This is the smell of food.
私も手伝うわ。
じゃあ卵を温めてもらって。
うん。電話レンジ使う？
ダメです。生卵をレンジに入れたら爆発しちゃいます。
ドアを剥ぎ取ったんだから大丈夫なんじゃない？
ドドドドドーンドンドドドドドン。まゆりちゃん、そんな持ち方したら危ないよ。
What the hell is going on here? Daru and I exchange glances.
俺たちも手伝うべきか。むしろあのガールズどもをキッチンから排除すべきでは。
結果は同じじゃね？
めまいがしてきた。この現実を改変したい気分だ。
ハゲドウ、オカリン、この恨み末代まで忘れん。
本気ですまないと思っている。だがダル、俺と共に死んでくれ。
保険としてピザ頼んどくわ。
It only gets worse. The smoke grows thicker by the second, filling my lungs with ash and tar. In less than an hour, the girls have transformed the lab into a Class 5 disaster zone. I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。どうやら邪神の封印を解いてしまったらしい。もし1時間以内に連絡がなかったら、両親に愛していると伝えてくれ。
オカリン、それ死亡フラグ。
A metafiction term when a character triggers a death flag. They have said or done something that foreshadows their death. A common way to trigger a death flag is to make a promise on the eve of a climatic battle. For example, when this war's over, I'm gonna get married.
これがシュタインズゲートの選択なのか。ヘルプさえ関係ねえ。
After the storm has passed,
うわ
遅いな。
the sun has already set. The food lined up on the table, none of it looking particularly appetizing, has already grown cold. I open my phone to check the time. It's getting late. The high school girls will need to head back soon. Was Suzuha able to meet her father? If so, they might have a lot to talk about. There's only one word in Suzuha's email. Does that mean she didn't meet her father? And now she plans to leave town alone.
そんなことはこの法王院京馬が許さん。あいつは実験台なのだから。
I fly out to the lab. I don't know where Suzuha is. All I can do for now is go to the station. If she's going to leave town, she should be using public transportation. If she's using the Hibaya line on the other side of the station, then I've struck out. But if she's going to take the bullet train from Tokyo to Ueno, then she'll have to pass through here. I carefully scan the thinning crowd around Akiba Station. Where is she? After about 30 minutes of pushing the crowd, I spot something. My gaze
Stream
focuses on
elements.
a person walking in
Set.
from the main street.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
It's Suzuha, shuffling along with her head bowed. As she gets closer, I can see that she's wiping her eyes. Is she crying? I don't see anyone walking with her. I guess she couldn't find her father after all.
そこのバイト選手
Suzuha looks up in surprise. I see the tracks of tears on her face. Just as our eyes are about to meet, Suzuha looks away. And then she turns and runs out of the station.
待て
I give chase, ignoring the scene's stares of passers-by. She's gone. Damn it. Where did she? Hold on a second. Why am I chasing her? Do I have some kind of urge to chase things that run away? That's stupid. I'm not a dog. Shouldn't I just leave her be? It's not like we're that close, right?
いいやつだよ。いいやつだよ。ちょっとだけ楽になっただろう。
But Suzuha is all alone in this town. What if I was the only one she could talk to about her father? I know she's hurting. She needs my help. Shouldn't I do everything in my power? Just now, I think I saw someone who looked like Suzuha, but the run from the station has left me exhausted. I drop to my knees, gasping for breath. My sides ache. I can't take another step. Even after searching the entire area around the station, I couldn't find Suzuha. I guess this, too, is a choice of Steins Gate. As I rest, I look up at the night sky. The satellite remains buried in Radicand's fall. I wipe the sweat off my brow and head back to the lab.
オカリー、すずさんには会えた？
Everyone is still there when I return.
もう遅いからみんな帰るんだ。
でも
結局どうなったのよ。
そうだ、一人で納得してんだよ。
鈴葉には逃げられた。どうやら父親には会えなかったようだ。
そっか。
A gloomy silence falls. I can see the sadness on everyone's face. I begin to laugh.
岡部さん、どうしたんですか？大丈夫ですか？
走りすぎで脳に酸素が届いてないんじゃない？
オカリ、決めっす。
いや、お前たちがしょんぼりしているのが傑作でな。どいつもこいつも何をしょぼくれている。こんな時のために俺たちにはあれがあるではないか。
I thrust my finger at the curtain to the development room.
D メールを使うの？
でもさ、この時間じゃ電話レンジの放電現象は起きなくね？
起きないのならば明日送ればいい話だ。
The emails leap through time. It matters not when we send it, but when it is received.
誰になんて送るの？
今日の昼間の俺自身へ。内容は
I smile triumphantly.
クリスティーナの脅迫に屈せず意地でもバイト選手を尾行せよ。
If I do that, there's no way I can fail. And then we can have Suzuha as a test subject. I suddenly hear the sound of rain. I look outside the window and see that rain has started to fall. As Daru predicted, The discharge phenomenon does not occur. It looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow. The rain grows stronger over time, eventually becoming a thunderstorm. The next day there isn't a cloud in the sky. It's hard to believe it rained all night. I keep checking the Braun Tube workshop through the window, but the morning passes without any sign of Suzuha. Don't listen to Chris. Pursue Suzuha. Check the news, Okarin. That satellite up, it disappeared. Oh noes. They say that satellite disappeared. I wonder what happened. Did it fly away? It's like a magic trick. Well, good night. She's probably long gone from Akiba by now. She doesn't know who she's dealing with. She is but a pawn in my game, destined to fight for me at Ragnarok. At the stroke of noon, I activate the phone wave, name subject to change. The destination is my phone, yesterday around 4. The discharge phenomenon occurs as normal. The floor shakes violently. Squinting against the glare, I send the mail. My brain shakes violently, my vision flickers. As the vertigo passes, I can hear my heartbeat and feel the warm blood coursing through my body. I blink, slowly. That was the sensation of reading Steiner activating. And so I know, Suzuha is ours. I hurry down the stairs. I step outside and look to the front of the building. What belongs there has returned. A mountain bike polished to a shining finish, and on the bench next to it, looking up into the summer sky, is Amane Suzuha.
おはよう、バイト戦士。
I try to remain calm as I call out to her.
うっす。
She greets me in her usual listless fashion.
サボり中か？
だって客来ないし。それに昨日は夜中まで上で騒いでたからさ。すっごく眠たいんだよね。
夜中まで騒いでいた。誰が？
岡部倫太郎さ、昨日お酒飲んでたっけ？酔っ払いだな。未成年なのにダメなんだぞ。
We have shifted from a world line where we failed to stop Suzuha from leaving to one where we succeeded. As a result, the events of yesterday changed.
俺たちは昨日の夜、お前が父親に会えなかったので、実験台となってもらうための最後の晩餐を開いた。そうだな。
そうそう。昨日も君、そんなこと言ってた。昨日は私のために、サンキュー。
いまいちよく覚えてないんだが、俺は一体どうやってお前を確保した？
まさか、本当に昨日お酒飲んでた？
いいから聞かせてくれ。
私がタイムマシンオフ会から帰ろうとしたら、
ちょっと待て。タイムマシンオフ会？
That's the same offline meet that Daru was going to.
それが父親が現れるかもしれないという場所だったのか。
そうだって昨日説明したじゃん。
それで帰ろうとしたの？
いきなり君と橋田至、それに椎名真由里が現れて、私はラボに連行されました。 めでたしめでたし。
So my pursuit of Suzuha was a resounding success. I can't help but smile at how smoothly things went. Suzuha, meanwhile, looks back up at the clear blue sky.
昨日は楽しかったな。
Her tone is sincere.
マキセ・クリスさえいなければもっと楽しめたけどさ。あいつの作ったアップルパイ殺人的なまずさだったし。でも漆原ルカのカレーは極上だった。君たちのラボサークルみたいなものだっけ。ああいう場所ってさ、なんかいいね。みんな仲が良くていつも楽しそうで、あんなに心地いい時間は生まれて初めてだったよ。
It sounds like Suzuha had a pretty dark childhood. Maybe she was bullied in school. Could that be related to her father's disappearance?
バイト戦士よ、約束通りお前には実験台になってもらうぞ。
でもさ、この前も言ったけど、私父さんのメールアドレス知らないんだってば。
ならば実験はいずれ分かった時まで延期だ。ちなみに実験に用いる電話レンジ（仮）は我がラボの最高機密事項のため外部に情報を漏らされないようお前にはラボ面になってもらう。
ラボ面？
ラボラトリーメンバーの略だ。このラボ面ナンバーを与えられた人間はすなわちラボの仲間となる。
いいの？
いやでもなってもらうぞ。お前は今日からラボ面ナンバー008だ。
Suzuha lowers her head, no doubt awed by my proclamation. I hear what sounds like a sniffle. Then she looks up, revealing a smile.
しょうがないからさ、実験台になってあげるよ。
まだ帰ったりしないよ
うん、もうちょっとだけ頑張って父さんを捜索してみる。
な。お前は今日からラボ面なのだ。何かあれば俺たちも手伝おう。ちなみに父親についての手がかりのようなものはないのか。
Suzuha hesitates a little. Then she stands up and turns to me. Her expression is grave.
私の父さんはタイターって名乗っている。
タイターってあのタイターか。
知ってんの？もしかしたら今は違うコードネームを使ってるかもしれないんだけど。
I don't just know about him. He's been active on ad channel for the past several weeks. I open the ad channel thread on my phone and show it to Suzuha.
見ろ、ジョン・タイターという人物が書き込みをしているだろ。
Suzuha stares at the screen.
これで謎は解けた。お前の父親はアットチャンネルにいる。
ああ、本当だ。
っておい、なんだその淡白なリアクションは。
いや、この人じゃないよ。
なぜわかる？お前が今父親はタイターと名乗っていると言ったのだぞ。
私にはわかるの。とにかくこのタイターは父さんじゃない。
That's a strange way to put it. It's almost like she knows who's behind John Titor. As if to answer my suspicions, Suzuha continues.
ジョンじゃないんだよ。私の父さんが使っていた名前は バレルタイターって言うんだ。
That's chapter 4 clear. Chaos Theory Homeostasis. I'm going to Google something real quick because I'm curious. It's going to bother me until I know. Okay, now I know. I was just curious. Just curious. Curiosity. I open my eyes to deep scarlet sky. I'm on my back, lying face up. The sky is vast and the color ominous. I've never seen it like this before. Where am I? I sit up. There is nothing here. A wasteland stretches to the horizon, nothing but rocks and dust as far as the eye can see. No plants, no water, no sun, no moon, no warmth, no cold, not a single breath of wind. It looks like hell, a frozen world. It can't be Earth, Mars. I could believe. Why am I here? This must be a dream. I give up thinking about it and lie down again on the sand. I guess I'll wake up soon. I should just wait until then. I wait, but the dream shows no sign of ending. Have I ever had a dream this lucid before? There's a terrible ringing in my ears that keeps me awake. I realize that it's a sound of silence. My belongings are gone. I have no watch, no phone. The lack of motion numbs my sense of time. How long have I been lying here? It might have been only a second. It might have been 3 days. An epiphany. The concept of time is a human construct. The universe at large has no use for it. Time is a cage that we created to feel secure. Within its walls, we can forget our own insignificance. I'm thirsty. It hurts to breathe. This void is no place for a human. We're not strong enough to live in a world without time. Tears fill my eyes. What do they mean? I no longer know. I want to die. Yes, let's die. But what is death? To be frozen in time? Time stopped for me long ago. How can I die in a world that is already dead? Everything inside me is crumbling away. Who am I? I can barely recall. My soul is melting into the void. Is someone there? Anyone? Something moves in the corner of my eye. Impossible. I tried to move my eyes, but I've forgotten how.
オカリ見つけた。
A pleasant voice silences the buzzing in my ears. It reminds me who I am. Okabe Rintaro. This time my eyes move. There's a girl sitting on a nearby rock. I recognize her. My frozen brain comes alive. Her presence breathes new life into this dead world. Mayuri? My brain is still half asleep, and I cannot speak. It's Mayuri. Sheena Mayuri, my oldest friend. She smiles at me, swinging her legs.
ここはね、7000万年前の地球だよ。オカリンは陰謀に巻き込まれてタイムマシンでここに送られちゃったんだ。
This is a dream, right?
マユシーはね、オカリンを追いかけてたくさんたくさんたくさんの世界線のすべてのオカリンを探し続けてきたのです。ここにいるオカリンもたくさんいるオカリンのうちの一人って言えるし、オリジナルでもあるって言えるの。ここにいるマユシーもたくさんいるマユシーのうちの一人って言えるし、オリジナルでもあるって言えるの。でね、オカリンもマユシーもここで死んじゃうと思う。
This is a dream, right, Mayuri?
でもきっと7000万年後の秋葉原にいるオカリンとマユシーまで意志は連続していくんだって思うな。だから大丈夫だよ。
これは夢だ。
I jerk awake on top of the sofa. My body is drenched in sweat.
夢。
I must have fallen asleep sometime around noon. What a horrible nightmare. I guess that threatening email I got is still weighing on my mind. Still, Mayuri had to save me. Even in a dream, that's unacceptable. I'm the one who saves her. That's the way it should be. Besides, Mayuri's not smart enough to talk about time travel like that. I sit up and look around the room. She's right where I expect to find her. In front of the TV, watching a Rynet Kakeru DVD. On the screen, the Upa riding Kakeru's shoulder is screaming something unintelligible.
マユシーもウーパとお友達になりたいな。
Look at her sitting there all spaced out. Mayuri needs my protection. That dream was wrong. I chug a Dr. P and check my phone. No new emails. I sent Taitor a mail several hours ago, just to make sure that he really isn't Suzuha's father. He hasn't replied yet. Obviously, Daru and the others don't know that I changed the past.
法院京馬だ。お前か。秋葉ルミホ。
誰のことかにゃ？
I could have sworn her real name was Akiha Rumiho. Don't tell me. Could the D-mail have changed that too?
フェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。それ以外の名前は持たないにゃ。
はいはい、そうですね。マナはフェイリスだよな。これは失礼。
Of course, she's just being her usual self.
それで
If Ferris is calling me, it might be about the IBM 5100. She did promise to help us find one.
今日まで派手に動きすぎたにゃ。すでに包囲網が敷かれたにゃ。
は
More of Ferris's usual nonsense.
四天王が動き始めたにゃ。もう逃げられないにゃ。
そうか。だが四天王ごときで俺を止められると思う。秋葉は血の海になるぞ。
四天王の後には裏四天王もいるにゃ。その後には白血衆がいるし、さらにブラックエンジェル12も控えてるにゃ。
そんなにいるのか。インフレしすぎだろ。
それだけ奴らは本気だってことにゃ。今日残念だけどチェックメイトにゃ。
いや、まだだ。 あれさえ手に入れれば形勢を逆転できる。IBN5100 の情報は未だ手に入らないのか。
いやー、ごめんな。世界中の情報をかき集めてるけどまだ見つかってないんや。
What, so she has no progress to report?
急いでくれ。俺にはもう時間がない。
分かったにゃ。見つかった時はフェイリスから連絡するにゃ。今日はそれまで死なないでにゃ。
ああ、死ぬのか。エル、臭い、コング。ルー
She hung up before I could finish. Damn it, that's why I hate talking to Ferris. Anyway, moving on. This time around, my search for an IBM 5100 is going poorly. Actually, I suppose I should consider myself lucky for having found one so easily the first time. I mean, the IBM 5100 is practically an urban legend. There are people, like Malika, who've spent months searching with no success. Last time, it barely took me 3 days to reach Yanabayashi Shrine, almost as if something was guiding me there. It was fate. No, it was the choice of Steins Gate. That's why its loss is so painful.
さすが幻って言われる PC だよな。
Daru is sitting at his computer, like always.
アットちゃん情報だけどさ、何年か前にコレクターがうん千万円出してまで手に入れたって話もあるらしいよ。 IBN5100 やばい、マジやばい。
そこまでプレミアがつくとは。
Then people must know their secret. They're all after the data in CERN's mainframe.
僕的にはすごく不思議なんだよね。実際なんでそんな値段がつくのかマジで謎。もともと高かったっていうのもあるかもしれないけど、当時の値段で2万ドルぐらいしたらしいから。
20,000. That is expensive.
それにしても手に入らなさすぎな気はする。確かにいいマシンだけど、それはあくまで当時としてはだし、そんな血眼になってまで手に入れる価値があるとは思えねえ。誰かが買い占めてたりして。
The harder something is to obtain, the stronger the desire for it becomes. That's how people are. And that's how I feel now. In the depths of CERN, completely isolated from the outside, lies a database coded with an IBM 5100. What secrets are sleeping there? Could it contain the data from CERN's time machine research? Could there be proof that the Committee of 300 exists? The desire to know grows stronger by the day. It's not just about plunging the world into chaos anymore. We need the power to oppose CERN's evil ambitions. And then there's that threatening email to consider. Daru is confident that CERN won't find us, but I can't afford to take that for granted. After all, we're up against the brightest minds in the world, the scientists who invented the World Wide Web. And they're backed by a secret organization more powerful than any nation. We're way out of our league here. They would have no trouble at all crushing our puny lab if they desired. That's why we need a trump card to hold against them. But without an IBM 5100, we can't move forward. I'm getting restless.
うお、なんじゃこりゃ。
Daru suddenly lurches forward to stare at his monitor.
どうした？
いや、こんなのありえないんですけど。
どういうことか説明しろ。
今セルンのルート券ゲットしようといろいろ調べてて、なんかやけにセルンのデータベースの情報が落ちてくんのが早いなと思ってたんだけど、これすげえよ。なぜかこのビル周辺からセルンまで直通の光回線が通ってる。しかも1本じゃなくてたくさん束になってるお。
直通と普通とは何が違う？
文字通り直通。こっからフランスにあるセルンまでマジで光ケーブルが直接つながってる。
普通の場合は違うのか？
全然違うっつーの。
Daru calls up the National Assembly of France's website. Then he brings up the command prompt and hammers out some commands.
ほら見てみ。これはこの PC からフランスの国民議会のサイトを見るときの経路なわけ。この PC の IP アドレスが0番のとこな。で、その後日本国内のいろんな箇所を経由してからフランスに飛んで、そこからさらに国民議会のサイトが置いてあるところまでフランス国内のコンピュータを経由してる。国民議会のサイトを見るためには16の経路が必要なわけ。平均転送速度は 300ms ぐらい。海外ならこんぐらいが普通。わかりやすく言うと、日本からフランスのサイトを見に行くための道は限られてるわけ。誰でも同じ道を通る。これはフランスだけじゃなくて他の国でも同じだし、日本国内でだって10経路ぐらいは通るんだよ。じゃあ次にセルンを見てみるお。
Daru calls up CERN's homepage on the browser. Then he displays the route like last time. The result.
経路はたったの1。
Unlike before, the signal doesn't pass through any intermediate servers. The PC we're using, its registered name is Akihabara PC, is connected directly to CERN in France.
しかも転送速度は普通の数百倍だ。むちゃくちゃ速い。こんな数字国内でも出ないよ。向こうはフランスなのに。
なぜ直通なんだ？こんなことありえるのか？
クラックする前からこの状態だったのだぜ。僕は何もいじってねえもん。
このビルには以前からセルンとのホットラインがあるわけか。偶然とは思えないな。これはシュタインズゲートの選択である可能性が。
普通だったら絶対にありえない。日本のデータ通信網とは完全に独立したケーブルが1本だけここからセルンまでつながってるなんて。
Daru's so excited, he interrupted me.
そんなもんを日本やフランスの通信会社が設置するとは思えないし、となると
設置したのはセルン自身か。
Daru gulps and nods. Cold sweat oozes from his brow. I feel a chill as well. CERN might be able to see everything we're doing. No, maybe CERN has been expecting us for years. How could that be? The answer is simple. John Titor claims that CERN completed their time machine in 2034. Just 2 years later, the world is a dystopia under their rule. Maybe the CERN of 2034 considers our opposition in 2010 a threat. Maybe they use their time machine to travel to 2000 and install a fiber optic cable to track our every move. It's entirely possible. Has the invention of the time machine started an intertemporal war? If so, what can we do? Our enemy might be stronger than even I can imagine. No, I mustn't lose heart. I need to think positive.
でもさ、この直通回線があるおかげで LHC をこの PC からでも使えるようになったお。
本当にやったのか？
すごいよ、ダルくん。
Mayuri pauses her DVD and comes up beside me.
これだけの転送速度だからさ、遠隔操作もタイムラグほぼゼロだお。まだ実際に試してないけど。
That's right. Even if this is some kind of CERN trap, we might be able to make use of it. They're still vulnerable to our attack.
LHC ってあの20キロ以上ある大きなトンネルでしょ。結局何をするトンネルなんだっけ。
要所を加速して衝突させる。
あ、そうそう、ミニブラックホールを作れるんだよね。
公式発表じゃミニブラックホールは陽子衝突の過程で副産物的に生まれる可能性があるだけって言ってたけど、実は違ったんだわな。
極秘の内部資料によれば、初めからブラックホールを作るために建設された装置だった。
But we still don't know how they do it. We need to think of a way to...
岡部、
Kurisu suddenly emerges from the development room. She was cooped up in there all morning. Her expression is unusually grave.
どうした？
やっと解が出た。
Figured out what?
電話レンジの仕組みのことよ。
解明したのか？
Kurisu nods. She still hasn't smiled.
あくまで私がわかる範囲で導き出した仮説だけど、今話してた LHC とも大きく関係する話。
LHC は世界一大きな電子レンジである。そういう例えを挙げたのはお前だ、クリスティーナ。
そう、その通りだった。予想は間違ってなかった。電話レンジはとんでもない化け物よ。
A monster.
こんな雑居ビルの一室に置いといていいものじゃない。もちろんネガティブな意味で。
Kurisu clutches her arms as if to keep from trembling.
具体的に説明してもらおう。
電子レンジってもともとはリーダーの研究の結果偶然生まれたことは知ってる。
Daru and I nod. Mayuri shakes her head. We read up on all that back then. When the phone wave started acting weird.
発生する電磁波の周波数は 2.45GHz のマイクロ波。電話レンジに使われているのは業務用の強力なやつだから、出力は1500から2000ワットくらいある。で、ここからが重要。
Kurisu goes on to explain that the electromagnetic waves output by the microwave are somehow connected to the electromagnetic waves output by the phone. In fact, you could say they fuse together.
確かにダルの設計図によれば、電子レンジと携帯、2つの機器に共通する電磁波を飛ばすためのリード線は、マグネトロンの陰極と陽極にそれぞれ結線してある。
Magnetron, a type of vacuum tube used in microwave ovens and radar, produces strong microwaves. On one hand, we have the microwave's super strong electromagnetic waves, originally a byproduct of the military's research into radar technology. On the other, we have the cell phone's standardized electromagnetic waves, a frequency now ubiquitous throughout the world. What happens when you fuse those two waves?
どっちも電波を使うことに関しては一致している。それがどんな範囲でどんな強さで影響を及ぼすのかはちゃんと調べたわけじゃないし、私は専門家でもないから想像がつかないけど、仮に携帯電話を踏み台にして周囲何百キロっていう広範囲に影響を及ぼすような軍事用電磁波がまき散らされたとするなら、秋葉原どころか東京が丸ごと電子レンジの中と同じ状態になる。 中にいる人が死に至るまでの時間は体重差にもよるけど、平均しておよそ3分。
マジ？じゃあ電話レンジって大量破壊兵器ってことじゃね？
Is it really that powerful?
あの電話レンジの中で起きてることを教えてあげるわ。レンジ内の目に見えない水素に対し電磁波のエネルギー順位が上昇する。これは通常の電子レンジの機能。そこに携帯電話の拡散型電磁波が加わることによって、レンジ内のあらゆる素粒子が衝突を繰り返すごとに質量を増していって、高速に近い円運動を始める。それはいわば加速器のようなもの。
加速器？
It's literally the same as the LHC.
じゃあ LHC がミニブラックホールを生成するために作られたのなら、やはりこの電話レンジカッコ仮もミニブラックホールを生み出している。
Kurisu doesn't deny it.
こんなに安定して動作しているのが奇跡よ。ただまだわからない点があって、ミニブラックホールが生成されたとしてもそれは一瞬で蒸発してしまうはずなの。でもこの電話レンジはどうやらそうじゃない。バナナや唐揚げがゼリーマンになっていることからそれは明らか。 LHC と同じようにミニブラックホールはカーブラックホールに変化している。
タイターの理論によれば、ミニブラックホールにカーブラックホール効果を生み出すためには電子注入が必要だった。
その注入される電子がどこから来ているのか、それがわからないの。 LHC はリフターによってブラックホールに電子を注入して重力場をコントロールしていた。リフターに代替するものがこの電話レンジのどこかにある。
どこかって？
だからわからないのよ。
So I guess that's what it comes down to. All Kirisu's explanation does is confirm our hypothesis that the phone wave, named subject to change, functions the same as the LHC.
LHC とは何か復習してみる必要がありそうだな。
It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ultimately, however, there's no escaping the contradictions between your false self and the real you. It's a paradox, and paradoxes can't hold. I tried to tell myself that I didn't need anyone, that forming bonds would only hurt, but somehow ended up joining your circle of friends. I still don't know if it was for the best. No, I'm sure it was. Without you, I would have given up on ever finding my dad. I don't know why I wrote all this. I guess what I'm trying to say is thanks. It's time for our LHC MOA guy to shine.
LHC はラージハドロンコライダーの略だね。和訳すると大型ハドロン衝突型加速器ってところかな。
ハドロン？
素粒子の名前。
でこいつはフランスとスイスにまたがる形で作られた円形の巨大地下トンネルで、全長は約27キロ、地下100メートルの深さにある。トンネルの中には2本のリングが通ってて、リングの中は超低温の真空状態なんだお。つまり宇宙環境を再現してるわけ。マジ燃える。陽子の加速は隣接する施設から線形加速器陽子シンクロトロンブースター SPS で段階的に加速されて、最後に LHC に注入され敷き詰められた超電導磁石による最後の加速を行うんだ。 最終的には高速の 99.9999991% にまで達するを。 LHC やばい。電話レンジほどじゃないけどな。でもって加速させた陽子を1秒間に10億から100億回ぐらい衝突させる。そこで起きる高エネルギー反応について観測するのが LHC 計画の目的って一応公表されてる。大嘘だったけど。
I guess that about covers it.
そこでラボ面諸君に聞きたい。我が電話レンジカッコ仮によってセルンを出し抜き、物理的タイムトラベルは可能かどうか。
問題は2点ある。局所場指定とリフター。
局所場指定については前も言った通りだ。D メールはきちんと指定先に届いている。
検証もなしに結論を出すのは危険よ。
Agreed.
リフターの代わりを担っているものについてはすでにあることは分かっている。その何かを見つければいいだけの話だ。
見つけられるとは思えない。この小さな電子レンジの中を私たちはもう何日もかけて調べまくっているけど、ヒントさえ手に入らない。もし仮に見つけ出したとしても、注入する電子量の調整にはさらに膨大な時間がいる。
膨大ってどんぐらい？
セルンは9年をかけても解決できていない。
We are just amateurs, so it's bound to take even longer. Wait, I have an idea.
ならば発想を逆転させてみよう。セルンは人間を物理的にタイムトラベルさせようとしたが、注入電子量の調整がうまくいかず、得意点を裸にできていない。それはこの電話レンジカッコ仮も同じことだ。ゼリーマンにならず、無事に送れるデータ量は36バイトプラスアルファだけ。そこで逆に考えるんだ。一人の人間を丸ごとデータ化し、それを36バイトプラスアルファまで圧縮してしまえばいいと考えるんだ。そうすれば D メールと同じようにリング得意点を通過できるではないか。
人間を丸ごとデータ化ってそんなことできるわけないじゃん。もしできたとしてもそのデータ容量天文学的な数字になるんじゃね？それをどうやってたったの36バイトまで圧縮するん？バカなの？死ぬの？
いいアイデアだと思ったんだが。
I guess it's not that easy. The barriers to time travel are just too high. I turned to Kurisu, meaning to ask her opinion, and then I realized that her expression has changed dramatically. Her eyes are wide as saucers, and her mouth is hanging open.
そうか。それなら、もしかしたら。
She pauses for a second, and then...
できるかもしれない。
Do what? Time travel? It's hard to believe what Kurisu is saying, even though it was my idea in the first place.
本気で言っているのか？
Kurisu grins triumphantly in response.
少なくともデータ容量の超圧縮については簡単よ。LHC で作ったブラックホールを利用すればいい。ブラックホールは飲み込んだあらゆるものを超圧縮してしまうんだから。圧縮するものが単なるデータなら人間みたいに潰されることで命が失われることもない。
I get it, but wait, can we really pull off such a stunt? And besides...
人間のデータ化についてはどうするつもりだ？
サイエンス誌に私の論文が載ったっていうことは知ってるわよね。
なぜいきなり自慢を始めるのだ？
その論文を読んだことは？
I haven't.
ああ、その号のサイエンス誌ならスキャンして撮ってあるを。
Daru opens up his image folder, scrolls past tons of 2D porn, and opens up the scanned image. Sure enough, there's Kurisu's name in big English letters.
論文のタイトルは 側頭葉に蓄積された記憶に関する神経パルス信号の解析。
側頭葉、神経パルス。
あれオカリン知らなかったん？
いや待て、からかうのはよせ。このタイトルは物理学というより脳科学の分野では。
Neuroscience, the scientific study of the brain. This field incorporates biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering.
脳科学専攻ですけど何か？
What? I can't just believe it. From the way she talks about particle accelerators and time travel theory, I was sure she had to be a physicist.
いや、それはまあいいとして。それとタイムトラベルとどんな関係が？
人間丸ごとのデータ化は無理でも、人間の記憶丸ごとのデータ化なら可能っていうこと。
Converting memories to data, Kurisu proceeds to explain her thesis. Memories accumulate in something called the parahippocampal gyrus, or hippocampus, which is located in the temporal lobe of the brain. But what are memories? Kurisu's thesis analyzes that question from a neuroscientific perspective. All of the brain's functions manifest as electrical signals running through its neurons. Even memories are written to the hippocampus by electrical signals. Kurisu analyzed how specific electrical signals correspond to specific memories. The mechanism by which humans recall memories can be likened to a word association game. You begin with a vague, abstract image, which calls successive images of increasing clarity.
タンスの引き出しの一つ一つには小さい箱がびっしり入ってるの。で、そのたくさんの箱の中にもさらに小さな小箱がいっぱい。そんな風に想像してもらえばいい。
Kurisu discovered that the number of retrieval commands, nerve impulses used to search up memories, is surprisingly low. Out of the hundreds of millions of nerve impulse patterns in the brain, only a few thousand are related to memory. It was the successful analysis of these patterns that earned Kurisu and her research team critical acclaim in the scientific community.
この研究単体だけじゃ岡部の言ったアイデアとは全然関係なさそうだけど、もう一つあるの。私の通ってる大学、ビクトル・コンドリア大学の精神生理学研究所がビジュアルリビルディング、略して VR 技術っていうのを何年か前に開発した。簡単に説明すると、ビデオカメラなんかの映像機器に映した風景の映像信号を神経パルス信号にコンバートする技術のこと。
Am I losing my mind? That exact diagram, that was in Chaos Head Noah, wasn't it? This exact diagram, it was his reasoning for why the hallucinations and stuff happen or something, right? Like how they get the hallucinations going or something. I swear this exact thing was am I imagining things? I feel like it was.
逆に神経パルスを普通の電気信号にコンバートすることもできる。で、この VR 技術と私たちの研究を組み合わせるとどうなると思う？
まさか
人間の記憶のデータが？
それだけじゃない。記憶の移植、バックアップ、外部保存、そういうことができるようになる。
Causing people to have delusions, yes, stuff like that. It's like science fiction. In a sense, this technology could be used to copy a person's soul. According to Kurisu, some religious groups strongly oppose this research, as you might expect. On the other hand, the medical community is ecstatic about the possibilities. In any case, It's amazing that my assistant here was able to make such an incredible discovery. Of course, she did have a university supporting her, but still.
つまりお前はこう言いたいのだな。 D メールと同じ要領で被験者の記憶を含む脳内情報を光信号として取り出し、それを LHC で発生させたミニブラックホールを利用して超圧縮36バイトプラスアルファのサイズにまでして、電話レンジカッコ仮で生成したカーブラックホールのリング特異点を通過させ、携帯電話を通して過去の被験者自身の脳に記憶だけをぶち込む。
どういうこと？
記憶だけの時間跳躍。物理的転送によるタイムトラベルと区別するために、仮にこっちはタイムリープと定義しましょうか。肉体を含めた物理的転送ではなく、記憶だけを過去へと跳躍させる。あまりに突飛すぎて誰もまともに考えようとしなかった方法。
She's right. The idea is ridiculous, which is why none of the geniuses at CERN could come up with it. But this union of physics, neuroscience, and neurophysiology will make the impossible possible. To transfer memories to the past via cell phone, to time leap.
ポイントは、転送するのは記憶だけってこと。人格や意識についてはこれに含まない。
どういうことだ？ SF 小説でよくあるタイムリープとは何か違うのか？
SF とかでよくあるタイムリープは、意識、人格、記憶の全てが跳躍している。でも意識や人格まで含めるとデータ量は膨大になるだろうし、そもそも私の研究室が解析できたのは記憶の部分だけだから、意識、人格と記憶は別と考えて。記憶はコンピューターでいうところの画像データや映像データと同じ。それに対して意識と人格はいわば OS ということになる。
容量ってことなら OS より画像や映像の方が大きい場合もあるじゃん。
あくまで例えよ。そもそも人格や意識って未だにどこにあるのか、どんな仕組みでそれが成立しているのかはっきりしないの。だからそれをデータ化して移植するのは少なくとも私には無理。
記憶だけなのにどんなデメリットが予想される？
パーソナリティは記憶だけで形成されるわけじゃない。だから記憶を転送しても転送先の意識や人格に依存する。
Windows で言うと Vista の入ってる PC で作ったデータを95の入ってる PC にコピペするって感じか。
MindDoors, the most widely used operating system in the world.
最新の OS で作られたデータが旧式の OS でちゃんと動作するかはわからないわけ。何らかの不具合が出るかも。それに例えば小学生の頃の自分に今の記憶を転送した場合、記憶と肉体のギャップのせいで精神的な障害が起きるかもしれない。
いずれにせよ
Stream
過去の自
elements.
分の体に転送することが前提条
Stay
件だという
moist, my
認識が
friends.
正しい。
Hydrate.
Kurisu nods at my question.
D メールと同じように携帯電話を介して行われる跳躍だから、正確に言うと過去の自分の体でなおかつ携帯を持ってる時点までしか跳躍できないと思う。
There was an exception in Lukaku's case, where we sent a D-mail to a pager, but that doesn't apply to time leaping.
それに飛ばされた先が同一人物じゃないと、例えれば電気信号がマッチングせずに弾かれてしまう恐れも。
そもそも 他人の体に入っちゃったら大変だしね。まあ僕的には可愛いおにゃの子の中なら喜んで入るけど。
Is this guy capable of a non-perverted thought?
うへへじゃないわよ、バカ。弾かれるだけならいいけど、もしかすると深刻な人格障害まで起きる恐れがあるのよ。どんな結果になるかわからない人類初の試みだから。
That makes us pioneers. I like it.
はっきりしているのは、自分が生まれる以前へは絶対にいけないということ。自分が二人同時に存在することはないっていうことだから、タイムパラドックスが発生する心配はない。自分が生まれる前に親を殺すことはできないの。
携帯がブラックホールとホワイトホールの代わりということだな。
It seems like a strange coincidence that cell phones would be the medium of time travel. But really, could it have been anything else? These days, people wear their phones like a second skin. No other medium could reliably deliver the memories to their intended target. The more I think about it, the more I realize that this was meant to be. I whip out my phone and place it to my ear.
俺だ。すべての点が一本の線でつながった。ああ、計画はこれより最終段階に入る。無論、オペレーションベルダンディのことだ。
Verthandi, the second of the three Norns, sister goddess of fate in Norse mythology. The three sisters tend the world tree, Yggdrasil, whose roots lie in Earth's fountain. Verthandi is the Norn of the present, popularized in Japan by a certain goddess manga.
クリスティーナにはまんまと騙されたが、彼女のラボメン加入は我らにとってまさにシュタインズゲートの選択通りだったというわけだ。案ずるな、うまくやってみせるさ。今の俺たちは無敵だ。エルプサイコウル。
I put away my phone and turned to Kurisu.
今言った通りだ。クリスティーナよ、これよりオペレーションベルダンディを開始する。
あ、いや、少しはどういうことか説明しろよ。
お前の言うタイムリープ案を全面採用すると言っているのだ。ちなみにここまで俺をその気にさせておいて、脳内情報のデータ化はここではできませんなどとは言わせんぞ。
まあ、秋葉原ならパーツも揃ってるからなんとかなるとは思うけど。
決まりだ。これよりお前を作戦主任に任命する。俺やダルをこき使って構わん。人類史上初のタイムリープマシンを完成させるぞ。
Kurisu nods. Her eyes are shining with a fierce, hungry light. As I thought, she's a scientist to the core. Kurisu and Daru go home, leaving me with my Yuri. I thought she was hard at work on her costume, but when I look, I find her staring at the wall. Her hands have stopped moving.
マリ、帰らないのか？
She usually doesn't stay this late. Her parents might be worried.
あのね、さっきのオカリンやクリスちゃんの話を思い出してたの。思い出してね、なんとか頑張って理解しようと思ったんだけど、ダメだったよ。ただね、なんとなくわかるのは、すごいことになってるみたいっていうことかな。
いかにも人類 新たなる段階に進むことになる。そしてそれはこのラボから始まるのだ。
眩しいな。
眩しい？どういう意味だ？
オカリンもクリスチャンもキラキラ輝いてて。
それはこの俺、法王院京馬が放つ狂気のオーラだろう。
クリスチャンが入ってきてからそろそろ10日ぐらいでしょ。その間マユシーが感じたこと言っていい？クリスチャンがラボ面になってね、なんだかラボの空気がビシッと引き締まった感じがするんだ。
ふん、認めなくてはならないな。確かにあいつの知識は凄まじいものがある。そしてそんな天才少女を仲間に引き入れたこの俺、法王院京馬の功績もまた素晴らしきものだと言わざるを得ない。
だからね、眩しいの。クリスチャンはラボとオカリンにとってすっごく役に立ってるでしょ。でもね、マユシーはあんまりオカリンの役に立ててないのです。
Mayuri looks depressed.
マユシーももっと頭が良かったらな。そしたらオカリンの役に立てたのにね。
マユリ、
She's never expressed such sentiments before. Is she jealous of Kurisu's talents? Is there competition brewing in the lab? I sigh and walk to the window. I can't see many stars in the sky.
マユリ、今日は星を見ないのか？
Mayuri comes up beside me. We lean out the window together. It's only 9, but Akiba is already still and silent, save for the occasional car trundling by.
このラボを作ったばっかりの頃、ダルくんもいない頃にね、よくこうして2人で静かに過ごしてたよね。
ああ、そうだな。
Daru joined the lab in early May. Before that, he was unwilling to join no matter how I tried to convince him. Then he learned that the lab was just 3 minutes away from May Queen, and suddenly he was all Future Gadget Lab, hell yeah! But for about a month and a half after the lab's founding, it was just me and Mayuri all alone.
マユシーはこれからもここにいてもいいのかな。
Mayuri looks at me with uncertainty in her eyes. I meet her gaze firmly and bob her lightly on the head.
くだらないことを言うな。マユリはここにいるだけでいいんだ。
いるだけ？
お前がいなかったらこのラボはもっと殺伐としていただろう。特に俺と助手は水と油みたいなところがあるからな。互いに意見をぶつからせて喧嘩になってもおかしくない。だがそんな時にマユリが空気の読めない能天気コメントを発することで殺伐さが中和されるのだ。
褒められてるのかな。
もちろん褒めている。何も案ずるな。お前がここにいるのは俺にとっては計算のうちなのだからな。
そっか、ありがとう、オカリ。
Mayuri smiles in relief, and then her stomach rumbles.
お腹空いちゃった。おでんか温めようっと。オカリンも食べる？
ああ、もらう。
じゃあちょっと待っててね。
Soon we are chowing down on piping hot Odin. The next day, Mayuri and I go shopping at Radican. We have a list written by Kurisu of parts for the time machine. Naturally, I'm paying for everything out of my own pocket. Kurisu and Daru have already started work on the upgrade. Apparently, the conversion of memories into digital data requires software developed at Kurisu's lab in America. She can download that software from their dedicated server, but that's not the only thing we need. There's also some kind of brain scanning headgear that we're going to have to make ourselves. Incidentally, I have to pay extra close attention to make sure my journey doesn't wander off while we're shopping. If she sees some random store that interests her, she'll literally stop and stare at it for hours. I keep walking, of course, and only later realize that she's not behind me. Then I have to run from store to store looking for her. This must be how parents of small children feel. Anyway, this is nothing new. Mayuri has always been like this.
頼むから俺についてこい。この迷宮ではぐれたら、おそらくお前は自力では外に出られないぞ。
わかった。気をつけるね。でね、オカリ、タイムリープとタイムトラベルってどう違うの？
Did she really hear what I just said about not wandering off? Besides, Kurisu already explained once yesterday.
タイムトラベルは体ごと時間を飛び越えること。タイムリープは記憶だけが時間を飛び越えることと覚えればいい。
Just memories, no personality or consciousness included. Although Kurisu did mention that there was no way to be sure what might happen to your consciousness.
そっか。あのね、じゃあ D メールとタイムリープだとできることってどう違うのかな？
D メールは過去へ指示できるだけだった。過去は変わるかもしれないし、変わらないかもしれない。それは受け取った人間次第であり、成功率は未知数だった。それに過去が変わった場合、変える前の記憶は失われる。世界線が再構成されるからだ。
I am the exception thanks to reading Steiner.
それに対してタイムリープだと、例えば1週間前のお前の頭の中に今のお前の記憶が丸々流れ込んでくることになるはずだ。
We won't know for sure if it works until the machine is built.
例えば作りかけのコスを持って1週間前へ行ける？ゴミマまでの時間を1週間分稼げてマユシー大勝利みたいなこと？
タイムトラベルならば可能だろうが、タイムリープでは無理だ。2日前に受けたテストの答えを知っている状態でテストの前へ戻ることはできる。だが回答済みの答案用紙を持って2日前へは戻れない。
じゃあマユシーの意識は1週間前のマユシーの中に入っちゃうってこと？
そういうことだ。
While this conversation has been going on, I've been steadily purchasing items from Kurisu's shopping list.
物は持っていけないけど記憶は持っていけるんだね。そっか。でもそしたら1週間前のマユシーの中にあったマユシーの記憶はどこに行っちゃうのかな？
上書きされるのではないか？
We haven't tested it though, so there's no way to be sure.
消えちゃうってこと？
消えたとしても、1週間前のお前の記憶と今のお前の記憶は連続している。記憶が上書きされたとしても、1週間前までのお前の記憶には何も変化はない。未来の1週間分の記憶が追加されるという言い方をした方が良さそうだ。
じゃあね、1週間前のマユシーに記憶を飛ばしたら、今のマユシーの体はどうなっちゃうんだろう。
Mayuri's asking some pretty philosophical questions today, but I guess anyone would ask the same.
マユシーが1週間前に記憶をビューンって飛ばしても、オカリンはここにいるんだよね。オカリンから見ると、意識が飛んでったマユシーはどうなっちゃってるのかな。
抜け殻になっている。いや待て、そうじゃない。そういうことじゃないはずだ。助手がやろうとしているのは記憶をデータ化して保存する、つまりバックアップでしかない。記憶を全て脳から抜き去ってそれをデータ化するわけではないのだ。
Nothing inside the brain is lost. You don't become an empty shell. Besides, neither personality nor consciousness is transferred to begin with.
だから抜け殻になったり意識が飛んだりすることはないはず。
No, wait. There's another issue
と
issue
いう
here.
か1週間前に戻ってまたその1週間を経験してきたマユリがここにいることになるのではないか。
Not that anybody, including me, would be able to tell the difference.
じゃあタイムリープする前の最初の1週間を過ごしたマユシーはタイムリープしてその1週間を繰り返したマユシーに消されちゃうの？
This is getting complicated.
そうだ、消える。もう一度やり直すと言うべきだな。そっくりそのままトレースすることもできるし、全く別の行動をとることもできる。それと消えた最初の1週間の記憶自体はマユリが持ち続けていることになる。
じゃあね。
The questions keep coming. She's trying hard to understand in her own ditzy way.
もしも1週間前に戻ったマユシーが1週間後の今日ラボには来なくて学校のお友達と池袋で遊ぶことにしたらどうなるのかな。今はマユシーはこうしてオカリンとお話ししてるけど、
過去が変わり今も変わることになるだろう。こうしてここで俺とお前が話している事実は消滅するはずだ。
それをオカリンは気づかないんだよね。
ああ、そうだ。
だとしたらね、なんだか寂しいね。
俺が？
マユシーが。
I don't get what she means.
だからクリスチャンは過去を変えたくないって言ってたのかも。
She nods to herself with a bright smile.
あ、ねえねえねえ、タイムリープは未来には飛べないのかな。
飛べるかもしれないが飛んだところで意味はない。
Kurisu and I reached that conclusion yesterday. The memories you send overwrite the memories at your destination. If you sent your memories 1 week into the future, in the future you would lose 1 week of memories.
俺たちがやろうとしているタイムリープは過去に送ってこそ進化を発揮するのだ。それに過去より未来の方が届かない可能性は高い。過去については思い出すことができるが、未来については予測がつかないからな。例えばマユリは未来永劫にわたって同じ電話番号の携帯を持ち続けていると思うか？
わかんないよ。
つまりそういうことだ。それにかつてポケベルが携帯の出現で廃れてしまったように、携帯に代わる新たなパーソナル端末が爆発的に流行してしまうかもしれない。
In order for the time leap to succeed, the target you must have a phone whose number you know. As long as that condition is met, there should never be a problem with setting the destination. The real problem is what inside the phone wave is acting as the lifter. Until we figure that out, we can't reproduce the discharge phenomenon at will. The phone wave, named subject to change, will remain incomplete. On the other hand, if we can figure it out, we'll have an inner source of electrons that, unlike CERN's, needs no timing. I'm exhilarated. The phone wave is evolving by the day. Our invention of the time leap machine will put us light years ahead of CERN. Time travel will finally become a reality. I can't wait to try it out. My soul yearns for the taste of chaos. I barely managed to keep from bursting out in mad laughter. Come to think of it, more than 1 week has passed since we sent the first email. And although there was that strange threatening email, there remains no sign of Men in Black to come miles away. According to Daru, CERN hasn't discovered our hacking either. The next problem is what will happen when we use the time leap machine. In order to compress a human's entire wealth of memory into the requisite 36 bytes, we have to borrow the LHC's black hole. I can't believe that CERN won't notice an unauthorized activation of the LHC. How do we keep them from finding us? We need a plan.
そっか。じゃあマユシーが小学生の頃へも飛べないんだね。その頃は携帯持ってないもん。
Mayuri's still talking about the time leap.
お前は小学生の頃へ戻りたいのか？気持ちはわかる。今の知識を持って小学生からやり直せば、学校の成績はおそらく学年トップになれるだろうし、人間関係もうまくこなせるだろう。
それにね、おばあちゃんにも会えるかもって思ったんだ。
そうか。残念だったな。
Mayuri's grandmother passed away when Mayuri was in elementary school.
残念は残念だけどね、どうしても会いたかったわけじゃないよ。おばあちゃんの言葉とかね、笑顔とか、マユシーの頭を撫でてくれたシワシワの手とかね、マユシーは今でもちゃんと覚えてるもん。だからね、わざわざ会わなくても平気なの。それよりもね、その頃のオカリンに もう一度会ってみたいなって思って
あの当時からこの俺はマッドサイエンティストとして完成されており、周囲のガキンチョどもとは一線を画した人間だった。そんなイフのオーラを放つ天才小学生にして未来のマッドサイエンティスト、おーインキョーマに会いたいというお前の気持ちよくわかるぜ。
会いたいのはおーいなんとかじゃなくてオカリンだよ。
I am Ho-Owen Kuma. Always have been, always will be. Mayuri just doesn't get it, so I disregard her comment.
だがやめておけ。精神年齢において当時から全く成長していないお前では、仮に今小学生に戻ったところで何も変わらんからな。
そんなことないよ。マユシーもちゃんと成長してるもん。
食べる量が増えたぐらいだろ。
And your breast size.
そんなことないのです。マユシーはちゃんと大人の階段を登ろうとしているのです。
A real woman. I kind of want to hear the details, but she probably doesn't know what she's talking about.
それよりもね、オカリンの方が当時から止まったままだと思うな。
だから何度も言っているだろうが、この俺は当時の時点ですでに完成されていたのだとな。
The shopkeeper shoots me a glare. I guess this isn't the best place for maniacal laughter. Better get those parts and head back to the lab. We finish our shopping and come out in front of the station.
そういえば参るよ。お前、最近バイトをしていないんじゃないか？
バイト？ルモアンヌのこと？
Of course, May Queen doesn't exist in the current wholesome Akiba.
あのね、コミマ前だからお休みもらってるんだよ。頑張ってコスを作らなくちゃ。
今年は一体何着作っている
3着。楓ちゃんとふぶきちゃんの分でもってルカちゃんの分。
I wonder if Lukaku is still refusing to wear it. I can hardly blame him. I mean, however cute he looks, he's still a guy. No, wait, that was before we sent the email. Now Lukaku's a girl, I guess. How confusing.
あ、萌香さんだ。
何？
I look where Mayuri's pointing and see Moeka squatting by the staircase, staring hard at her cell phone. She looks more tired than the last time I saw her. There are bags under her eyes, and her hair is frayed. The intensity of her expression makes me hesitate to call out to her. She'll probably just ignore me like before. On the other hand, she is a lab mem. I can't just ignore her.
そこの指圧師よ。随分と浮かない顔をしているではないか。
トゥットゥルー、萌香さん、ここで何してるの？
Moeka doesn't look up. She mutters something that I can't make out.
おーい、聞いているか？悩みがあるならこの狂気のマッドサイエンティストオーインキョーマが華麗に解決してやろう。もっともその場合は秋葉が血の海となることも覚悟してもらうかな。
Moeka suddenly jerks upright as if poked with an electric prod. She lifts her head and stares at me with wide eyes, then jumps to her feet and walks right up to me. This is the first time I've seen Moeka express such emotion.
なんだどうした
She doesn't speak. That hasn't changed. Instead, she looks down and starts typing on her phone. Guess I should be ready for a mail. What happened to the time machine?
どうなったとはどういう意味だ
Are you still using it? Did you figure out how it works?
まだ完全には解明できていない。今は改良中だ。
すごいんだよ。あのね、今度はね、タイムリープができるようになるかもしれないんだって。
What's a time leap? Tell me more.
記事にはするなよ。それをしたら、俺はお前をラボ面から破門しなければならない。
Moeka shakes her head violently. Guess she won't write an article.
セルンへのハッキングによって電話レンジカッコ仮の新たな可能性について発見したのだ。セルンの一部設備を曲がりさせてもらうことによる新たなるタイムトラベルシステムの構築だよ。これは人類の歴史を塗り替え新たなる段階へ足を踏み入れたことを意味する。すなわち時間の壁の征服。かくして人を未来へ流されるのではなく、未来を選んでいくことができるようになるだろう。その人類史上初の偉業を今我ら未来ガジェット研究所が成し遂げようとしているのだ。
オカリン、オカリン、その説明はね、すごく回りくどくてマユシにはさっぱりなのです。
How can you not be moved by my speech? I'm talking about becoming legends here. Moeka bites her lip and types out a mail in irritation. Then she grabs my arm and digs in her fingernails. It hurts.
手を離してもらおうか。
But Moeka doesn't listen. What's a time leap?
タイムリープ、すなわち記憶のみの時間跳躍だ。俺たちはそれを可能にする方法を見つけ出した。近いうちにタイムリープは実行され、我らは時間の征服者となる。
あのね、オカリンが思いついてクリスちゃんができるって言ってダルくんはお手伝い中でマユシーはオカリンと買い出しなんだよ。
Moeka suddenly releases me. Her eyes are blank, unfocused. She squats down on the spot, just as we found her. She seems entirely drained of energy and will.
萌香さん、大丈夫？調子悪いの？
That's amazing. You've made a real breakthrough. Congratulations. When will it be finished?
こればかりも何とも言えないな。いくつか問題を残している。それがうまく解決できれば1週間以内にでも完成するだろう。だが解決できなければいつまでたっても完成はしない。すべてはシュタインズゲートによる選択。必ずや解決の道は開けていると俺は確信している。そして扉が開いた時、訪れるのは俺が望む混沌。世界を影から支配する機関への ラグナロックの幕は切って落とされるのだ。
オカリンは誰と戦ってるの？
決して表舞台には現れない支配者層に決まっているだろ
へえ、すごいね。でもね、危ないことはしちゃダメだからね。
Why does Mayuri insist on worrying about me? Moeka's lips curve into a smile. She rises to her feet unsteady, then staggers off into the crowd. It's like she's forgotten about us completely. Mayuri and I can only watch her go. There's an indescribable aura about her that holds us back.
萌歌さん、どうしたのかな？
I've known she was kind of strange ever since I met her, but this? Maybe she's an escaped mental patient or something. Not that her insanity can possibly compare to mine, for I desire nothing less than total and absolute chaos.
オカリンまでおかしくなっちゃった。マユシンは心配です。
Mayushi looks scared, so I cease my maniacal laughter a few minutes earlier than planned. Afterwards, Mayuri and I go our separate ways. She apparently has to deliver a costume to her friend Fubuki. When I return to the lab with my spoils of war, something surprising, though not too surprising, come to think of it, catches my eye. Kurisu is on the computer. As soon as she notices I've returned, she quickly closes the window on the screen.
ちょっと入ってくるときはノックぐらいしてよ。
Fubuki-chan and Katie-chan praise me for the cosplay. I made them this time. I'm really happy. Who? You've never mentioned them before.
ここはお前のプライベートな部屋ではない。それに敵が待ち伏せしているかもしれないのにノックして存在を知らせるバカがどこにいる？
敵が待ち伏せしてるかもって考えるバカこそどこにいる？
それでクリスティーナ、お前はやるべきことをサボって何を見ていた？
I already know the answer, of course. I caught a glimpse of the screen before she closed it.
調べ物よ。
Looks like she plans to continue this charade. I drop my bags and go to the computer. I slip past Kurisu's blocking arms and restore the minimalized window.
なんか文句ある？おい、そのこれはひどい、はいはいワルスワルスみたいな笑い方はなんだ？
案ずるなクリスティーナ。いや、アットチャンネラークリス。
その呼び方はやめて。
俺はすでに気づいていた。そう、とっくに気づいていたのだよ。 お前が生粋のアットチャンネラーだということにな。隠そうとしても俺にはわかる。お前からはアットチャンネラーとしての匂いのようなものがプンプンと醸し出されている。
失礼だな。ちゃんと毎日香りがきつくない香水つけてるぞ。
バカめ、そういう意味ではない。俺が言っているのは魂レベルの話だ。
魂って具体的にはどんなところだ？定義を聞かせて。
今後バレないための参考にするのだな。
うるさい。いいから聞かせろ。
具体的もクソもない。お前はたまにアットチャンネル用語をつぶやく時がある。
うつだ。
今のもアットチャンネル語だな。まさに魂レベルで染みついているということだろう。そしてこのラボにはもう一人アットチャンネル語をリアルで話すアホーがいて、そいつのせいでお前の魂は冷気させられた。
そうそう、橋田がいるせいで私まで引きずられちゃうのよ。
だが隠そうとするとはいじらしいな、アットチャンネルクリス。
その名で呼ぶな。
She glares at me hard. If looks could kill, she has no sense of humor at all. I should be more careful in the future.
しかし解せないな。アメリカ育ちなのになぜアットチャンネルに詳しいのだ？
アメリカからでもアットちゃんは見られる。あとはわかるな。
そういうことか。英語ばかりの環境にいると日本語が恋しくなってしまうのだな。しかしよりによってアットちゃんを選ばずともよかったもの。
I mean, if you believe the pseudo-intellects in the media, browsing ad channel is like reading scribbles on the bathroom wall.
ギスギスはしてるけど、一番日本の空気みたいなものが感じられる場所だっただけよ。それより頼みがあるんだけど。
頼み？
Kurisu turns away and mumbles something, but her voice is so low, I can't make it out.
言いたいことははっきり言え。
Kurisu turns bright red, but her sullen expression doesn't change.
このことはみんなには内緒にしといて。
そんなにも知られたくないのか。ダルはお前の同類だし、マユリもオタだからアットチャンネルへの理解は深いぞ。俺もよく見に行くしな。恥ずべきことは何もない。履歴書やプロフィールの趣味の欄に堂々とアットチャンネルを見ることと書くがいい。
書けるかバカ。
何ということは VIP でアンカーを出すことの方がいいのか？
Anchor to link a specific post on a message board, usually as a reply. On ad channel, this is done by typing post number. Sometimes people engage in anchor play, a game where a poster leaves a decision to whomever posts with the indicated post number, usually chosen 20 to 30 posts beforehand. For example, 1000 gets to name my firstborn. VIP, ad channel's newsflash VIP board. Although ostensibly for the discussion of news stories, it is currently dominated by idle chat threads.
言葉の意味を理解できる自分が憎い。
まあいい。タイムリープマシンの開発に集中してもらうためにこの件は黙っておく。おそらくすぐにボロが出て俺以外のラボメンにもバレるのも時間の問題だろうがな。
心配には及ばない。大学じゃ周囲はみんな年上だった。研究室じゃ一番の若造なのに論文は私が書かせてもらえた。処世術には長けてるのよ。甘く見ないで。
ヌルポ。
Nulpo, Nurupo, an old ad channel term First seen on the programming board in 2003. Nullpo is short for Null Pointer Exception, which is an error seen in the Java programming language. When someone announces Nullpo, the correct response is to smack them on the head and say "Gah."
しまった。
Kurusu's face gets even redder, and then she falls to her hands in defeat. Oars. An ideograph depicting a person on all fours. O is the head, R is the arms and torso, and Z is the feet. Typically used to express despair, dejection, or frustration. There's no set way to pronounce it. People may pronounce it as orts, ors, or orse. Just as I thought, that channel is in her blood and bones. She doesn't have a prayer. As night fell, we tried to activate the phone wave again, but as expected, the discharge did not occur. I told you before, remember? We met at an event and now we're cosplay buddies. Katie Chan is a university student studying the Sengoku period. She has a super nice figure. Fubuki Chan is the same age as Mayushi, but is kind of boyish. But she was really sexy last year in her Seira cosplay.
ちょっと入ってくるときはノックぐらいしてよ。
You really like making costumes. What made you so passionate about cosplay anyway? You forgot. It all started when you asked for the costume of Q Kyujiro, the flame user from King of Histories. Remember? I thought it looked great on you, but you only wore it once. Such a waste. Uh, Mayuri is at her sewing machine, putting some finishing touches on a costume. She got back earlier this evening after delivering a different costume to her friend, Fubuki-chan. She's been working on this costume ever since. Come to think of it, she usually heads home around 7 or 8, but today she's still hard at work.
Mayuri, あまり遅くならないうちに帰れ。親が心配するぞ。
大丈夫だよ。あのね、マユシーは今日はここにお泊まりするのです。
え、本気か？
She's never done that before.
お父さんとお母さんにもね、そう言ってあるよ。
泊まって作業をしていくのか？
Is Mayushi okay? Tell her to have fun at Komima for me. I don't think I can go this year. I just don't have the energy. I'm completely burned out. I can hear a voice shouting, "Get up, Joe. Someone, save me. The world is collapsing." You're messing with me again, aren't you? Stop making me worry.
そうでもしないとゴミ間に間に合わないんだ。
よく親が許可したな。
I've met her parents any number of times. They're as ditzy as Mayuri. But still, I don't think they would appreciate their underage daughter staying overnight in this dirty lab.
やはりこの俺、
法院京馬の人望だな。
あ、いや待て。人望などという言葉にはヘドが出る。つまり、そうではなく。
そうか。
マユリの親は、この俺のイフで、やむを得ず娘を人質に。
通報しました。
Kurisu calls out from the development room. She's been tinkering with the phone wave, but I guess she was listening.
って言われたらどうする？
裏切るというのなら、俺の右腕が火を吹くことになるぞ。クリスティーナ。
はいはい、12秒12秒。
クリスちゃんも一緒だからって説明したら、お父さんもお母さんもそれなら安心って言ってくれたんだよ。
それってつまり私も泊まれっていうこと？
だってね、電話レンジちゃんの改良で大変なんでしょ。
まあそうだけど、このラボに泊まると気がめいるのよね。主に誰かさんのせいで。
環境というのは大事な要素だ、クリスティーナ。ここは研究に打ち込む以外にすることがないから意外と集中できる。ソースはこの法院京馬だ。それに聞いて驚くな。このラボには脳内物質を活性化させるシステムが組み込まれている。つまりこの俺の天才的かつ大胆かつ繊細な発明に対する着想は毎日ここに寝泊まりしているからこそ生まれるのだ。
脳内物質を活性化させるシステムって、あんた一体何を垂れ流してるんだ？
工場排水のごとき言い方をするな、ザ・ゾンビよ。
マユシー知ってるよ。きっとあれじゃないかな。ほら。
Kurisu comes out of the development room to check what Mayuri is pointing at.
これって芳香剤？
頭の良くなる芳香剤なんだって。秋葉王で買ってきたってオカリンが言ってた。あれっていつの頃だったっけ？
半年ほど前だな。値段は500円とお得だった。
岡部の話って本当に信じるに値しないわね。しかもこれ、中の薬剤はもう空っぽになってるし。
Yeah, when I went to buy replacement packs, they had already stopped selling them.
まあいいわ。どっちにしろ私も泊まるつもりだったし。まゆりさん、付き合うわよ。
本当？よかった。
ただし、岡部は出ていくこと。
出ていけだと？俺はここに住んでいるようなものなのだぞ。このラボこそシュタインズゲートの選択により示された魂の居場所なのだ。
女子2人が泊まるって言ってるんだから、無才男子は自重してくれないと。それにあんたって実家は遠くないんでしょ？
オカリンはね、マユシーと同じで池袋だよ。
電車で30分もかからないじゃない。どうせ今日は徹夜で手伝ってもらうほどのことはないんだから、おとなしく帰ったら？
だが断る。
まさか私たちを襲うつもりか？
黙れ。伝部に猛虎犯が残る少女めが。
残ってない。あのな、前にもそれ言われたが、あんたいつ私のお尻を確かめた？
年下の女子2人だけをここに残していけるほど俺は能天気ではない。未成年には保護者が必要なのだ。
オカリンも未成年なのにね。
あと1年半もしないうちに成人だ。それはつま
シュタインズゲートの選択的に言えば成人だということであり、
いや、それはつまり未成年だろ。
クリスちゃんクリスちゃん、オカリンはね、マユシーたちのことを襲うような悪い人じゃないと思うよ。だってね、マユシーはもう10年以上の付き合いだけど、一度も襲われたことないもん。
でも人質にされたことはあるんでしょ。
っていうかね、今も人質だよ。
強制退出させるべきね。
ふう。
I sighed deeply and placed a hand on my forehead.
あまり俺を失望させるな、クリスティーナ。科学研究の世界に男も女もない。そうだろう。このラボは神聖なる研究の場なのだ。そのような下世話な話題をしたいのなら、お前こそ今すぐ出ていくがいい。モコハン。
Looks like that was enough to convince Kurisu. She gives me a fine gesture as she returns to the development room.
あ、そうか。やはりクリスティーナの伝部にはモコハンが。
ねえよ。
After working on the phone wave for about an hour, I head to a convenience store to buy dinner. Daru hasn't shown his face at all today. He must be busy with that part-time job. I still don't know what he's doing. Probably something that utilizes his super hacker skills. I just hope he steers clear of the law. While walking, I skim at channel on my phone. Taitor hasn't shown up lately. I think it's been a week since his last appearance. I've been reluctant to contact him ever since he called me the Messiah in his last email. That was about the same time he stopped posting. Now at-channel's denizens are busy slandering Taitor. The majority opinion is that he ran away. I wonder where Taitor went. I tried emailing him the other day, but he hasn't replied. His disappearance is especially worrying now that I think he might be Suzuha's dad. I need to contact him somehow. Just then, a mail arrives. You know too much. It feels as if a cold hand stroked my spine. I hug myself, shuddering at the sight. I delete the email immediately. It's happening again. This is bad. Really bad. This is a threat. Was it sent by the organization? By CERN? Does CERN know what we've been doing? Should I report it to the police? Wait, I can't. I just deleted it. And in any case, a picture alone probably isn't enough to get the police involved. Still, maybe I should talk to someone. But who? Not the girls. I can't worry them with this. I'm the adult here, after all. What about Maleka? No, she may be a lab nim, but she's acting weird lately. Even if I tell her about this, she won't be any use. Suzuha has her father to worry about. I guess that leaves Daru. I need to find out whether CERN has discovered our hacking. What would CERN do if they did find out? I wonder. They wouldn't have us killed, would they? Despite my efforts to convince myself that this is just a prank, my feet hurry me back to the lab.
Stream elements. Said.
I burst
Stay
into the
moist,
lab,
my
gasping
friends,
for
hydrate.
air, and quickly lock the door behind me. Finally, I can catch my breath. But just then, I realize that something's wrong. Mayuri and Kurisu aren't here. Did they go home? No, their bags are still here. The lights are still on. The door. When I entered just now, it was unlocked. Would they be so careless? The memory of that threatening email fills me with fear. Don't tell me. Were they kidnapped? Who took them? The organization, CERN, and then I hear a noise. Is that the shower? The lab has a shower inside the dressing room. There's no bath. We can't afford such luxuries, and it's too small to fit more than one person inside. Now I hear the sound of water running. I recall the famous scene from Hitchcock's Psycho. No. Fresh blood mixing into the water and flowing down the drain. The corpses of two girls sprawled out naked on the tile. The second those images flash through my head, I slam open the door to the shower room.
おい、大丈夫か？
Through the steam, I see the wet, naked bodies of the two girls. Mayuri squats down while Kurisu bashfully twists her body, trying desperately to hide her unmentionables. Are their faces red because of the heat, or...
びっくりした。殺されたわけではなかったのだな。
I wipe the cold sweat off my brow and sigh deeply.
ヒヤヒヤさせないでくれ。というか、よくその狭いシャワールームを二人で一緒に使う気になったな。
Kurisu shoots me a deadly glare.
いいから出てけ、変態か。
うお
I dodge a bar of soap aimed at my face, then quickly flee the dressing room. Well, I suppose that was all my fault.
こういうことされるとね、マユチンは悲しいし恥ずかしいです。あんた覚えてきなさいよ。許さない。絶対に許さないからな。
Damn it, it was just a small misunderstanding. I mean, why the hell did they decide to take a shower together when they knew I was coming right back? It's like they wanted to be soon. Kurisu especially. After all that talk about not wanting to spend the night with me around, she sure dropped her guard awfully fast. They're just lucky it was me who walked in on them. What if it had been the organization? They need to get serious. We're fighting for our lives here. By the way, I didn't see a Mongolian spot on Kurisu's butt. Naturally. Anyway, how much longer are they going to shower? Looking at the clock, it's already been more than 15 minutes since I got back. They were yelling at me a few minutes ago, but now I hear laughter and happy squeals coming from the shower room. Sounds like they're having a good time. They get along almost like sisters. Chris-chan, you're so slim. But Mayuri, your breasts are so big. I'm jealous. They're checking each other out, aren't they? In my head, I call up the memory of what I saw in the shower. Wet hair, beads of water glistening on their soapy skin, round, full treasures hidden by conveniently placed steam. I put my phone to my ear.
俺だ。少しまずい状況になりつつある。この最強マッドサイエンティストである法王院京馬が猛虎犯少女と能天気少女の姉妹から精神攻撃を受けている。ああ、これは今まで味わった中でも最大級の攻撃力だ。無防備こそ最強の攻撃だと思い知らされたよ。奴らめ、いよいよ本気を出してきたと見える。実にけしからん。少女たちを倒せだと。そんなことができるものか。なぜなら 奴らに操られているあの少女たちは俺の仲間であり幼馴染なのだから、どうしてもか、どうしても俺は彼女たちを倒さなければならないのか。だとしたら俺は今回ばかりはシュタインズゲートの選択を恨むぞ。臭い。
After a moment to collect myself, I put away my phone. I need some air. 2 days have passed since Kurisu and Mayuri came to stay. During that time, Daru and I have done our best to support Kurisu's work on the phone wave. According to Daru, it should be easy to use the LHC to generate black holes for our use. The black holes form at the proton collision point, where the lifter is installed, and exist for only a few seconds before evaporating. During those few seconds, CERN throws a human into the singularity. We'll use those few seconds too. The gravity of the black hole compresses matter to infinite density. CERN uses a lifter to keep the compression under control, but we don't want that. We're going to dial CERN's lifter down, not so much that it endangers the world, of course, but enough to compress our memory data to under 36 bytes. Daru has been coding the necessary program. As for me, I've been searching for our lifter, the unknown device that pumps electrons into the phone wave and keeps our black hole open. Kurisu couldn't find anything that could serve as a lifter inside the microwave, so it must be something on the outside. We're not sure what that could be, and so far we have no idea where to start looking. Yesterday, I consulted Daru about that threatening email, but Daru insisted that there's no way CERN could have discovered his hacking yet. Of course, I had to make double sure we hadn't been hacked. His test came back clean. I understand he's confident in his skills, and I trust him. If Daru says they haven't found out, then they haven't. But somehow, knowing that does not ease my anxiety. It's Friday, and although we still haven't solved the lifter problem, Kurisu is just about done with the time leap machine. Have you gone to any festivals or fireworks shows this summer? Maybe you have plans to go with my Yuri-chan later. I did 22 practice moves with Samidare. Naturally, that means it's time for her to give me something else to worry about.
最終調整のために電話レンジを稼働させる。
I groan. In other words, we have to cause the electrical discharge phenomenon. There's a risk involved. A risk called Mr. Braun. As we know, the discharge phenomenon causes the entire building to shake. Last time, Mr. Braun threatened to raise our rent if it happened again. Kurisu and Daru looked at me.
オカリン、あとは任せた。
フォローお願い。
つまり敵地に乗り込み死ねというのだな。
あんたの犠牲があって初めてタイムリープ用電話レンジは完成するのよ。
それにこれまでも店長のご機嫌取りに行ってたのはオカリンだったじゃん。
ならばなおさらたまにはお前たちが。
私は無理。あの店長さん以前にバイトから目の敵にされてる。
いいだろう。だが忘れるな。俺は絶対に死なん。不死鳥のごとく何度でも蘇るぞ。
With that said, I head down to handle things with Mr. Braun.
オカリン、死んじゃやだよ。
As I pass through the lounge, Mayuri looks up from her costume to see me off. When I step into the store, Mr. Braun, Suzuha, and the Chipmunk are watching some comedy show on the massive 42-inch CRT. Watching TV at noon without a customer in sight looks like business as usual at the Braun Tube workshop.
おーす、岡部倫太郎。
I raise my hand in response to Suzuha's greeting. The chipmunk, Nae, quickly hides behind her father when she sees me.
この店は相変わらず繁盛していないようですね。
おう、岡部か。ブラウン管買ってけ。
いりません。俺は解雇中ではないのでね。買うなら液晶テレビを買いますよ。
I looked around the store as I answered. I just thought of something. Like CERN's Large Hadron Collider, the phone wave must have some kind of electron feed to keep the black hole open. CERN calls this feed the lifter. We still haven't figured out what it is, nor what could be acting as a substitute lifter in our time machine. What if our lifter is somewhere in this shop? Whatever it is must be in close proximity to the phone wave. It couldn't work otherwise, and the Braun Tube workshop is located directly below the lab. Could our lifter be a CRT? When I listen to Phantom songs at times like these, I sink even deeper into the darkness. Join me, Kyoma.
でも時間移動したら同じ場所に出るだけじゃないの？
立っていないとのことです。
そういえばさ、この前の D メールも文章は途中で切れてたよな。
そうだったか？
そうそう、着歴見てみなよ。僕は確かオカリンは変態って送ったはずだお。
なんか汚そう。
無断撮影は禁止。ダメだと言っそうだ。メールは
Okay, so apparently there are 2 songs of that attachment, and I didn't even realize it. The more you know, I suppose. But now we've got all the songs of Ferris Chan now, so that's pretty cool. As I understand it, let's see. Yeah, okay. So the saves don't really matter. It's like the saves, once we have it permanently. So even though we jump saves there, so anybody else who's going for the getting all the songs for Ferris, apparently make sure on that second email to do both attachments apparently. Was not aware of that, but yeah, there we go. We now have all the songs.
てめえ最近女ばっかり連れ込んでるらしいじゃねえか。
Bit of a fail on this thing over here to not say that. Where'd my thingy go? Where's my thingy? Come back here, thingy. No, don't. Just because I'm fetching that thingy doesn't mean you have to fall. Get back here, silly thingies. Oh.
ばっかと言ってもいつもメンツは変わりませんよ。
私もこの前お邪魔してきたよ。
たまには俺も呼べ。娘と話して
お父さん、
違うぞない。これは社会勉強であり、それと顧客獲得のための営業活動なんだよ。
Check out this scary-looking guy trying desperately to explain himself to his daughter. Hilarious.
そもそもさ、店長の言い草じゃまるで私が若くないみたいじゃん。
若くはなるか。
Suzuha is the same age as Daru and I, which makes her older than Mayuri or Kurisu.
なに？岡部倫太郎、なんつった？
事実だろ。
ないね。お父さんがお前さえいれば幸せなんだからな。ね。
うん、わかってるよ。でも不潔っぽいことはもう言わないでね。
もちろん約束するさ。
Then he joins Pinkies with his daughter. Damn, Mr. Braun, you're way off character. How does a guy like him produce a daughter like that? Nay is one of the kindest, shitless girls I've ever met. I don't know why she's so afraid of me, though. Anyway, I came here to explain that the building's about to shake. How do I avoid having my head ripped off? How many more earthquakes do you think this building can handle? No, that's way too obvious. An earthquake is coming. My magic eye, reading Steiner, has seen it in the future. Escape while you still can. Yeah, that might work.
ねえ、昨日も椎名真由里は泊まったの？
ああ。
ってことは、マキセ・クリスも？
ああ。二人とも上にいる。
そっか。
Suzuha's hostility towards Kurisu hasn't abated.
お前の方はどうだ？
どうだって？
少しは元気が出たのか？
ああ、うん。まあね。捜索は継続中。
My ear feels funny. I don't know what's going on with my ear.
おいバイト。
Ear.
何の話だよ。
Ear.
私、
Is
父さん
someone
を探
talking
してるん
about
だって。
me?
店長にも前話したじゃん。
ああ、その話か。岡部、探してやれ。
Why does he think he can boss me around?
無論だ。鈴葉はすでにラボメンとなっているのだからな。俺とその他メンバーに任せておけ。
Suzuha looks at me with a smile that shines from the room, filling the store.
岡部倫太郎って私と同い年なのにすごく年上って感じだな。なんかぐいぐい引っ張ってく力があるよね。
That's the first time anyone said that to me. It makes me kinda happy.
当たり前だ。俺は大院京馬なのだからな。
The chipmunk cowers in fear as I unveil my madness. I can see tears pooling in her eyes. I guess my aura is just too powerful for a grade-schooled girl to endure.
岡部、もし次大声出して苗を怯えさせたら殺す。
すみません。
でもさ、
Suzuha takes my arm and leads me away from the Tenojis, who have gone back to watching TV.
これだけは忠告しとくけど、マキセクリスには留意して。
留意。
Circumspect. Why can't she just say careful like a normal person? Not that I'm one to talk.
またか。ただの逆恨みだろ。
Suzuha shakes her head firmly.
違う。これは事実。私はそれを存知している。
Perniciousness. Is she saying Kurisu is dangerous? There's something strange about the way Suzuha is talking, and it's not just her fondness for uncommon words. There's something else. Something...
あの女の頭脳は危険すぎ。それに、結局あいつ、実験のことしか考えてないんだ。
Suzuha's eyes are hard, and her voice is as cold as ice. I can tell that she means every word she says.
君たちは利用されてるだけだよ。いい？よく聞いて。あの女はセルンに通じてる。
No, that's impossible. CERN is our enemy. If Daru's hacking is discovered, I have no doubt they will do everything in their power to destroy us. How can Kurisu be connected to CERN?
つまりスパイだと言いたいのか。
Suzuha nods firmly.
タイムマシン開発の功績もあの女のものになった。
Again, Suzuha's words sound strange to my ears, but I still can't place my finger on why.
だからさ、気を許しちゃダメ。
I don't believe it. I saw Kurisu's anger when she learned what CERN had been doing. She called their actions a betrayal of scientists everywhere. How can someone with such a pure love of science be connected to CERN? But if what Suzuha says is true, could she be the one who sent that threatening email? I suspected Mocha, but... Suddenly the ground starts to shake. Kurisu started the experiment, but I haven't talked to Mr. Braun yet.
予想より早い。
おい、こら岡部。
Sure enough, veins on Mr. Braun's forehead swell in response to the shaking.
揺らすなって何度言ったらわかんだ。若い娘だろうが俺は容赦しねえぞ。家賃1万円アップだ。
待ってくださいミスター・ブラウン。これは我がラボの仕業ではなく自信だ。俺の魔眼リーディングシュタイナーがそう予知を。
自信だ。そんなごま 証が通用すると思ってるのか。
The shaking gets more intense, knocking over a CRT.
ブランカちゃんが。
Crap, I can't talk my way out of this one.
てめえ、岡部。
Mr. Braun clearly wants to stab my neck like a twig, but he elects to protect his greatest treasure, the 42-inch CRT, instead. He grabs the remote and switches it off, then grabs hold of the TV and hangs on for dear life.
収まった？
みたいだな。
Wait, it's over? I carefully step through the rubble and take the remote from the dazed Mr. Braun's hand. I press the red power button. The 42-inch CRT instantly comes to life. I stare at the image on the screen and smile.
どうしたの？
見つけた。ついに見つけたぞ。これに間違いない。そうだ、これこそがリフターに変わるもの。これほど分かりやすいのになぜ気づかなかったのだ俺は。いや、今この瞬間に気づいたことこそがシュタインズゲートの選択だということか。
おい岡部、何を笑ってやがる。うちの娘を怖がらせるな。それとブラウン管の弁償と家賃値上げだからな。おい、
少し静かにしていただきましょうか、ミスター・ブラウン。今まさに俺は時空の支配者となることが確定したのですからね。
Stars explode behind my eyes as Mr. Braun drives his fist into the top of my head. The world spins. I struggle to get a hold of my shaken brain.
この俺に暴力を振るうとは。
あ
あミスター・ブラウン、ブラウン化の弁償についてはひとまずつけて頼みます。
With that, I fly out of the workshop. I rub my head. It hurts like hell. Damn that Mr. Braun. Did he really have to crack me so hard? Maybe I should report him for assault. Thanks to his brutality, I had to make a strategic retreat. Fortunately, I did not emerge empty-handed. The extra 10,000 yen a month will hurt, but in exchange I have acquired information essential to the success of my plan.
結果オーライだな。
おかりー、今揺れたけど下は大丈夫だった？
Mayuri and Kurisu appear in the second story window.
本当に不死鳥のごとく復活してるわね。
クリスティーナ、俺は今ここで予言しよう。3分後、お前はこの俺の偉大さに気づき、尊敬の念を抱くとな。
それはないと思う。
I run up the stairs.
なんでそんなわかりやすいことに今まで気づかなかった？
When I tell Kurisu about the 42-inch CRT downstairs, that is her first reaction.
なぜ俺は責められているのか。
責めてるんじゃない。私も含めて誰も気づけなかった間抜けさにがっかりしてるだけ。
東大元暮らしはガチ。
整理すると さっき2階で電話レンジカッコ仮を稼働させ、ビルが揺れ出した時は42型のブラウン管テレビはついていた。だがテレビを消すと、それに同期するようにして揺れも収まったのだ。
放電現象は途中で強制的に中断されたわ。念のためにバナナを入れておいたんだけど、ゼリーマンにはならなかった。
それはね、いいことだと思うな。食べ物を粗末にしちゃダメだよ。
Nobody replies to Mayuri's off-point statement. We're busy reading about cathode ray tubes on the internet. It doesn't take long before we find something interesting. A cathode ray tube has a component called an electron gun, which uses extreme heat and a strong electric field to accelerate electrons and turn them into a beam. Electric field, the area where an electric force has influence. For example, rubbing a balloon and putting it close to your head makes your hair rise due to the influence of the resulting static electric field. The electron beam striking the TV screen's phosphor layer is what generates the picture. An electron gun would certainly work as a lifter.
解は出たわね。42型ブラウン管が放出している電子が電話レンジの作り出したリング特異点に干渉していた。放電現象はその影響よ。
夜になると電話レンジが使えなくなったのはブラウン管工房が閉まってる時間だったからか。
The Braun Tube Workshop doesn't have especially strict business hours, but it's usually open from around 11 to 7. That matches up perfectly with my observation that the phone wave only works between noon and 6. The few instances it hasn't worked during that time frame can be explained by the TV being off.
だが、ブラウン管がそんなに強力な電子を放出しているとは思えん。
電子量は強ければいいというわけじゃない。そんな単純な問題なら、セルンはとっくに問題を解決している。
I see. So it can't be too strong or too weak. By freak coincidence, the 42-inch CRT's electron gun appears to have the right level of electron discharge. That's the only explanation.
まさに偶然の一致よ。ここには奇跡的にタイムマシンができる環境が揃っていた。
いや違うな、クリスティーナ。すべてはシュタインズゲートの選択だ。
Rather than glare at me as she has so many times in the past, Kurisu shoots me an exasperated smile.
別になんだっていいけど。
Get back here. Mayuri looks up from her costume with a question in her eyes.
つまりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんを完成させるためにはどうすればいいの？
原因が究明できたなら恐れることはない。あの大きなブラウン管がついているとき、タイムリープは可能になるという解を導けると思う。
さっき中断された最終調整も含めてさ、もう一回は実験が必要じゃね？
そうね。岡部、
なんだ？
もう一度下に行ってあのブラウン管をつけてきて。
クリスティーナよ、それは実に面白い冗談だな。それに対する俺の答えはミッションエンポッシブルだ。
I'm not going back down there. My head still hurts from last time. Next time, I doubt I'll make it out alive.
いいからさっさと行きなさいよ。
Kurisu orders me get with a sour look. It's like I'm the assistant here.
あんたならできるって。さっきだってすごい発見してきたでしょ。
常習よ。お前、この俺を偉大なマッドサイエンティストだと認めているか？
いいえ。
あ、
ぐほう、即答とかひどす。
あ、しまった。おだてて頑張らせるならこ こははいって言っておくべきだった。というわけで、はい。
遅いわ。
リフターの代替装置が見つかった今、タイムリープマシンは 99% 出来上がってる。
Kurisu's expression suddenly turned serious, but I can see the hunger in her eyes and the flush of excitement on her cheeks. She knows that we stand on the threshold of a new age in science, and she cannot resist the lure of the unknown. She's a true scientist, no doubt about it.
このラボの夢でしょ、タイムマシンは。
Our dream. I've never really thought about it that way. But she's right. My hands are shaking. Not from fear of Mr. Braun, but from excitement.
この俺の夢は時空を意のままに操り、これまでの支配構造をぶち壊すこと。そしてそこに新たな混沌を。
岡部。
Kurisu interrupts my speech.
私は法王院じゃなくて岡部の意見が聞きたい。
She spears me with her gaze. I meet it head on. After a few moments, I feel my mouth curve into a smile.
上等だな。すべて俺に任せるがいい。
With that, I head downstairs. A cracked skull and an empty wallet are a small price to pay for science. Kurisu and Daru send me off with applause for some reason. Mayuri is the only one who looks worried, but I pat her head in reassurance. When I get downstairs, Suzuha and the chipmunk are sitting side by side on the bench outside.
ウィス。
Nay gives me a quick bow, then hides behind Suzuha.
店長、さっきのでめちゃくちゃ機嫌悪くなっちゃってさ。今苗と対比中。
Damn, now I really don't want to go in there.
さっき思いっきりこっちへされてたけど、大丈夫？
この俺の世界遺産級の価値がある頭脳をよりによって殴るとは。あの一撃により一体何億個のニューロンが死に絶え、人類の未来を多大な損失を被ったことか。
それは惜しい人を亡くしたな。
Suzuha clasps her hands in solemn prayer. I'm not dead, just my brain cells.
ごめんなさい。お父さんがひどいことして。
こんな小動物ね。なんと人間的によくできた娘なのだ。
I can't believe she's Mr. Braun's daughter.
アンゼルマン、俺も店長には迷惑をかけたし、おあいこだ。
Nay smiles slightly at my words of comfort.
時にバイト選手、お前に協力を頼みたい。ミスター・ブラウンの脳を5秒でいいから引きつけておいてもらいたいんだ。
Suzuha's eyes start to shine.
色仕掛けだね。
She flexes her bicep for some reason.
触ってみ。
She insists, so I poke it. It's just as hard as her confidence suggests. She's probably stronger than me. But I don't understand what flexing has to do with seduction.
誰も色仕掛けをしろとは言っていない。お前がやりたいと言うなら構わんが。
それぐらいできなきゃ戦士失格だし。それにさ、父さんのこと一緒に探すって言ってくれたでしょ。だから私もできるだけ君に協力したい。
なるほど。ならば戦士よ、任せる。
オーキードーキー。鈴葉お姉ちゃん、お父さんをいじめないでね。いじめたりしないって。
いかに。
I want to complain that he's the one being mean, but I just said we were even, so I refrain.
苗はここで待ってて。
The chipmunk nods. When we enter the store, we find Mr. Braun cleaning up the pieces of the broken CRT. When our eyes meet, another vein pops in his forehead.
筋を通しに来たのなら聞いてやる。ただし、賃下げ要求には応じねえからな。
先ほどは失礼しました。こちらも気が動転していたのでね。そこで、謝罪の意も込めて、我がラボを代表し、ここにいる天音鈴葉から、ミスター・ブラウン、あなたにプレゼントを贈らせてもらう。
店長、刮目せよ。
With a vigorous shout, which in no way seems appropriate for seduction, Suzuha whips off her jacket and...
Yeah!
throws it into Mr. Braun's face. I can see her bra. No, wait, that's not a bra, but a tight tank top that leaves her midriff bare. Yet Suzuha shows no signs of embarrassment as she rushes Mr. Braun. She slips behind him, grabs her coat, and pulls it tight against his face.
岡部倫太郎、今だ。
Now wait just a second. Is this your idea of seduction? It looks like you're trying to suffocate him.
早く。
Mr. Braun flails his arms, trying to escape Suzuha's restraint. There's a huge difference in strength between the two. It's only a matter of time before he shakes Suzuha off.
よくやった戦士よ。お前の英雄的行動に感謝する。
Realizing that the only choice is to go for it, I dash to the counter, grab the remote, and switch on the 42-inch CRT. After about 2 seconds, an image appears on the giant screen. At the same time, the ceiling starts shaking. Kurisu activated the phone wave with perfect timing.
また揺れてる。岡部倫太郎、これって。
Did she really take off her clothes without knowing why?
助かったぞバイト戦士。できればあと10秒ほどそのまま拘束していてくれ。
During that time, I escaped from the store. Outside, Nay's following earthquake drill procedure, crouching while protecting her head. I ignored that and look up at the second floor. At the same time, Kurisu appears at the window and gives me a happy thumbs up. But a second later, she blushes, shoots me a glare, and disappears inside as if nothing happened. What's with her attitude? I'm risking my life here. In any case, the experiment was a success. The 42-inch CRT was the key, as I suspected. Now, how do I explain this to Mr. Braun? I don't want him to kick us out of the building. Perhaps I shouldn't have left it to Suzuha. I timidly peek into the store to gauge the situation.
ちょっと店長、私の服返してよ。
Suzuha is there, fidgeting in her tank top, as Mr. Braun glares down at her.
うっせえ。これは没収だ。
この変態。
変態はおめえだろうが。いきなり脱ぎ出したと思ったら服を俺の顔面に押し付けてくるとは大したプレーだったぜ。岡部に感謝しねえとな。
プレイとか言わないでくんないかな。キモい。
とにかく今日は一日その格好で仕事しやがれ。へそだし結構。なんなら店の前で客引きしてくれてもいいんだぜ。
苗に言いつけるよ。
はは、 花子はおめえより俺の言葉を信じるだろうよ。何しろ俺の娘だからな。
そう
No problems here. Suzuha's seduction strategy worked, I guess. Mr. Braun, what a guy. A little while later, I'm lying on the sofa watching high school baseball. Kumamoto and Aichi are locked in a fierce struggle for the playoffs. Just then, the clack-clack of the sewing machine in the lounge suddenly stops.
オカリン、オカリン、ちょっと来て。
She motions to me while holding the costume. What does she want? I walk over to her.
これをね、持っててくれないかな。こうしてビローンって広げて。
マユシ、今のビローンもう一度。
ビロ
ビローンいただきました。
もうやだこの変態。
I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves. She inspects it from a few paces away. It's hard to believe, given her usual ditziness, but Mayuri is very serious about her art. That's why cosplayers value her costume so highly. The costume I'm holding now is custom
Stream
made for
elements.
Lukaku. I
Said,
thought Lukaku was against
Stay
it,
moist, my
but I
friends,
guess
hydrate.
Mayuri managed to persuade her.
ありがとう。
Mayuri looks tired. She's been working all night, but that doesn't dim the brightness of her satisfied smile.
できた
完成か？
ー。クリスちゃんより先にできたよ。競争してたんだ。
負けたわ、まゆり。お見事ね。
Damn you, assistant. She treats me and Daru like garbage, but Mayuri gets the sisterly touch.
でもこっちももう終わりよ。
Kurisu connects the two cords she's holding.
完成。
Celebration is in order. But nobody cheers.
引き分けだね。
ああ、疲れたお。フェイリスタンに癒されたい。
Honestly, I don't feel like cheering either, and it's not because I'm tired. We worked hard around the clock for 3 straight days to finish the time leap machine, but now that it is complete, I realize that part of me never truly believed it would happen. I feel my enthusiasm cooling rapidly, the fire quenched by one stark question. What do we do with it? I look at Kurisu. She too seems less than enthused.
私たちひょっとするととんでもないものを作っちゃったかもしれない。
I look at the improved phone wave again. The biggest change is the headgear attached to the X68000. It looks like something out of a low-budget cyberpunk movie. Fortunately, we don't need nerve jacks or brain chips for it to work. You just put it on and let the sensors do the rest.
とりあえず正式名称を決めようだ。ヘブンリーエクスプレス。
電話レンジサードエディションバージョン 1.00。
帽子付き電話レンジじゃん。
No consensus.
あんたたちって本当に能天気ね。
クリスティーナは危険か？
タイムリープマシン。
これはひどい。
何よ、シンプルイズベストでしょ。この2日間岡部だってそのネーミングで呼んでたし。
助手はネーミングセンスゼロのようだ。
中二病丸出しのあんたに言われたくない。
おお、 まさかマキセ氏が中二病って言葉を知ってるとは。やるじゃん。
たまたまだから勘違いしないで。
A bald-faced lie. She should just confess to being an at-Chandra. Kurisu meets my grin with an icy gaze.
マユリ、最終決定権者としてどれか一つ選んでくれ。
Whenever the lab is divided on a name, the right to decide belongs to Mayuri.
タイムリープマシーンがいいと思います。帽子付き電話レンジちゃんとね、すごく迷ったけど。
マユ氏のことだからそうなると思ったぞな。
だから言ったでしょ、シンプルイズベストだって。マユリはよくわかってる。
I want to object, but it's an unwritten rule not to complain once Mayuri's made a decision.
では、タイムリープマシンで決定とする。助手、全員にわかるように、このタイムリープマシンの仕組みについてレクチャーしてくれ。
I know the basics, but I want to hear details. Kurisu nods and stands in front of the whiteboard.
一言で言うと、これは記憶をデータ化してリング特異点を通過させ過去へ飛ばす装置。電話レンジには偶然にもタイターが語ったタイムマシンとほぼ同じ機能が備えられていた。リング特異点を生み出し、そのトンネルを通って過去へと36バイトプラスアルファのデータを転送することができる。局所場して、つまり過去のどこへ到達するかについては携帯電話に限定することでクリアした。 D メールと違って今回は電話をかける形にしたから、メールアドレスじゃなくて電話番号によって局所場指定することになる。生み出されたリング特異点の超重力を安定させ裸にするための電子注入装置リフターの役割は開花の42型ブラウン管がそれを担ってる。
She's explained the basics. Next, she'll explain the modifications she made to turn the phone wave into a time loop machine.
電話レンジには新たにヘッドギアを接続した。これによって側頭葉、正確に言うと海馬の CA3 に蓄積されている記憶の神経パルスパターンを操作するの。
Hippocampus CA3. Hippocampus cornu-ammonis region 3. The hippocampus is divided into 3 histological sections. CA refers to the name given to the hippocampus by anatomist Garangiot in 1742, cornu-ammonis, the horn of Ammon.
その解析データは VR 技術を用いて神経パルス信号から電気信号へとエンコードしデータ化される。
データ容量はおよそ 3.24 テラだお。
3.24 terabytes. It's less than I expected. We're talking about the entirety of a person's memories.
ちなみにこのデータにはあらかじめ次元式のデコードプログラムを仕掛けておく。これはプログラムに詳しい人なら誰でもできるものよ。橋田にプログラムを作ってもらった。この電気信号データをネットを通してフランスにあるセルンの LHC へと転送。
This building has a direct line to CERN for some reason, so we can transfer data at insanely high speeds.
3.24 テラのデータを転送するのにかかる時間は？
直通回線は1本だけじゃなくて64本が束になってるんだ。だから64分割して並列に送ればだいたい45秒ぐらいでいけると思われ。
That's pretty fast.
LHC を遠隔操作してミニブラックホールを作ったら、その周辺で生み出される超重力による無限圧縮を利用してデータを36バイトまで圧縮する。
3 terabytes is about 3 trillion bytes, compressing that into just 36. That's one hell of a squeeze.
圧縮にも時間がかかるのか。
こっちは一瞬。何しろブラックホールの力使ってるから、だいたい23ミリ秒でいける。
Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is.
ちなみにバイナリデータの超圧縮はミニブラックホール周辺でのみ有効よ。そこから離れた時点でデータは勝手に解凍を始めてしまう。解凍までにかかる時間も圧縮時と同じ23ミリ秒。
その間に LHC からこのペケロッパを経由して電話レンジまで戻さないといけない。まあ36バイトプラスアルファ程度のデータなら楽勝で間に合うを。
クリスティーナ、続けろ。
タイムリープマシン側では起動と同時にカーブラックホール効果が発生してリング特異点が生成されてる。放電現象が発生したら LHC から36バイトプラスアルファまで圧縮したデータを戻し、リング特異点内を通り抜けさせる。この辺は電話レンジとやることは同じ。データはタイマーに入力しておいた時間分を遡り、過去の携帯電話へとつながる。リング特異点を通り抜けて過去の携帯電話に到達する頃には23ミリ秒が経過してデータは自動的に解凍されてるはず。解凍と同時にデコードプログラムが展開して電気信号から神経パルス信号に戻す。受信先の携帯電話に到達すると神経パルス信号は送話口から 0.02 アンペアほどの微弱な放電現象となって発せられるの。これが携帯電話を耳に当てている受信者のこめかみ付近に放射されるわけ。
受信者が電話の呼び出しに出るのが前提だな。
でなければ記憶の転送は失敗に終わる。まあこの場合は特にデメリットは何もないわ。コピーデータが消滅するだけだから。
メールではなく電話をかけることにした理由は？
携帯電話が受信者のこめかみ付近にあることでデータを受信者の側頭葉に送り込みやすくなるから。人間のこめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と大脳側頭葉が位置してるんだけど、最初に言った通り側頭葉は海馬傍回があって記憶を貯蓄する場所なの。そこに送信者の全記憶の塊である神経パルス信号が携帯電話から放射される。これで記憶の上書きは完了。同時に携帯電話からは前頭葉を刺激する神経パルス信号も出すわ。これ重要。前頭葉から側頭葉へはトップダウン記憶検索信号というのが発信されてる。これは記憶を思い出すときに発信される信号。前頭葉を刺激する神経パルスを放射することでこのトップダウン記憶検索信号を意図的に発信させる。これによって送信者から送られた全記憶を受信者に強制的に思い出させるという作用が発生する。未来の記憶を思い出すのよ。それに必要な時間は1秒に満たない。結果受信者は送信者と全く同じ記憶を持つ状態となりタイムリープは完了。例えば送信者と受信者の時間差が1週間ある場合、受信者は1週間後の未来までに自分が体験した記憶を思い出すことになるわけ。注意すべきなのは意識や人格は転送しないということ。その2つは受信者に依存する。
おっぱいに例えて教えてくれ。
お
Kurisu dissolves into a blushing, stammering mess. Looks like it's up to me to answer Daru's question. Not with boobs, obviously.
現在のダルの記憶を小学生の頃のダルへと転送したとする。今のダルは2次元にも3次元にも無機物にも燃えられる変態だが、小学生時代はまだまだ無邪気な鼻垂れ小僧だったはず。
小学校時代の僕はそれは真面目なクソガキでしたが何か。
つまり記憶は今の19歳の変態ダルのものだが、意識、人格はその真面目なクソガキのままとなる。見た目は子供、頭脳は大人な名探偵は成立しないということだ。
なんだつまらん。
This isn't like the time leaping you see in sci-fi novels. We aren't yet capable of transferring personality and consciousness.
携帯がブラックホールとホワイトホールのような役割を果たすから、記憶を送れるのは自分が携帯を持っている時期の範囲内になる。注意すべきなのは、送信者と受信者は同一人物でなければならないということ。例えば過去の自分ではなく、親や友達が代わりに出てしまった場合、神経パルス信号はその親や友達に向けて放射される。そうなると親や友達の体に送信者の記憶が上書きされてしまう。下手をすると重大な人格障害が起きるかもしれない。
Kurisu ends her explanation and takes a short breath. The lab falls into silence. I exchange glances with Kurisu and Daru. I look at Mayuri, but her expression is blank. I guess it was too complicated for her.
それで
I clear my throat. It's time for the $1,000,000 question.
どうする？
どうするって？
タイムリープマシンの扱いについてだ。
For once, my assistant has nothing to say. I already know that she fears we've created a monster. Honestly, I feel the same way. After a few moments, Kurisu finally speaks.
私たちの手に負える代物じゃないのは確かよ。一番無難なのは研究機関に譲渡して国家プロジェクト扱いにしてもらうことね。
I can tell that she's not pleased to have reached this conclusion. She obviously would prefer to experiment with this technology. After all, it's humanity's first time machine. We've finally taken our first steps towards godhood. I'm sure that the nations of the world would pay billions for just one look at our machine. The possibilities that it represents are limitless.
実感が湧かないな。
マユシーも湧かないよ。
いや、マユシは何も手伝ってないからっしょ。
あ、そうだったね。
岡部の意見は？ちなみに法王院じゃなくて岡部の意見ね。
I agree with Kurisu that the time leap machine is dangerous. On the other hand,
実験してみたい気持ちはある。
I state my honest feelings. Kurisu gasps.
だが実際にタイムリープを行うには問題が多すぎる。
This is unknown territory, not just for us, but for all of humanity.
誰がタイムリープするんだ？
I look to each of the lab mims in turn. Daru quickly looks away. Mayuri's expression is blank. Kurisu stares right back at me.
誰って決めるのは難しい。
僕はパス。
Not a single person here wants the honor of being history's first time traveler causality. Everyone except for Mayuri is probably thinking about what could go wrong. What if the time leap were to fail?
シルンのタイムマシンみたいに ジェリーマン化する可能性はゼロよ。このマシンで送るのはデータであって実物じゃないんだから。タイムリープに対する先入観にとらわれないで。まるで意識そのものをカット&ペーストするように思われるかもしれないけど、そうじゃなくてあくまでもコピー&ペーストなの。しかも記憶だけをね。オリジナルが消えることはない。
That's a very easy to understand example. But that's not the problem. Time flows in a straight line from past to present to future. At least, that's how most humans see it. This raises several questions.
過去へ転送したデータが何らかのミスでフラクタル構造化してしまう可能性はある。もし仮に俺が1時間前へタイムリープしたとして、フラクタル構造化によりスカスカになった記憶データが1時間前の俺の脳にぶち込まれるかもしれない。それは一種の記憶喪失と同じ状態になりかねないのでは。
かもね。
もしそうなった場合、その1時間後には現在に到達することになる。その時1時間遡った記憶喪失の俺と現在の俺が俺の脳で競合するわけだが、どちらのデータが生き残る？
理屈で考えれば1時間前にコピーが移された時点で今も変化するから。
The conflicting current me disappears then.
それはつまりコピー&ペーストではないということにならないか。
わからない。未だかつて時間を超越した前例なんて一つもないから。
D メールでは世界は改変後に沿って再構成された。
I'm the only one who's aware of this, however.
タイムリープしてどうなるかはわからないのよ。タイターが言うように多世界解釈ならタイムリープした時点で別の世界線に分岐する可能性と同じ世界線のまま時間だけを遡る可能性が同時に存在することになる。と同時に現在の岡部が消えない可能性の世界線も当然存在しているわけで、おそらくこの現在はそれに該当することになると思う。
But that's only if the many worlds interpretation holds in the first place.
お前はタイターの言うことは信じていないのではなかったのか。
可能性の話をしている。タイターはこの際どうでもいい。コペンハーゲン解釈ならあらゆる状態が波動関数として空間に広がっていることになる。そして観測者が観測した瞬間、どちらかに状態が収束する。
Wave function in quantum theory, a function representing a quantum state. Scientists are not sure if wave functions represent reality or are a convenient mathematical abstraction to describe what goes on in quantum mechanics. Copenhagen interpretation, a well-known approach to the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment. In this interpretation, before the box is opened, the cat exists as a combination of two wave functions, one that is alive and one that is dead. The instant the box is opened and the cat is observed, the wave function collapses to either condition. If the cat is alive upon opening the box, the wave function collapses to become a live cat. Conversely, if the cat is dead, the wave function collapses to become a dead cat. Another quantum approach to this experiment is a many worlds interpretation. In this case, the observer who found the cat alive and the observer who found the cat dead exist in two separate universes that diverge the moment the box is opened. The Copenhagen interpretation is currently the dominant theory, but precise observation is impossible.
観測者は誰かというのも問題だ。
第三者じゃね？僕とかマユシとか
そうとは限らない。観測者は俺かもしれないし、それ以外の誰かかもしれないし、神かもしれない。
To begin with, the Copenhagen interpretation and the many worlds interpretation are both microscale theories used to explain quantum interactions. No one knows whether they can be applied to humans or to the world at large. What about my personal experiences with reading Steiner? If reading Steiner is a sort of power I think it is, then the world line model is correct.
結局は、意識はどこにあるという問題に行き着く。
このタイムリープマシンが転送するのはあくまで記憶だけ。それは間違いない。
転送された時点で今も再構成されるんじゃね？オカリンはリーディングシュタイナーでそれと同じような現象に遭遇したわけっしょ。
D メールの場合はそれで納得できた。あれは過去にメールで干渉する行為だというのが明確だったからな。しかしタイムリープは自分の記憶を過去へ送り込む行為であり、干渉するかしないかも明確にしていない。未来の記憶を思い出した1時間前の俺が因果に干渉するのかしないのかは、その状況になってみなければわからないはず。
頭がこんがらがってきた。なんかもう宗教の分野じゃね？魂はどこにあるかって話しよう。
待って、あんたたちは勘違いしている。人格と意識は1時間前の岡部も今の岡部も何も変わらない。1時間分の記憶を持っているかいないか、違いはそれだけよ。
そうなのか？本当に？
絶対とは言い切れないけど、何しろ誰も試したことはないんだから。
This discussion's going nowhere. Personality and consciousness can't be strictly defined, so it's hard to imagine what might happen.
結局どっち？
だからわからないの。ここでどれだけうだうだ議論したって全ては予測止まりなんだから。この実験は人類のこれまでの既成概念を崩壊させるものになるかもね。
We won't know until we try. That pretty much sums it up. To make matters worse, the subject must be prepared to risk damage to their psyche. Kurisu, Daru, and I say no more. We can't solve this problem. This is our limit as scientists. But haven't we accomplished enough already? The time leap machine itself is worthy of a Nobel Prize. We could sell this technology for billions if we so chose. And if we go public with the time leap machine, we can break CERN's monopoly on time travel technology. That's enough. It has to be.
ねえねえ。
Mayuri, who has been observing this discussion with glassy eyes, opens her mouth to speak.
マユシーはね、難しいことはよくわかんないけど、例えばね、マユシーの買ってきたバナナをタイムリープさせるのはどうかな。
マユリったら、バナナには人間みたいに脳はないでしょ。
あ、そっか。それじゃあダメだね。
Mayuri never changes. The atmosphere in the room gets a little more relaxed.
実験はしないでおく。タイムリープマシンはしかるべき研究機関に託そう。そして世間に公表する。
Thanks to the lightening of the mood, I can finally say what was on my mind. Neither Kurisu nor Daru objects. No one has touched the time leap machine since that discussion. Ridiculous as it sounds, I can't shake the feeling that it might suck my memories out and fling them into the past. Oh, the machine does have its appeal, of course. We're all tempted by the idea of becoming humanity's first time neighbors. Yet the fear of what could happen won out in the end. Perhaps as a way to forget our fears and move on, we decide to hold a celebration to mark the completion of the device. Everyone feels the need to let loose after working so hard on the project. I have Daru order pizza while Kurisu and I go shopping for snacks. Akiba has always had a like of supermarkets. That hasn't changed even with the anime stores gone. After we finish shopping, Kurisu and I walk along the main streets. She looks like she's got something to say. She keeps stealing glances at me.
不満か。
不満？
She frowns like she didn't expect that question. Finally, she faces this way.
実験をしなかったことについて。
まさか人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。ハイデガーの言葉よ。あんたが実験はしないと決めてくれた時、私はむしろほっとした。誰か止める人がいてくれなかったら、私は歯止めが効かなくなってたかも。ありがとう。
What's this? Gratitude? Does she have a fever? I put my hand to her forehead to check. Kurisu twitches.
おい、何してる？
熱があるせいで女子らしいことを言い出したのかと思って。
I drop my hand.
別にあんたに感謝してるわけじゃないからな。
Her voice is louder than it should be, and several people glance at us. Kurisu flushes and hangs her head. If Daru were here, he would probably get all excited and say, a real tsundere, sweet.
とにかく
Kurisu clears her throat and returns to her usual sour expression.
形式的にお礼を言っただけだから勘違いしないで。
勘違いなどするものか。俺は当然のことをしたまでだからな。ラボメンナンバー001でラボの設立者であるこの俺、法王院京馬が最も優先するのはラボメンを危険から守ること。だからお前は感謝する必要はない。
世界に混沌をもたらすとか言ってるくせに。
ラボメンは俺の味方であり、世界は俺の敵である。
呆れて言葉も出ない。あんたって独善的すぎ。
言葉なら出ているではないか。
揚げ足取るな。
It's quite mysterious, really. It's only been 2 weeks since Kurisu and I met, and yet it already feels natural for us to be walking together, exchanging banter like this. Perhaps pulling our efforts to create something new, dangerous though it may be, has brought us closer together. I admit that her knowledge and skills are impressive. I would like her to remain at the lab if at all possible, but she says she's going back to America this month. It's already the 13th, so I wonder when she plans to return. I decide to ask her.
そういえば飛行機のチケット取るの忘れてた。電話レンジの改良に夢中になりすぎてたわ。
タイムリープマシンを公表すれば世間は大騒ぎになる。セルン告発もしなければならない。帰ることはできなくなる。
あ、そうか。となるとママに電話しておかないと。
Looks like things are going to get busy. Naturally, I want Kurisu to stay with us to the end. A little bit after we return to the lab, Mayuri gets back.
トゥットゥルー、ただいま
Seems Mayuri went to Lukaku's. Suzuha shows up in a few minutes later, and our development council comes to order what Okarin calls a party. Daru ordered 3 pizzas. We also line up all the snacks we bought on the table. It's just like the party we had a few days ago to cheer up Suzuha. Mayuri wanted to decorate the room, but since everyone's tired, I dismissed it as unnecessary. Looks like Suzuha managed to retrieve her jacket from Mr. Braun.
いやー、やばかった。あのままだとさ、露出狂として一日を過ごす羽目になるとこだったよ、私。
The Braun 2 workshops closed. Suzuha made sure the 42-inch CRT was turned off, so there's no need to fear any malfunction from the time leap machine. A heavy sigh escapes my throat. I realize that I've been tense and nervous since the time leap machine was completed. Now I can finally relax. The topic of the time leap machine has become taboo. Even Kurisu doesn't bring it up during the meeting.
誰？お前なぜこの前と全く同じ種類のピザを注文したのだ？
I opened the pizza boxes to find the exact same ones he got for Suzuha's party.
ズバリ、僕の好み。
Naturally, I'm not amused.
オカリン、オカリン。フェリスちゃんやルカちゃんにもね、声をかけたんだけど、今日は無理って言われちゃった。
そうか。何か用事でもあったのか？
フェリスちゃんは今日はライネットの大会。
しまった。応援行きそびれた。なんという不覚。
あとね、ルカちゃんはなんだか恥ずかしそうにしてたよ。
ここに来たらまたマユリのコスを着させられるって思ったんじゃない？
コスプレの件か？もしかしてまだ説得できていないのか？
Then what was the point of completing the costume?
恥ずかしいんだって。可愛いは正義なのに。
可愛いは正義。そんな言葉が流行ってるんだ。
クリスちゃんもね、可愛いよね。
Kurisu doesn't know how to react. She blushes, and Mayuri starts teasing her like a drunk old man. There's no alcohol at this party, of course.
ねえねえ、今度のコミマに出てみない？新作は無理だけどね、去年作ったブラチューのセイラ覚醒後バージョンコスがあるんだ。多分ね、サイズはクリスちゃんにちょうど合うと思うし。
私がコスプレ？
Kurisu looks conflicted. Then she murmurs.
ちょっと興味ある。
She sure could have fooled us before, pretending to have no interest in otaku culture.
でも私も人前に出るのはお断りだから。
着るだけでいいよ。でもね、そのうちみんなに見てもらいたくなるよ。コスプレにはそうさせる魔物さんが住んでるんだ。
The cosplay demon.
そういえばクリスちゃんっていつも可愛い制服着てるよね。でもこんな制服都内にあったっけ？
これ
Kurisu lifts up her necktie.
2週間だけアヤメインに逆留学みたいなことしてたんだけど、そこの制服を改造してきてるの。
Ayame Women's Academy, a private school for girls in the Kudan-Shida neighborhood of Tokyo, an academic powerhouse. Ayame is a popular destination for foreign exchange students.
ああ、あやめ院なんだ。あそこの制服もともと可愛いもんね。でもクリスちゃんの改造センスはね、すごくいいかも。明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
いいわ。
Looks like Kurisu approves of the cuteness is justice philosophy.
撮影会は何時からですか？
相変わらず橋田は変態道を邁進中だな。
だってブラチューのせいらっしょ。あれって確かパンモロだぞ。
パンモロ？
パンツがもろに見えているの略。
嘘。
大丈夫だよ。クリスちゃんは知らないかもだけどね、去年ぐらいにこんな言葉が流行ったんだよ。パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないもんって。
いやいや、恥ずかしいでしょ。
絶対着てね。絶対だよ。やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Kurisu again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes.
ナキセクリスを信じると痛い目に遭うよ。
それどういう意味？
Naturally, my strong-willed assistant isn't one to back down from a fight. Sparks fly between the two girls.
この前から思ってたんだけど、私あなたに何かした？
直接は何も。でも私、君のしたこと全部知ってんだよね。
何よ、私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
でしょうね。でも私知ってるんだから、君の本質ってのをさ。
すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、ぜひその独身装置を見せてもらいたいもんだわ。
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら予言。
つまり言いがかりってことか。
事実だってば。
We've got a situation here.
おかわり。
Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes.
二人を止めて。
この場を丸く収められるのこの法王院京馬しかいないようだな。
I insert myself between the two girls.
二人ともここは引け。この勝負法王院京馬が預かる。
They both glare at me. Although I'm afraid for my life, I harden my resolve. The mission must succeed. First, I focus on Kurisu.
助手よ、俺はお前をそのように育てた覚えはないぞ。
育てられた覚えもない。
マッドサイエンティストを目指す上で最も必要なことを教えてやろう。すなわち表面は熱く、奥底では冷たく。
聞いてない。なるつもりもない。
Next, I switch focus to Suzuha.
戦士よ、お前がラグナロックにおいて戦うべきはセルの
岡部倫太郎には忠告したよね。マキセ・クリスには気をつけてって。
ちょ
You're going to mention that here. Now.
へえ、どういうことよ、岡部。
Their eyes are like laser beams boring into my skull. I want nothing more than to flee for my life. But my Yuri is watching me anxiously. I need to defuse the situation.
お前たちどちらも引くつもりはないようだな。ならば好きなだけやり合うがいい。戦って戦って戦い抜いて、その後河原で握手して友情を芽生えさせるがいい。だから将来社会に出る時のためにこれだけは自覚しておけ。お前たちは二人とも空気が読めない。
うるさい。
Getting yelled at by both of them at the same time sends shivers down my spine. It's coming. I quickly seize my right arm.
よりによってこんな時に沈まれ俺の右手
I turn around and head back to my Yuri.
マユリすまないこのままだと俺は二人を傷つけてしまうだからあとは任せた
My Yuri puffs her cheeks out and goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
Hearing this, the two combatants reluctantly comply. I expected this would happen. My Yuri is the oil that keeps the gears of the slab churning along. The throbbing in my right arm dissipates. Daru comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Kurisu is in the development room, making a call, probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping our Dr. P. The TV is running a game show where contestants guess the prices of popular items at high-class restaurants. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it.
ねえねえ、オカリ？
Mayuri slowly looks around the lab, smiling all the while.
なんだかね、ここ何週間かですごく賑やかになったね。
ああ、確かに。
I established the future gadget laboratory around the time I entered college. It was the first step in my plan to bring chaos to the world. That was around the middle of March this year, which means it's been almost 5 months. Not half a month after it was established, Mayuri showed up. I'm still not sure why, and became a lab mem. For about a month, it was just me and Mayuri. Then in early May, I finally got Daru to join. All it took was telling him that the lab is just a 3-minute walk from May Queen. This location on the outskirts of Akiba has always been quiet. Mayuri isn't the type to object to every little thing like Kurisu, nor the type to make dumb jokes like Daru, so the lab was very peaceful back in those days. It was quite a pleasant place to be, and now the lab mem count has increased to 8. It happened in the blink of an eye, or so it seems. They didn't come today, but Lukaku Cat visits occasionally, and Ferris is a familiar face at May Queen, or at least she was before May Queen disappeared. I remember feeling out of place the first time I came to Akiba, but now it's like a second home.
楽しいね。
Mayuri too seems pleased by the increase in the lab members.
あのね、ラボ面が8人に増えたでしょ。ちょっと狭くなってきたなってマユシーは思うんだ。まずね、椅子が足りないのです。
The sofa only has room for 2. Then there's Daru's personal desk chair. Those are the only chairs in the lounge. There are some pipe chairs in the development room, but they need to stay there.
買ってこなくちゃだよ。オカリンはお金ある？
椅子を買うと貯金が底をつく。
Then I would need to get a part-time job again.
じゃあマユシーのバイト代もちょっと出していいよ。あとはね、電子レンジ新しいの買わないとジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。
ああ、それはすまん。
Cutting off Mayuri's chicken supply might actually kill her.
だがマユリ、タイムリープマシンを譲渡して謝礼をもらえば問題は全て解決する。
椅子と電子レンジの代金とちょっぴり上がっちゃったお家賃を払えるぐらいはもらえるかな。
もらえるさ。もっともらえる。
そうなんだ。よかったね、オカリ。
なぜそんなに嬉しそうなんだ？
だってお友達たくさんできたもん。ダルくんでしょ、クリスちゃんでしょ、ルカちゃんでしょ、すずさん、モエカさん、フェリスちゃん、店長さん、ナエちゃん、他にも他にも。
She gazes wistfully into the distance.
春の頃はオカリンはとっても寂しそうだったけど、もう大丈夫だね。マユシーが人質じゃなくても。
それはどういう？
What do you mean? I tried to ask, but before I can finish, an urgent news bulletin appears on the TV. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin, Tohoku lines.
爆破テロ予告？
つうか全部秋葉原駅通ってるじゃん。マユシ帰れないんじゃね？
本当だ。家に電話しなくちゃ。
A bomb threat? I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Only the lines passing through Akihabara are suspended, as if that were the target. Wait, could that be it? Could the bomb be at Akihabara Station? I get a cold feeling in my stomach.
岡部倫太郎、一つ聞かせて。タイムリープマシンは完成してるんだよね。
Huh?
そっか。私、用事思い出したからちょっと出かけてくる。
Suzuha leaves the lab without another word.
何なの彼女。
Suzuha's acting strange. Is it related to the bomb threat? Why did she just ask about the time loop machine? Something occurs to me. The 2 threatening emails I received. We're watching you. You know too much. Who sent them? And there's more. Words and images flash through my head. CERN, the LHC, Jellymen, the Z program, government secrets, the organization, Men in Black, the Committee of 300, the Time Leap Machine. What did Kurisu say?
私たち、ひょっとするととんでもないものを作っちゃったかもしれない。
Taken separately, Each of these elements was insignificant, but if I consider them part of a single line, they all point to one inescapable truth. We've come too far. Fear seizes my heart in an icy grip. I can feel anxiety eating at my brain. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. Should we run? Get out while we still can. We can't use the trains. What about the subway? Or would a taxi be better? Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing anything. What should we do? Suddenly there's a softness against my hand. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written on her face. It's okay. I'm just being paranoid. It's all a coincidence. Tomorrow we'll get rid of the time leap machine. Then we can forget that all of this happened. Pretend it was just a dream. We never invented a time machine. I don't need money. As long as we can forget about today and welcome tomorrow, we'll be okay, won't we? But my anxiety doesn't go away. I look over Mayuri's head at the entrance to the lab. The door is unlocked. Anyone could just waltz right in. I hear sirens wailing a few streets away. The bomb threat has Akiba in an uproar. Yet here, in our corner of Akiba, it's so quiet. Mayuri squeezes my hand with her warm, slender fingers. I squeeze back. The fuck? The next thing I know, the door slams open. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. It all happens so fast, no one has time to scream. The men are foreigners, a mix of races, dressed casually in colorful shirts and shorts or jeans. But their arms are thick with muscle, and their eyes are hard and cold as ice. 2 of them are holding pistols, the other 3 have assault rifles. AK-47s in Akiba. Is this some kind of joke? One thing is certain, these guys aren't tourists. The dark-skinned crew-cut man barks an order. It feels like I'm dreaming. Did I fall asleep watching an action movie? This is the first time so many people are gathered in this room. Suddenly the lab feels small. What an odd thing to be thinking at a time like this. The first to obey is Daru, then Kurisu raises her hands, then me, last is Mayuri. Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing, but their guns remain steady, muzzles pointed at us. On the TV, a comedian laughs. What is this? Are we on candid camera? Then I hear a new sound coming from outside. The sound of high heels. A woman is coming up the stairs. Are these men waiting for her? Is she their leader? A squad of battle-hardened commandos led by a beautiful woman. It's like something out of a manga. Nothing seems real. Before long, the woman appears.
Kiryu Moe ka?
The part-time editor, the male demon Shining Finger who is never seen without her phone. Lab Mem 5. Mocha? She's their leader. The least imposing woman I've ever met. Even now she doesn't meet my stare. Her eyes are aimed down at the floor. What's going on here?
タイムマシンを回収させてもらう。
As always, her words are barely audible. It's ridiculous, laughable, and yet I can't laugh. My heart is a jackhammer in my chest. The inside of my mouth is drier than a desert. I stay still, with my hands in the air.
牧瀬クリス、岡部銀太郎、橋田至、3名については我々と一緒に来てもらう。
I don't understand. Why is Mocha here? I don't know, but I have to ask.
どういうことだ。
答えられない。
冗談だろ。
Moeka shakes her head.
あなたたちに答える必要はないという意味。抵抗は許されない。とにかく来て。
どこへだ。
No reply. She doesn't intend to answer that either. Dangerous. These guys are dangerous. Look at their guns. Nothing good can happen if we go with them. I try to refuse, but my voice catches in my throat. I can't stop staring at their guns. Are they real? They're not going to start shooting. Are they?
理由と行き先を教えてもらわない限りついていくことはできない。
拒否することは認めない。あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。
Stream
Wait.
elements.
Something
Said,
clicks in my
Stay
head.
moist, my friends, hydrate.
It was them. They sent the bomb threat. They stopped the trains. Why? To keep us here? Just for that?
手荒な真似はしたくない。3人とも一緒に来て。なんで？
Kurisu, who has kept silent until now, finally opens her mouth.
3人なの？
That's when I realized that my Yuri wasn't included in Moeka's demand. She only wants Kurisu, Daru, and me.
何を聞かれても答えるつもりはない。あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
We're not getting anywhere.
おかりん。
Daru's voice is shaking. I turn my head to look at him. He's deathly pale.
とりあえず言うこと聞いとくべきじゃね。
だが目的を言ってもらわないと。
Honestly, I have no idea what to do. My heart is still fluttering in my chest. This seems more like a dream than reality. I'm not a military otaku. I've never seen a real gun. The black shine of their weapons looks somehow tacky. They lack the imposing feel you expect. I would believe her if she told me they were fake. Mayuri suddenly speaks up.
ねえ、萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
It's as if Mayuri asked my question for me. Moeka was a strange woman, but I welcomed her as a lab mem all the same. What is she thinking right now? In answer, Moeka pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. I realize that Moeka isn't holding her phone. This is the first time I've seen her without it. Not like that matters now. Moeka's gun hand is trembling. Is the situation affecting her too? It must be. She's terrified of talking to people.
一緒に来てもらうのはあなたたちの口を封じるため。
Silence us.
それは拒否しても変わらない。
Does that mean she plans to kill us? Why? What did we do?
一体誰の差し金だ。お前たち何者なんだ。
私たちは
Moeka suddenly lifts her head. For perhaps the third time since I've known her, she looks straight at me. Her eyes are dark and empty.
セルンの
CERN.
M4
The dark-skinned man speaks up. Is he addressing Moeka?
口を慎め
Moeka hangs her head again. In my head, I replay the words she just spoke. CERN. They're from CERN. Why CERN? Of course. Who else could it be?
3人とも一緒に来て
Moeka raises her voice in frustration.
これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも行きたくなるようにするから
Moeka slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at Mayuri. My whole body instantly goes cold.
椎名真由里は必要ない
よせ
I lunge at Moeka, but the dark-skinned man is faster. Something strikes my chin with crushing force. The shock numbs my entire body. Stars explode behind my eyes. I fall to my knees, powerless to stand. Everything goes dark. What happened? Did he hit me with the butt of his rifle? I look up. Mayuri, face streaked with tears, is reaching out to me as if begging for help. Over her shoulder, I see Moeka ready her gun. I try to yell stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. Someone, anyone, please, stop her. Stop Moeka. Moeka's lips move. She's mumbling something.
セルンのために FP のためにセルンのために FP の
Her mouth opens and closes robotically. My blood curdles. No. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moeka pulled the trigger. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp, like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, and then the smell of blood. Daru clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. The sound jerks me back to my senses. In my arms, Mayuri takes one short, shallow breath, and then...
Mayuri.
She's dead. Mayuri's dead. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hands. It's warm.
もう一度言う3人とも一緒に来てこれ以上の警告はしない抵抗するならあなたたちも殺す
I hear a voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. What is this? What's going on here? Is this a joke? We may have created a monster here. This is a dream, right? Right? I feel nothing. My mind is blank. I shake Mayuri's shoulder. Mayuri? Wake up, Mayuri. You'll catch cold if you sleep here. If you're tired, you can stay overnight, or I can take you home if you prefer. We'll ride the train back to Ike Bukuru together, like we used to before Daru joined, when it was just the two of us. Memories of her smile whirl through my head, 1,000 different smiles from 1,000 different occasions. If I look away, she'll disappear. She always disappears.
もう大丈夫だね。マユシーが人質じゃなくても。
No, Mayuri, I still need you. Laugh for me, like you always do. Greet me with your silly toot-taroo. Tell me it's a lie. Tell me you're all right. Mayuri? Red flames consume my mind, an inferno of rage and hate and rage and hate and the burning desire to kill everything I see. I gently lay the motionless Mayuri on the floor. I stand up, and then I fling myself at Moeka. But before I can take a step, someone grabs my hand from behind. Moeka's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger.
俺も殺すのかよ。
抵抗するんだ。ごめん、ない。今は従って。このままじゃあんたも殺される。
I tear my hand away from Kurisu's grip. My vision is a tunnel with Moeka on the other side. She won't get away with this. She killed Mayuri in cold blood. I'll do the same to her. Moeka pulls the trigger. The sound of the shot smites upon my eardrums. I feel a sharp pain on the side of my head. I nearly lose my balance again, but I'm still alive. What happened? I realize that Moeka's gun is lying at her feet. Beside it is a small stone. Someone must have thrown it and knocked her gun aside. Suddenly, Suzuha is there in the doorway, knocking one man down in the blink of an eye. Before anyone can react, she darts into another man's range and delivers a piercing elbow strike to his solar plexus. The man drops to his knees, gasping for air. The remaining men turn their guns on her, but she throws the incapacitated man towards them to block their aim. She then slides into the feet of the man at the rear, tripping him forward, and in a single smooth, flowing motion, drives her knee into the man's face as he falls. The dark-skinned man aims his rifle, but before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without pausing, Suzuha leaps into the air and delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to his jaw.
そこまで。
The next thing I know, the 5 men are down, and the Moeka's gun is aimed at Suzuha's face. But Suzuha doesn't back down. Her gun is trained on Moeka's neck. It's a standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room.
何者。42。
Suzuha's reply makes no sense. She glances at me.
テレビ。
What is she saying?
転倒済み。何を。
Suddenly, Kurisu springs up and makes a break for the development room.
動くな。それはこっちのセリフ。
I suddenly realize the meaning of Suzuha's words. The 42-inch TV downstairs. It's on. She wants me to use the time loop machine. I look at Mayuri's body. She's lying there quietly. Her eyes are closed. They'll never open again. One of the men Suzuha knocked out starts to moan. If they wake up, it's all over. Suzuha looks at me again. Her eyes implore me to make my move. If I use the machine, I can avert Mayuri's death, but at the same time it could fry my brain. Fry my brain? So what? What is there to fear? Mayuri is dead, shot in cold blood. This isn't right. I won't accept it. Then change it. Change the past. You have the power. Use it. I stagger into the development room. Kurisu is about to put on the headgear. I pull it away from her.
岡部。
俺が飛ぶ。
ダメ。私が。
I grab Kurisu's wrist as she tries to take it back. I stare into her eyes wet with tears.
俺がマユリを助ける。
もし失敗したら。
I ignore her and put on the headgear. Moeka's last shot grazed the side of my head. My ears are still ringing, and there's blood on my neck. It doesn't matter. I might fail. I might even die. But I have to try. It's my only chance to save Mayuri. Kurisu bites her lip and activates the X-68000.
岡部倫太郎、一人いった。殺せ。使わせるな。
やらせるか。
The crew cut man staggers into the development room. Acting purely on instinct, I grab future gadget number 4, Moad Snake from the shelf, and flick the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see me.
Kurisu!
岡部、本当にいいの？タイムリープしてもいいの？ねえ！
やれクリスマシンを動かせ。
Pain flares in my right arm. Was I shot? It doesn't matter. I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. The light rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. Wait for me, Mayuri. I won't die here. I'll cross through time to save you. Leap my memories. Leap to the past. The world explodes into light. No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. Mayuri is standing in front of a grave, gazing at the sky. The grave belongs to her grandmother, who died when Mayuri was 11. Her parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I expected Mayuri to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave. No matter how many times I called her name, Mayuri did not answer. Back then, Mayuri wouldn't talk to anyone, not to me, not even to her parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intentions so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish and carry her off to heaven to join her beloved grandmother. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I would stand next to the sky-gazing Mayuri and call her name. But no matter how many times I would call her, Mayuri wouldn't reply. The only sound in the lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. It was raining that day too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. Rays of light shone through the gaps in the clouds, a stunningly beautiful sight. Remembrance rays, they are called, or sometimes the angel's ladder. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it into the sky. Mayuri seemed not to notice. She kept staring at the sky. And then, slowly, so very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky, as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then she lifted herself on her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just a childish fantasy, but at the time, I truly believed that Mayuri might vanish. I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were.
マユリは俺の人質だ。人体実験の生贄なんだ。
It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costume heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. I could feel my face growing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting my insecurities.
どこにも逃がさないからな。
As I said this, I realized that Mayuri was shaking. she whispered. It was the first time in 6 months that I had heard her speak. Her voice was choked with tears.
マユシーは人質なんだね。じゃあしょうがないね。
She smiled happily. Tears fell from her eyes. And then Mayuri buried her face in my chest. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see. I can barely think. A terrible screech fills my head like feedback from a giant speaker. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles, stabbing me right behind the eyes. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain.
べ
And there's more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain and a terrible itching like my body is on fire.
壁
I want to crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft gray matter with my fingers and eat it.
おべ
The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I?
ちょっと岡部どうしたのよ
Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. I slowly come back to my senses. I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave with my cell phone to my ear. No, not the phone wave. Since headgear is attached to it, it's the time leap machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me oxygen. I hear a low, wheezing groan and realize that it's coming from my own throat. I close my mouth, then take a deep breath. The insides of my throat feel like they're burning. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice that I'm drenched in sweat. The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my right hand. My hand obeys. Slowly. Something is off. It's like my body and my mind aren't totally in sync with each other. Almost as if this isn't really my body. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I tried to move my hand again. There is no disconnect this time. This is my body.
岡部聞いてる
A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. Kurisu is there. She stares at me perplexed.
どうしたのよ急にすごい声出して
What is she talking about?
具合悪いの
I try answering, but my voice doesn't work too well. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times.
問題ない。
そうだったらさっさと出かける準備しなさいよ買い出し行くんでしょ
買い出し
For what? I search my memories. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である
大丈夫だね。
タイムリープしてもいいの？ね
I remember now. I used the time leap machine.
未来の記憶を思い出すのよ。
That's right. What am I standing around for?
ここはどこだ？
は？
I grab Kurisu's shoulders and pull her close.
今は何時だ？何月何日の何時何分だ？
痛い。
落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか？買い出しって言ったか？
Which shopping trip is she talking about? Daru sitting at his computer staring at us wide-eyed.
ダル、今日は何日だ？今は何時なんだ？13日の5時ちょっと過ぎだけど。
The 13th, a little past 5.
成功したのか？
Did I manage to time leap in the middle of all that chaos? Did my memories really jump through time? Does that mean I've leaped into my past self? Is there a chance that it was all a dream? Thinking back, forward, it doesn't seem real. Commandos breaking into the lab, it's like something out of a Hollywood movie. But the sight of my Yuri, broken and bloody, is burned into my eyes. I remember the smell of blood, the sound of the gunshot, the weight of the headgear on my head, the pain of the bullet tearing through my arm, Kurisu screaming, Suzuha fighting to defend us. I remember it all vividly. I touch my arm. No bullet holes, no pain even. Was it all a dream? I don't know. I've never time leaped before. I can only hope that it was a dream. A future like that is too much to bear. I recall my Yuri's last moments and my eyes fill with tears. I force the tide of emotion back. I look around the lab. Kurisu and Daru are here, but I can't find my Yuri.
マユリはどこに？どこってルカシのところに行くってさっき言ってたじゃんか。オカリン聞いてなかったん？
That's right. Mayuri went to beg Lukako to wear her costume. She won't return until it's time for the party. What do I do? What do I believe? Was it a dream or was it real? If it was a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. If it was real, then I need to act. Now. I take a deep breath.
あれは夢だったんだ。あんなの現実に起きるはずがない。
It was a nightmare brought on by anxiety. That's all. There's no other logical explanation. I desperately persuade myself that it's so. Little do I know that I will soon regret my foolishness. Kurisu goes shopping alone. I stay in the lab with Daru waiting for my Yuri to return.
トゥットゥルー、ただいま
An innocent smile. Mayuri is alive. Nothing will happen to her. I was worried for nothing. When Suzuha arrives, we begin the meeting.
オカリオカリ、フェリスちゃんやルカちゃんにもね、声をかけたんだけど、今日は無理って言われちゃった。
I've heard these words before. Deja vu, a trick of the mind. The feeling of having experienced something before, despite not having actually experienced it. It feels like you are recalling a genuine past experience, as opposed to an imagined experience or a dream. However, you are unable to recall when and where that experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. The cause of deja vu has yet to be determined. One theory is that it is a physiological phenomenon caused by a temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of memory. The cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity.
そうか。何か用事でもあったのか。
フェリスちゃんは今日はライネットの大会。
しまった、応援行きそびれた。なんという不覚。
あとね、ルカちゃんはなんだか恥ずかしそうにしてたよ。
ここに来たらまたマヨリのコスを着させられるって思ったんじゃない？
It's just like my dream. I've never remembered a dream this vividly before. I remember every word that was spoken.
コスプレの件か。もしかしてまだ説得できていないのか。
恥ずかしいんだって。可愛いは正義なのに。
可愛いは正義ってそんな言葉が流行ってるんだ。
クリスちゃんもね、可愛いよね。
え？
ねえねえ、今度のコミマに出てみない？新作は無理だけどね、去年作った
ちょっと興味ある。でも私も人前に出るのはお断りだから。
着るだけでいいよ。でもね、そのうちみんなに見てもらいたくなるよ。コスプレにはそうさせる魔物さんが住んでるんだ。そういえばクリスちゃんっていつも可愛い制服着てるよね。でもこんな制服都内にあったっけ？
これ2週間だけあやめ院に逆留学みたいなことしてたんだけど、そこの制服を改造してきてるの。
あやめ院なんだ。あそこの制服もともと可愛いもんね。でもクリスちゃんの改造センスはね、すごくいいかも。明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
いいわ。
撮影会は何時からですか？
相変わらず橋田は変態道を邁進中だな。
だってブラチューのセーラっしょ。あれって確かパンモロだぞ。
パンモロ？
パンツがもろに見えているの略。
嘘。
大丈夫だよ。クリスちゃんは知らないかもだけどね、去年ぐらいにこんな言葉が流行ったんだよ。パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないもんって。
日本終わってた。
絶対来てね。絶対だよ。やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Kurisu again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes. I remember this too. I feel like I'm losing my mind here.
ナキセクリスを信じると痛い目に遭うよ。
それどういう意味？この前から思ってたんだけど、私あなたに何かした？
直接は何も。でも私君のしたこと全部知ってんだよね。
何よ私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
だろうね。でも私知ってんだから。君の本質ってのをさ。
へえ、すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、ぜひその独身装置を見せてもらいたいもんだわ。
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら予言。
つまり言いがかりってことか。
事実だってば。おかり。
Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes.
光を止めて。
Should I listen to Mayuri's plea, like I did in the dream, knowing that I can't stop the fight? Should I just let Mayuri handle it instead? I don't know. I can't move a muscle. Mayuri pouts and goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
Daru comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Kurisu is in the development room, making a call, probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P, but I can't pay attention to what I see on the screen. It doesn't enter my head. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it.
ねえねえオカリ、なんだかねここ何週間ですごく賑やかになったね。
Stop it. Why are you saying the same things as in that terrible dream? It was a dream. It has to be a dream.
楽しいね。
Mayuri smiles happily, not noticing my lack of a reply.
あのね、ラボ面が8人に増えたでしょ。ちょっと狭くなってきたなってマユシーは思うんだ。まずね、椅子が足りないのです。買ってこなくちゃだよ。オカリンはお金ある？
I shake my head wordlessly. For some reason, I'm afraid to look Mayuri in the face.
じゃあマユシーのバイト代もちょっと出していいよ。あとはね、電子レンジ新しいの買わないとジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。オカリン、大丈夫？元気ないよ。
いや、
体調良くないのかな。だったらね、休まなきゃ。横になる？膝枕してあげるよ。
そんな恥ずかしいことを。
Before I can finish, the television interrupts me with an urgent news bulletin. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihan, Tohoku lines.
爆破テロ予告？
つうか全部秋葉原駅通ってるじゃん。マユシ帰れないんじゃね？
本当だ。家に電話しなくちゃ。
嘘だろ。
It's the same. Every last thing, the same.
岡部倫太郎、一つ聞かせて。
It was a dream.
タイムリープマシンが完成してるんだよね。
It had to be a dream. But if it was a dream, then why?
聞いてる？
タイムリープマシンは完成してるけど。
そっか。私、用事思い出したからちょっと出かけてくる。
Suzuha leaves the lab without another word.
何なの？彼女。
Does she know what's about to happen? Nothing's going to happen. The break-in was a dream. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, I can't shake the icy hand clutching my heart. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. I remember this feeling, too, from the dream. Did I choose wrong? Was I granted a second chance, only to let it go to waste? A soft feeling against my fingers. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written on her face. I reflexively look towards the door. If the dream wasn't a dream, then... Any second now. It happens as I remember. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. I recognize each of them. There's no denying it now. I did leap through time. It was the future I remembered. I was supposed to change this present to stop the madness about to unfold, but I told myself that was a dream and wasted my chance to save everyone.
動くな全員両手を上げろ
Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing. Why didn't I do anything to change this? Wasn't that why I leapt through time? The sound of heels echoes down the hallway. A woman is coming up the stairs. Kiryu Noeka, the woman who will kill Mayuri. The dream was real. Those were memories of the future. This is happening because I did nothing to stop it.
萌香さん、これって
タイムマシンを回収させてもらう。
If I kill her first, will Mayuri live? I consider the option, but soon give up. The real danger is the men behind her. 3 of them have assault rifles. They'll gun us down the instant I try anything. My only hope is for Suzuha to make her move before Mayuri is shot. Is there even a chance?
牧瀬クリス、岡部倫太郎、橋田至3名については我々と一緒に来てもらう。抵抗は許されない。とにかく来て。
どこへ
I have no words.
せめて理由と行き先を教えてほしいんだけど。拒否することは認めない。あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。手荒な真似はしたくない。3人とも一緒に来て。なんで3人なの？何を聞かれても答えるつもりはない。あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
ねえ、萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
In reply, Moeka pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. It's happening again.
一緒に来てもらうのはあなたたちの口を封じるため。それは拒否しても変わらない。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも行きたくなるようにするから。
Moeka slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at
椎名真由里は必要ない。
I tried to shout stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. I turn to Kurisu for help. Kurisu is staring at Mayuri. She looks as if she might start crying at any second. I turn to Daru. He's shaking. His lips move as if to speak, but nothing comes out. Someone, anyone, please stop her. Stop Moeka.
セルンのために FP のためにセルンのために FP の。
Her lips close tightly. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moeka pulled the trigger. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp, like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, and then the smell of blood. Daru clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. In my arms, Mayuri takes one long, ragged breath, and then she's dead. Mayuri's dead. Again. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hands. It's warm.
もう一度言う。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上の警告はしない。抵抗するならあなたたちも殺す。
I hear a voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. It's the same. I knew it would be. I let Mayuri die again, because I didn't believe my own memories of the future. I lay Mayuri down on the floor. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm so sorry. I stand up. Rage takes hold of me once again. I'm helpless to resist. I take one menacing step toward Moeka.
Okabe!
Kurisu grabs my hand before I can take another.
ダメよ！
離せ！
ダメだってば！殺されちゃう！
Moeka's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger.
俺も殺すのかよ！
抵抗するなら岡部お願い今は従ってこのままじゃあんたも殺される
I grit my teeth and suppress my anger. Just then, something small and round strikes Moeka's gun hand. She drops her gun. At her feet lies a small stone. The next events transpire exactly as I remember. Suzuha appears in the doorway, knocking down the first man before anyone can react. She then proceeds to dispatch the remaining men with a series of swift, precise movement maneuvers. The dark-skinned man, the last one standing, takes aim at Suzuha with his assault rifle. But before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without stopping, Suzuha delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to the man's jaw.
そこまでよ
Moeka and Suzuha point their guns at each other. A standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room.
何者
42
She glances at me.
テレビ
This time I already know what she means.
点灯済み
I make a break for the development room.
動くな
それはこっちのセリフ
Kurisu is right behind me. I grab the headgear and jam it on my head without a moment's hesitation.
岡部私が
俺が飛ぶ。
でももし失敗したら
設定を頼む。
There's no time to argue. I grab Moed's snake from the shelf. Kurisu bites her lip and starts setting up the X-68,000.
岡部倫太郎一人行って
殺せ使わせるな
Before the crew cut man enters the development room, I push the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see.
岡部本当にいいのタイムリープしてもいいのね
やれクリス。マシンを動かせ。
I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. The light rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. This is reality. It wasn't a dream. I burned that back into my mind as I prepared to time it. One more chance. The shaking begins. Once more, the world explodes into light. I cannot hear. It feels like something is crushing my eardrums. Slowly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. My body convulses as if struck by lightning. I am Okabe Rintaro. I'm in the lab development room, standing in front of the time leap machine with my phone to my ear.
Stream elements.
My brain
Set.
hurts again.
Stay moist,
This
my
isn't
friends.
like a
Hydrate.
headache. It's somehow deeper. With the pain comes a torrent of emotions, sorrow, longing, hope, joy that threatens to wash away my psyche. However, only one thing matters.
飛べた。
I quickly return to the lounge.
びっくりした。
I almost crashed into Kurisu.
脅かすなよ。
誰？今は13日の5時前か。
そうだけど。
All right, time leap successful. I pat Kurisu on the shoulders, almost in an embrace.
お前は天才だ。
何よいきなり。気持ち悪いな。
I scramble for my phone.
マユシーです。
マユリ、今どこに？
ただいま電話に出ることができません。
It went to voicemail.
ピーってなったら伝言をどうぞ。
マユリ、今すぐ俺に連絡をくれ。わかったな。今すぐだ。
I hang up. I look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Malika kills my Yuri. Everything's going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with my Yuri and leave Akiba. We can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching her house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we're fine as long as Malika doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find my Yuri.
目が血走っちゃってるけど、どうしたの？
Kurisu and Daru look at me with concern.
二人とも今すぐここから離れろ。
どういうこと？
I check my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have.
何よ、また中二病？
Kurisu shrugs her shoulders dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab.
岡部、どこ行くのよ？おい！
I run full speed to Yarabayashi's shrine. Naturally, I have to stop for breath before I get more than a few blocks. The sun is setting, but the temperature still hasn't dropped below 30. Sweat quickly covers my entire body. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. I finally stagger through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzuha's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard where I find Lukako, standing alone with her bamboo broom.
ルカ子、
岡部さん、
She bows her head.
どうしたんです？
マユリはどうだ？
まゆりちゃんだったらもう帰りましたけど。
帰った。
はい。後でまゆりちゃんにごめんなさいって伝えてくれませんか？僕やっぱりどうしてもコスプレはできませんって断っちゃって、まゆりちゃんを悲しませたくはなかったんですけど、やっぱり人前に出るのは恥ずかしくて。
I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to Lukako's apology.
マユリは帰ったんだな。
はい。
That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to the lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. So what was she doing for the extra 40 minutes? We don't have time for this.
本当に帰ったのか？どこかへ寄るとは言っていなかったか？
いえ、聞いてませんけど。岡部さん、一体何が。
もしマユリがここに戻ってきたら、すぐに俺に電話するように伝えるんだ。
はい。
I had better check the lab. We might have missed each other. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Did Kurisu go shopping by herself? I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer.
マユリは帰ってきてるか？
え、いや、
あいつどこへ？
I take a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. Now I can think, but I still can't relax. Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death.
オカリンさ、さっきからなんでそんなピリピリしてるん？
マユリの居場所を知らないか？
だからルカシのところっしょ？
いなかった。帰った後だった。
I start to pace in irritation.
じゃあ他のレイヤー仲間のところとか。
そのレイヤー仲間の連絡先を教えろ。
いや、知らんし。
Damn. It's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. May Queen and the shrine. That's about it. I have no idea where else she might go. May Queen doesn't even exist on this world line.
ああ、そういえば。
何か知っているのか？
携帯の電源が切れそうとか言ってたような気がする。
Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls.
なあ、一体どうしたん？
誰？なぜここに残っている？今すぐラボを離れると言ったはずだ。
I sit on the sofa. I feel the weight of stress on my shoulders and in my bones.
理由もなしにそんなこと言われてもわけわからんつうか。一体何が始まるんですみたいな。
マユリが殺される。
は？
セルンが本気を出してきたんだ。あと2時間で奴らは襲撃をかけてくる。だからお前は逃げろ。
え、マジ？
クリスと連絡を取れるか。相手にもそう伝えるんだ。
あと2時間って、なんでオカリンはそれを知ってるわけよ。
Daru pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room where the time leak machine is sitting.
まさか使ったん？
I nod gravely. I kicked Daru out of the lab and sent him home. He promised to call Kurisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel, but a few minutes later she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We could miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself that everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Moeka's attack. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo Station to Shizuoka. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should get off at Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. I can think about what comes next after Mayuri is safe. The time leak machine doesn't matter. Moeka can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri.
あれ？
Startled, I turn towards the voice. Susuha and Mr. Braun have emerged from the Braun Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. Guess they're closing up shop. That's right, I forgot about Susuha.
岡部倫太郎、そこで何してんの？
いや、
That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. I still can't believe it. Where does an 18-year-old girl learn to move like that? And then there was her strange behavior immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat, almost as if she knew something was going to happen. And finally, there's that business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Who is Amane Suzuha?
あ、わかっちゃった。今日宴会やるらしいから、その準備でしょ？
それを誰から聞いた？
椎名真由里、さっき顔見せて、ぜひ来てねって言ってたよ。つうわけで、私もお邪魔することに。
ダメだ！
もしかして、私邪魔だった？
いや、
まあ、私もラボ面にしてもらったとはいえ、所詮は部外者だしね。
そうじゃなくてだな。
んだよ岡部、うちのバイトも仲間に入れてやれ。おめえはこいつに借りがあるんだろ。こいつのへそのおかげでおめえらがビル揺らすのも一応許してやったんだからな。
へそって、おーい。
Suzuha has recovered her jacket. She's properly dressed now.
このバイトなかなかいいへそだったぜ。腹回りがしっかり鍛えてあってキュッと引き締まってたな。
エロ親父、本人前にして語らないでよ。
今日の宴会は中止だ。だからバイト選手よ。悪いが今日は帰ってくれ。
中止なの？
ああ、すまない。
I attempt to smile, but with little hope of success.
岡部、何をしてんのかともかく、いざとなったら無茶だけはすんなよ。
It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just a dirty old man who loves CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Or maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building.
マユリと
喧嘩をしましてね。ちょっと参ってるんです。それだけですよ。
That's the best lie I can manage.
あ、じゃあまずいんじゃない？
Blood.
だってほら、あそこに。
Suzuha points across the street. I turn to look. To my surprise, there's Mayuri walking up the street with a big bag. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri.
あれ？喧嘩したんじゃないの？すごい笑顔だけど。
I ignore Suzuha and run up to Mayuri. The clock on my phone says 6:33.
ちょっと、どうしたのよ。
I wasted precious time talking to Suzuha. Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from Akiba as we can.
オカリン、そんなに急いでどこ行くの？
I ignore her question and grab her hand.
走れ、駅に行く。
待って、荷物が。
構うな。とにかく走るのだ。
なんで？
いいから走ってくれ。
I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her. I won't. Mayuri gives no further resistance. She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forget that she's faster on her feet than I am.
ねえ、どこ行くの？
そうだな。とりあえずスクバが横浜あたりに。
I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulty she's having. How can she be so ditzy, yet so athletic at the same time? The sun has already set, but the sky is still a mix of indigo and orange. We run through the streets lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it on the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. I'm already exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me along to keep going.
少しね、休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな。
いや、電車に乗るまでは走り続けろ。
I do my best to keep up the pace.
でもね、オカリンすごい汗だよ。運動苦手なのよね。無理すると。
When we reach the station, I realize that something is wrong. The station is packed. Seriously packed. You don't see this many people even at rush hour. The crowd is milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one is going in. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? I don't have time for this. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA.
現在山手線、京浜東北線、総武線すべて運転を見合わせております。お急ぎのお客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけしておりますが、何卒ご理解のほど。
Finally, I realize my mistake. That's right. Before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there are so many people standing around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid?
どうしたんだろうね。
All the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. What about other means of public transportation? The subway or the bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grip on Mayuri's hand. But before we get more than a few steps, A man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realize that we are surrounded.
岡部倫太郎だな。
A low voice, a face I've never seen. He's not one of the 5 who broke into the lab.
オカリ、この人たち知り合い？
Mayuri grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men.
一緒に来てもらおうか。
誰だ？
Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but the men move to block us again.
抵抗するな、殺す。
セルンか？
There with Moeka. She must have planned for this in advance. A chill runs up my spine. We made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. I realize that now, though it's far too late.
これだけ大勢の人がいる中で殺せるのか？
冗談だと思わない方がいい。
I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first. Then it hits me. A gun. I gulp. My blood goes cold. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaving be for naught? No, I can't give up. I won't let Mayuri die. I won't accept that future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The situation is quickly becoming chaotic. Suddenly a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. Now. I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd.
マユリ、逃げるぞ！
I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that also thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we reach the main street, we start running back towards the lab. Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Moeka's group will be there shortly. Is the subway still running? If we get on at Sui Hirocho Station, we can grab the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there, we can grab the train heading out of Tokyo. I still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We can't stop now. I have to keep running. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together up ahead suddenly stop and turn to face us. I've got a bad feeling about this. They don't look like otaku. Are they with CERN too? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking toward us, arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it, they're after us too. I turn to flee back towards the station, and there I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We are trapped, enemies on both sides. There's only one choice. I grab Mayuri and make for the nearby street. I'm trying to get Sue Hirocho Station without using the main streets. But as we pass UPX, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course.
いいか、マユリ、お前の方が足が速いから。
Talking while running uses up all of my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see.
お前だけでも逃げろ。はぐれたら袋の岸文字に行け。そこで。
Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us up ahead.
どうなって。
I look back. The group from before is chasing us. We are surrounded by enemies. The familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Moeka said.
あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。
Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We are just kids playing at science in the safety of our tiny little lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy, willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. Were we doomed from the start? No. No matter what, we must get away. Leading my Yuri by the hand, I push my way through the crowd, then jump the bench onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away. My body is racked with intense pain. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off and my hand comes away slick with blood. I grit my teeth against the pain and lift my head. My Yuri is lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out to her. No response. My Yuri is motionless. No. Did the impact kill her? This can't be happening. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. The door opens and out steps
動きは止めたわ。
Kiryu Moeka. Her again. She knew the moment to be here in order to run over poor Mayuri.
岡部君。いえ、岡部倫太郎は確保。
She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us the whole time?
警察に連絡して。椎名真由里が死んだ。
She looks down at me with her eyes cold enough to freeze my blood.
なんで殺すんだ。
あなたが逃げるからよ。
くそ。
Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moeka. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moeka is dazed and unable to stand, but I see CERN agents making their way towards us through the crowd. I've got to get out of here. I take a step. A sharp pain stabs through my body. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. It doesn't matter. I have to get to the lab and time leap again. That's the only way to save my Yuri. I look back at the site of the accident. Moeka is slowly regaining her feet, but my Yuri remains limp and motionless on the road. It breaks my heart to leave my Yuri lying there, but I have no choice. I have to go back to the lab. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't chase me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Kurisu and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. I remember to break into the Braun Tube workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My body is drenched in sweat and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side, where the car hit me. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is blurry. It's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move, but still, I force myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Police sirens echo in the distance. Moeka hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if CERN bails her out somehow, she should be stuck for at least a couple of hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries, or whatever they were, CERN's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It should have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put on the headgear. I'll get blood on it, but that doesn't matter. A surge of anxiety washes over me. What if the time leap fails? What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am. I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine? I curse my weakness. This can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I will save Mayuri, whatever it takes. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Swallowing my fear, I activate the time leap machine. A screeching in my ears, needles stabbing into my brain, 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. The world bends, pulses, then returns to normal. The pain of my wounds has vanished like magic, replaced by a piercing pain in my brain. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. I'm sitting on the sofa with my phone to my ear. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. It looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Kurisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until Mayuri's out of danger. I stand up and look around the lab. Kurisu, who was dozing off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice.
大声出さないでよ。徹夜明けなんだから少し休ませろ。
マユリはどこだ？
いきなりなんぞ？マユシならルカシのところ行くって言ってたじゃん。
Damn, she already left. I should call or send a mail.
Hi, 漆原です。
ルカ子、俺だ、岡部だ。
岡部さん、どうしたんです？
そこにマユリはいるか？いたら代わってくれ。
はい、ちょっと待ってくださいね。 うしたの？
Finally, I've managed to get a hold of my Yuri. This will give us hours to spare.
お前今どこだ？柳林神社か？
そうだよ。
今からそっちに行く。いいか、絶対にそこから動くなよ。
なんで？
一体何の騒ぎ？
Kurisu's eyes are half asleep.
ダル、それに助手よ。二人とも今すぐここを出て、できるだけ秋葉から遠くに逃げろ。ただし、電車は絶対に使うなよ。
なんだと？
できれば普段行かないような場所に隠れて一晩過ごすんだ。分かったな？
一晩過ごすとか。つまり僕とマキセ氏はラブホテルでハーハーするんですね。わかります。
黙ってろ変態。
Kurisu gets up.
岡部、どういうことよ？
いいから言う通りにしてくれ。事情は後で話す。いいか、絶対に戻ってくるなよ。
I thought of having them take the time leap machine, but the microwave's pretty heavy to carry around, and it's that time machine that Maleka's really after, not my Yuri. If it will guarantee everyone's safety, I would rather just abandon the time machine. I dash out of the lab, disregarding Kurisu's and Daru's demands for an explanation. I was right to borrow Susuha's bicycle. I arrived at the shrine far earlier than if I had run. Mayuri and Lukaku are in front of the main building.
おかり。
Mayuri waves her hand happily. Lukaku bows her head.
もしかしておかりんも援護に来てくれたの？
援護？
ルカちゃんにコスを着てもらうためのね、説得だよ。まゆりちゃん、本当に無理だよ。僕恥ずかしくて絶対着られないから。ねえおかり、ルカちゃんを説得するいい方法何かないかな？まゆしにはルカちゃん攻略法がもう思いつきません。僕本当に無理なんです。まゆりちゃんちっとも諦めてくれなくて。
Tears well up in my eyes. I grit my teeth and resist the urge to cry. To see them talking, so happy and carefree, I thought this peace would last forever. And yet...
すまない。二人とも。コスプレの話は後だ。
I grab my Yuri's hand.
マユリ、荷物を置け。ルカ子に預けるんだ。
どういうこと？
これから遠出する。
旅行かな？旅行？
Lukaku's face turns red.
二人で行くんですか？
そうだ。
I'll let Lukaku misunderstand whatever she wants. I take off running, half dragging my Yuri along. We get out to Seibashi Bridge. Now I need to figure out where we go from here. It's 4:30. We should still have about 3 hours before the train stops. If we wanted to, we could even leave from Akiba Station, but that seems like a bad idea. Moeka and her men might already be there. We should board from another station. If the plan is to head for Yokohama, the fastest way is to take the bullet train from Tokyo Station. To get to Tokyo Station without passing through Akihabara Station means boarding at Kanda or Awajicho. We could walk to Tokyo Station in an hour, but I don't want to waste that much time.
オカリ、遠出ってどこ行くの？どうして急に？
俺たちはセルに命を狙われている。
え？どういうこと？
詳しい説明は後だ。とにかく秋葉を離れるんだ。
I decide on Awajicho Station and start running. If we can make it to Yasukuni Dori, the station's right there. But I freeze when I see a group of 6 men walking just ahead. Are they Moeka's men? I don't know, but we can't take the chance. I pull my Yuri into a nearby alley. How many men does CERN have? When did these patrols start? Are they watching stations besides Akihabara? I have no way of knowing. To make matters worse, CERN's assassins are indistinguishable from ordinary shoppers at a glance. You can tell they're different when you get close, but by then it's too late. They could be anyone, Japanese, foreigners, anyone. Damn, what should we do? Should we take the shortest route and risk being seen, or should we stick to the back streets and stay out of sight?
オカリ、マユシーはなんだか怖いよ。
The fear on my Yuri's face gives me my answer. I can't expose her to danger. We have to take the back roads. It doesn't have to be Awajicho. Any subway station is fine, as long as we can get out of Akiba. Staying out of sight is more difficult than I expected, and the subway is further away than I thought. I misjudged the distance to the station. Maybe we should double back to Sui Hirocho Station, or would that take us too close to the lab? There's no way of knowing where CERN's men could be. I pull my Yuri into the entrance of a nearby building. Several young men pass by. They're not particularly fit, and each of them is carrying a bag full of computer parts. I don't think they're the enemy, but I can't be sure. The only way to be safe is to treat every group of men as a potential threat. At this rate, it'll be night before we escape Akiba. Maybe we should just go for it and hope to get lucky. I look up the closest station with my phone. Ocha no Mizu and Sue Hirocho are about equidistant from our current position. Sue Hirocho takes us near the lab, but Ocha no Mizu is on the same line as Akihabara. It might be affected by the bomb threat. An impasse.
マユリ、しばらくここでじっとしててくれ。
どこ行くの？
駅までの道に敵がいないか見てくれ。
And while I'm at it, scout the streets between here and there. We'll need to use the shortest route.
マユシーは置いていかれたくないな。
すぐ戻る。30分しても戻らなかったら誰かに連絡を取って秋葉から離れろ。クリスか鈴葉あたりがいいだろう。
そんなこと言っちゃやだよ。絶対戻ってきてね。でないとマユシーは何が何だか。
分かった。絶対戻る。
I leave my Yuri behind and run to Ocha Nomizu Station. Wary of surrounding eyes, I scout the streets and decide that the back alleys of Kanda Myojin will give us the best chance of avoiding detection. Once we make it to the station, we'll just have to pray. I race back to the spot I left my Yuri.
マユリ。
She's not there. For an instant, I think I got the place mixed up. so I checked the entrance of the next building. But Mayuri isn't there either. She's gone.
あいつ動くなって言ったのに
At first, I assumed Mayuri just wandered off somewhere, like she often does. But then another possibility dawns on me. Could CERN's men have found her, abducted her? Would they do that? Moeka said that Mayuri was unnecessary. That's why she killed Mayuri first. So why would they kidnap her? I don't know. The only thing I know is that Mayuri's gone. I knew I shouldn't have left her alone. I should have stayed by her side, no matter what. Still, I can't give up. I scour the neighborhood for Mayuri, but when I fail to find any trace of her, I return to the lab in despair. We need to talk. Heading over now, okay? Moeka. It's a mail from Moeka. She's on her way here. When she says we need to talk, she probably means I'm going to kidnap you and take the time leap machine. Just as I'm about to delete the mail out of frustration, I notice there's an image attached. I swallow and open it. It's a scan of a foreign newspaper article. There's a rough black and white picture along with a date. February 28th, 1961, 50 years ago. It's not in English. I look at the picture. The picture is of a jellyman embedded in the wall of a house. Wait. Mayuri. A screeching fills my ears. Needles stab into my brain. The shock lasts an instant, then the pain is gone. A wave of nausea hits me. Vomit black flows into my mouth. I swallow it back. My throat burns. I left immediately after seeing the photo. I couldn't accept it, not even for a second. In the 20 minutes I took my eyes off of Mayuri, she was captured by Moeka's men. They took her to France and stuck her in the LHC. They sent her through their unstable black hole 50 years into the past. It wasn't an experiment. It was just a warning, a threat. How could anyone do such a thing? Now that I've recovered slightly from the shock, I realize that Mayuri was probably still alive when Moeka sent me that picture. A flight to France takes at least 12 hours after all. Even so, her fate was already decided. Perhaps that 50-year-old newspaper article appeared out of thin air the instant they found her. I don't know why her cause of death changed. I don't have time to investigate. The only choice is to run. Our enemies don't consider Mayuri human. I'm filled with rage. I want to kill them. I won't let them have her. The clock shows 5:05, and not as much time left as I thought. Come to think of it, the time leap machine should be able to send me back to noon at least. I'll do that next time. A chill runs up my spine. What am I thinking? Next time? Have I already given up on saving her this time? I shake my head to clear it of negative thoughts. Judging by the time, Mayuri's already left the shrine. so I can't contact her until she gets back to the lab. All I can do is wait. As before, the Braun Tube workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Suzuha and Mr. Braun are leaving. We run through Kenda Myojin's backstreets to Ocha no Mizu Station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We manage to make it to the station without being stopped, but when we get there, I see a group of men waiting by the entrance. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for the Shin Ocha no Mizu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I get lost. I stare nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling display, the Yamanote, Keihin Tohaku, and Sobu lines have already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line has too. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn. Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. This is the third time I've let her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Does she really trust me that much? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leave as many times as it takes. Mayuri tilts her head quizzically. I realize that I'm staring at her.
ねオカリ、マユシーは聞きたいこといっぱいあるけど、今は我慢しとくね。その代わり、終わったらね、全部聞かせてほしいです。
ああ、約束する。
Mayuri smiles happily at that answer. That's right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leave again, I'll need all the information I can get.
お前、ルカ子に会った後はどこに行っていた？
ふぶきちゃんからメールがあってね、マユシーのコスにちょっと問題発生しちゃってたのです。糸がほつれてるところがあったんだ。それを直しに。
ふぶきちゃんというのはどこに住んでいる？
住んでるっていうかね、今ちょうど UPX のスタベまで来てたのです。
So that's where she was. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA system. The subway is resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived. I didn't expect to be stuck here that long, but it's okay. Right now, Moeka should be in Akihabara, heading to the lab. Everything is going to be all right. While waiting for the train, I examined the route map on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at Yoyogi Uehara. It'll take a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Another announcement. Our train is arriving. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to make a dash for the train when the doors open, but I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side, empty. The roar comes closer.
今日のパーティー。
Mayuri is saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train.
中止になったけど、絶対にいつか。
Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance, as if she stumbled or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment, and then the train comes screaming into the station. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on its brakes. The people on the platform scream. I turn to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. Tiny, adorable, a cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Tennoji Na. She looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble. She stares at me for a few more seconds, as if waiting for me to say something, then turns and runs away. The platform is in chaos. The PA informs us that there's been a personal injury accident. Nea is already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. One side of the track is a wash of red. One side, my mind is blank. I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Moeka's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. At last, it's ready. Now, take me back. The leap occurs instantaneously. Titor claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if ours has the same behavior, but now is not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Kurisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Mayuri is singing her chicken song, though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from the convenience store instead of her usual juicy chicken #1. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now a dedicated part of the time leap machine. I was right to come back 5 hours. Mayuri is still in the lab. But what the hell happened back there? It hurts, but I force myself to recall that horrifying scene. Mayuri died again. This time it happened at Shin Ocha no Mizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Tennoji Nae pushed her onto the tracks where the train tore her to shreds. Could Nae be working for CERN too? No, that can't be right. Nae has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. She was probably just being her usual affectionate self. But why did she choose that precise moment? I don't know. I sense malice. Whose malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. I have the power to save Mayuri. I will do whatever it takes to find a way. This time we hail a taxi on Chuo Dori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. Mayuri comes along quietly. I consider taking her home to Ike Bukuru, but Moeka's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Instead, I ask the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, the traffic is unusually heavy. The driver says it's never been this bad before. There must be an obstruction up ahead, an accident or something. That's the only explanation I can think of. We've made it out of Akiba, but at this rate, it will take forever to reach Shinagawa. I consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened at Shin Ocha no Mizu
Stay moist,
Station.
my friends, hydrate.
I have a bad feeling about this. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent.